Welcome to Live from Southeast Asia. It's a beautiful Saturday morning here, July 18th, 2026. Broadcasting live from the Philippines. Everybody, welcome to the show. Hope y'all are doing well. It's just a beautiful day here. I got birds chirping, dogs barking, kids are outside playing. Filipinas laid up in the hammock. It's a beautiful day. So I want to welcome you to the show, and hopefully I pushed all the right buttons and you can hear me. There's a look out my window just to show you the current conditions here in the mountains overlooking the beautiful Subic Bay. It's just a gorgeous day. So welcome to the show. Before I go any further, I'll let everybody give me a sound check. Let me know, can you hear me? Can you see me okay? Am I in focus? All those good things that old Steven Spielberg here usually screws up. All right, so looks like we're broadcasting live on the software. Boom! Good morning, Steve. Checking in from Mindanao. If you could give me an audio check, man, let me know how the audio is. I'd appreciate it. Let me go around my horn, put my old man glasses on, and check my technical equipment. All right, let's see. I'm over here. Are we up on Twitch? Oh, yeah. Big shout out to all my friends over on Twitch. Got 23 followers now. Are we live on Kick? Absolutely. We are live on Kick. Thank y'all very much for tuning in over there on that platform. It's great audio and video quality on both those platforms. Okay, back to your comments, and then we'll get started on what I call the vent report. Volcanoes, earthquakes, the news, and typhoons. Currently sitting in the Philippines. All important pieces of information that you want to know about. All right, give me just a second to welcome everybody, and we'll get into it. Hey, William, checking in from England. Bad Boy Travel, checking in from Behold. The Gambler, reporting loud and clear. Thank you very much. Let's see. Kevin Gamble's on life. Sound is great. And Paulie says Lima Charlie from Foley, Alabama. All right, well, thank y'all very much for the sound check. There is a barking dog in the background. He will probably bark my entire live stream. That's what happens to me. Every time I hit the go live button, a dog will start barking or a dude will fire up a grinder. It's pretty much guaranteed. Gunny John, how are you? BAH 90377 in Norfolk, Virginia. Sam, how are you? If I had to go to the dentist, would I go to the Philippines or Thailand? Thailand for the win. Benito, how are you? Checking in from Texas. Again, folks, that's a view out my window. That's a live feed. Just a beautiful, partly cloudy, partly sunny. It depends on which way you look. If I look over there towards the bay, it looks like there's more sun. I look back towards the mountains, I got some clouds. It's just gorgeous. I got the windows open, no aircon needed. All right, so let's, looks like everything's going well. So what I got to do, give you a wide perspective here, and then I'll change over to the first report, which is the volcano report. So here we go. We'll quickly go through it. There you go right there. That's the volcano status. I just refreshed the screen. So what are we looking at here? Which is the big one today? Let's see. Looks like we've got an alert level 3 on the Mayan volcano. Let's come on down. I'm seeing a 1. Low level unrest. I got a 2 on the Canlaon volcano. And then I got a 1 on the Taal volcano. So it looks like the winner for today is the Mayan volcano, alert level 3. Now, if I put these tabs in order, did I put them in order? There you go. July 18th, there's the alert level 3 on the Mayan volcano. What does that mean? It means intensified unrest and magmatic unrest. What does that mean? I have no idea. Why? Because I'm not a volcanologist or a seismologist, but I can read. If it's alert level 3, that's probably the winner, the one we need to worry about today. Okay, so cruising right along. Where is the Mayan and the Canlaon volcanoes? Well, there's the Mayan volcano. Looks like it's a little north of Legazpi City. For reference, that's where my old lady is from right there, the beautiful Danbantayan, northern tip of Cebu. And then we'll look at, so that one's at a 3, that's the winner. And then this is Mount Canlaon for the runner-up, which is just pretty much to the west of Cebu City. Now when this thing cooked off, what was it, a week ago, what have you, sent ash 3 clicks up into the air, it drifted to the east, and they were receiving ash falls in Cebu City, delayed a few flights, what have you. So why do I care about the volcanoes in the Philippines? Well, if you got a flight, you might want to just loosely keep an eye on it, even though it's outside your control. Let the pilot decide whether he's going to fly the plane or not. There you go, that's your volcano report. Okay, now what's the next in the acronym VENT? Earthquakes. Okay, what's the volcano levels? I got these sort of out of order here. Hold on a second. Let me get my stuff in order. I'm all ate up right now. Went to the wrong. Trying to get over to my earthquake information. Somehow or another got out of order. Where's my earthquakes? Maybe I accidentally closed the tab. Old single dad, just all messed up here. Okay, well, I closed the one tab that I wanted, but let's just go back to it here. All right, you want to know about the earthquake information in the Philippines? This is straight from Phil Volks. There you go. Again, it's the 18th, so what we got to do is scroll down to midnight. All right, so there you go. It starts midnight. The first one that they've got recorded was at 12:12 a.m., just past midnight. Checks in at a 5.5. Now, if anybody cares to count how many that they reported, feel free. I'm not going to. I'm just looking at the highest number. We got a 5.5 and a 4.2, and it looks like they bowled the ones, I guess, over 4. Anyhow, so when people ask me, hey man, did you hear about the earthquake in the Philippines? My gosh, which one? You got to be more specific. You got to narrow it down, all right? The point is there's a lot of activity here. The biggest one I'm seeing since midnight is a 5.5. If we go to yesterday, what do we have? Can we beat a 5.5? Do I see a 5.6? Do I see a 5.6? I scroll on down. Looks like yesterday's winner was a 4.3. Nope, make that a 4.4. See, they're bold, so you can easily look. So the 4.4, and then we scroll back to the 16th. What's our winner? If I'm reading this properly, we had a 4.4, 4.1, 4.0. So there you go. That's your quick one. And now I've got the Pandesal man coming around. It's the Pandesal with cheese. Rides around on the cart. They got a little oven that's gas powered. Fresh rolls, dinner rolls, so to speak, straight out of the oven. They're delicious. But the loudspeaker is a bit noisy. Okay, so there's your earthquake report. And so again, when you ask me, a lot of people ask me, hey man, did you hear about the earthquake, down in my old lady's village or hometown or whatever you got? Usually no, because they're such a frequent occurrence. Only the big ones really make the news, unless you're in that local area. Okay. All right, so I'll take a pause. I got the V, I got the E. The next is the news, and then I make you wait for the weather. Let me go over to your comments and catch up. My buddy says I talk too much and I go too fast. All right, let's come over here. All right. Let's see, Gunny Johns. Let's see, Sam T. Come on down here. Benito, Steve, checking in from Singapore. Tex over in Phuket. Paulie, how you doing? Jacob from Dallas. McMiller. Yeah, thanks for y'all. Thanks for everybody who rode along with me on Red Horse 6 for a ride around the far side of Subic Bay. It's a beautiful, beautiful ride. Okay, see, there you go, Paulie. The Mayan volcano is my stomping ground and my wife's home. So, folks, you want to move to the Philippines, these are things you have to keep an eye on. Be aware of where you're moving to, what goes on in the region. And, where we're at right now, we're in close proximity to Mount Pinatubo, which blew back in 1991. lowered the global temperature approximately 1 degree for 10 years, according to some reports. Hoping that thing just stays chill, but every now and then you get some reports that it's rumbling. See, Kevin gambles on life, 7.3 off the coast of Mexico, Guatemala earlier today, and one of you fine folks said something about there was one in New Zealand. Does it seem like there's a lot more earthquake and volcanic activity going on these days? It seems that way. All right. So again, thank y'all very much for tuning in. Let's get to some of the latest news. And I just go to the Philippine news agency. I'll start out right there. Hold on, let me get my right button pushed here. Boom, there we go right there. Latest news, generally fair weather to prevail nationwide on Saturday. All right, so I sort of gave up the ghost on the weather report. But let's just talk about what's going on. Okay, there you go. 5 charged with the robbery, homicide, and the killing of American biologist. If you're not tracking, a few days ago, armed individuals bust into this gentleman's house, and he was laid back in his easy chair. I'm not putting the photos here on my show. They're all over, obviously. He was in his easy chair, laid back, watching the big screen. I don't know if he was eating, what he was doing, but the pictures you see is him in the lazy boy or whatever it was, feet up, just never had time to get up out of the chair, and took, I believe, 2 gunshots to the head. That's what happened. So let me just read straight coming from the government with no spin. 5 charged with robbery, homicide. Let's just come down. Oh, I busted the microphone with my glasses. 5 suspects have been charged with the killing of American marine biologist Dr. Kent Carpenter. 4 of the suspects were presented before the provincial prosecutor's office on Friday for inquest and regular filing of charges. They're only identified by their aliases, and then John Doe, at the time of this article, still remains at large. Okay, and it goes on down and talks about this. So authorities have launched a manhunt for John Doe, the lone remaining fugitive. They're accusing the fatal shooting of Carpenter, 73, who was killed inside his residence on the 12th. He sustained 2 gunshot wounds to the head. His 34-year-old Filipino live-in partner survived, and she alleged that she was sexually assaulted during the attack. So that's what's going on with that. That's just a quick report, down and dirty in a nutshell. Okay, so with that, let me go over to your comments. I'll go to the next item up for bid on live from Southeast Asia. Let's see, Heath checking in from Indiana. Under the Dogwood checking in from Sarasota. Thank y'all for joining me. All right, it looks like we're still operating. Now, I'm going to throw this thing out there, and I'm going to talk about it from a different angle. This is talking about how the Department of Health is assuring parents deworming medicine is safe for the children. I'm not going into the rumors that are floating around. Big Pumpkin tells me these Facebook rumors talking about this, talking about that. My angle is going to just be that if you have children here or in a place like the Philippines, you have to deworm your children. Now, obviously follow what the doctor tells you. We deworm the kids here and myself twice a year. That's strange for people in America to hear, because in the States, what do? We deworm the dogs, right? Over here, you have to do this. And so all this stuff floating around, I'm not engaging in the rumor mill, but I'm just telling you, over here, the threat is real. You know, I'm not big on pharmaceuticals or taking medicine every day, but this is a medicine that has to be taken seriously. It's either albendazole or mebendazole once or twice a year to deworm your kids for the roundworm threat, you know, intestinal parasites. So I just thought I would bring that up. Hey, you got kids here, and I do it myself. Whenever we give the medication to the children to deworm them, I take the medication too. for good measure. All right, take that seriously. Here and other places, the tropics, this type of environment, roundworms are a true threat. So there we go. Back here, and I'll go to the next item up for bid. Make sure I got the right tab. Now, look, I'm not gonna get too far into this, and I'm just gonna briefly put the graphic up on the screen. But just to make you aware of sort of what's circulating right now, and you know what? I don't think I am going to put the. Well, I do have one right there. Okay, let me put this up on the screen. Philippines has lodged a formal protest versus racist China daily video on the South China Sea. Okay, and I'm going to put it up there briefly just to show you all the ridiculousness of what's coming out of the CCP, because it affects us all. Let's see. Basically, the AI generated cartoons have you can read it right there on the screen. I'm not going to keep it up there for too long, but there's also another one here I'll let play that's I won't put the audio, but I'll just play it while I'm talking about it. This China Daily is a news source that's part of the propaganda arm of the CCP, just to put it in layman's terms. And so recently, they've done a series of articles, obviously a little bit racist in nature. And then I found this cartoon, again, AI generated, and it's talking about this ruling. Just the 10th anniversary. Coincidentally, the gentleman who we just talked about, who got shot in the head, he got shot in the head on the 10th anniversary of the ruling, and he was one of 2 government witnesses who testified. I'm not trying to raise any conspiracy theories, but the facts are the facts. He testified in this arbitration case, and he was shot in the head twice 10 years later to the day of the ruling. It's just one of them things that make you go, But that's making the rounds right now. Obviously, they're protesting it, but you can do your own research. But the CCP is basically, saying my old lady and my kids, they're depicting them in a very racist tone. How's that? How's that for tap dancing around it to try not to get banned by the Google squirrels? But that's what they think. That's what they think. But the CCP don't just think that about them. They think that about all of us in their own way. So just be aware of that. Maybe your wife's already told you about it, and obviously it would piss anybody off. Okay, so while I get to my next tab, let me catch up on my comments. Let's see. One-Eyed Jack, how are you? What's my next move? Should the noise come to your door? Man, I'm prepared to bug out at a moment's notice. When I see that heat coming on the beaches, I'm ready to roll. Yeah, McMiller, there's all kind of... Folks, I have a playlist talking about tropical medicine here on this channel. And I used to be a paramedic. I've been in the medical field, worked in hospitals, ICUs. I didn't know much about tropical medicine because, why? I'm in America. I wasn't in the tropics. I moved to Thailand. Never got sick, other than catching the clap. That was self-inflicted. Didn't learn too much about tropical medicine. I have a knowledge base, experienced-based knowledge on many ailments here in the Philippines. I got my education from here in the Philippines, firsthand, not reading books. You want to go over to my playlist, I'll talk about a lot of this stuff. Most of the stuff has affected me personally, my family personally, but some of it affected friends. Just things you need to be aware of, so check out that playlist. Let's see, what's the next camera I would buy? That's a very good question. But right now I'm still happy with my FX3. It's a beautiful camera. I've got that thing dialed in. It takes you a year or two to really learn your equipment, right? So I'm not looking for a new camera right now, unless this little OP3 finally gives up the ghost. It's been dropped too many times. It's got some quirks. If it finally quits, I will immediately go out and buy the latest version of that camera. Okay, just doing stuff. Harry, under the dogwood. All right, thank y'all very much. All right, let me get my next tab pulled up, and I'll ask Big Pumpkin. Big Pumpkin. Do you see me doing a live stream, and now I'm playing Old Single Dad watching the children too? Can you let Kim watch Forest G, and then I need you out there for the weather report? Okay. Filipinos don't understand that you're doing a live stream, and they need to do their role, watch the kids, keep the kids. They don't get it. You go live, they're gonna do what they want to do. So what I'm gonna try to do is get Big Pumpkin to step outside, give us a live from the field weather report. But while she's in there doing whatever the hell she's doing, hold on a second. No cooperation. You want to run YouTube, you'll get zero cooperation from anybody. Nobody cooperates with you. Okay, let's go over here and check out the Windy app. I'm trying to do weather. They don't get it. There we go. You can see on the Windy app that pretty much the Philippines, not too much going on over this landmass. And let's swap to the next one. There's Zoom Earth. You know, little clouds off of Luzon to the west of Luzon in the West Philippine Sea. Not too much going on. Not raining here, not a big deal. And then this is the graphic from Pag-asa. It's panahan.gov.ph, like the local version of Windy. And there you go right there. Okay, now look, let me throw the caveat out there. I'm not a weatherman. I'm not a meteorologist. Don't let the uniform fool you. Okay, I'm not a meteorologist, but I can look at what the experts put out for us to look at and interpret. And then I can also look out my window, and there you go. There's a live feed weather report from the mountains overlooking the beautiful Subic Bay. No rain, partly cloudy, partly sunny, and there you go. Going back here, gotta fix that button on the transitions. Let me yell at Big Pumpkin. Okay, well, can you please go get in frame out there and get ready for your weather report? Y'all have suggested that she be a weather girl. She did a practice run earlier. Okay, so I got to get her in frame here. Hold on a second. She's going to give you a weather report. Let me check her out here. Let me get her microphone on, and let's see. Here we go.
What?
Okay, baby, give me your weather report. Full report.
Hello, guys. Welcome to your the weather report. Today is a sunny day. It's not raining today. It's not cloudy. It's a blue sky. So that's the weather report today. Thank you.
Okay, did y'all hear that? How was the audio on her weather report? Baby, you did an absolutely stunning job. Okay, you did a stunning job on the weather report. Now, may I request that you pour me something to drink? My ice is melted. I need ice and RC right there. And make sure, hey, right here, I got ice and RC right here.
I'm going to throw this away.
Oh, you can drink it. Don't waste the water. All right, let me know what you thought about Big Pumpkin's weather reporting skills. I'll go over to the comments. All right, under the dogwood says, great to see, feet on the ground, weather girl outside. So, baby, one person is already reporting. You did a great job, okay? Kevin says, what's up, Fatima? Yeah, she had to look at the clouds, no forecast. Baby, did you do a forecast? You got a forecast like it, you know, I think it's going to rain tonight. I think it's going to rain tomorrow. You got to do the forecast.
I'm not
No, that was like a 10-second weather report. Jeff says she did a good job. If she pointed at the blue sky, it would be better. Yeah, baby, you got to do like this. You got to point at the background. Ain't you ever watched the weather go? She says she looked at the sky. Okay. And you're a pretty good waitress, but this iceberg here looks like it could take out the Titanic. Not exactly
Boy, I look
ideal.
in the cloud in Supermall.
Okay, hold on. Big Pumpkin, get in the frame here. Come on down. Come on down so we can see you. We just watch the breast violations. Okay. You want to drink?
I want.
Ow, baby. I'm in the middle of the vent report. Baby, they haven't got the typhoon report. Oh, Lord.
Hello guys, welcome to your single mom. Hoy, I do the I look the clouds. Oy. I sit nga like that though.
So you looked at the clouds.
Oh.
And what did you determine by looking at the clouds?
I said it's a blue sky. Oh, diba?
I laugh said this old lady made in chicken Alfredo, some cookies, and banana nut muffins. What'd you make me this morning?
Pancake.
Pancakes, voila, syrup.
Kuripot ka. You're kuripot eh. Buang ka.
Let's see. Scrolling back up through. Okay, so we're caught up on the comments. I got 33 thumbs ups now. Thank y'all very much for them thumbs ups. Yeah, she's a good. What? You were a good weather pumpkin, baby. You're a good weather pumpkin.
You know. Why I'm look good in this one? That one I'm so dark.
Man, I can't drink them margaritas no more, man. Can't drink them no more. The only thing I can get away with these days is that Azul tequila, which is like $3,000 a bottle. Now the cheap one that I had free was like $300-$400, whatever it was. But now I can only drink the Azul tequila.
Can I put the fan in here?
No, because if you put the fan there, it's gonna blow right on the. No, it's gonna blow on the microphone, and the viewers are gonna hear.
I'm going now.
No, you're fine. Just sit right there and look pretty.
I'm going.
Yeah, I can't do the margaritas no more. They're delicious. They'll bring the party on immediately, but I can't go back to that life where I hit the margaritas and disappear for 3 days. Big Pumpkin.
I cannot see the comment of this. Your microphone.
Let's see. John says you're doing a good job. Keep it up.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, you need at least a 10-minute weather update. Next time, you got to put a raincoat on, get your umbrella. You got to get into the weather. You got to get into the groove, baby. This is serious weather reporting here. My gosh. Let's see, Coral C, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I think every 15 minutes you go out and give us an updated report. So every 15 minutes, set you a little timer, and you go out there and give us a weather report.
Wag mo sang.
Oh, easy, girl.
Ikaw ba?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for joining us. And it looks like Forrest G's pissed off at the ladies for some reason. Let's see, Timothy. Yeah, be head back that way pretty soon here. Get it in the cradle. Intrepid, how are you? All right, let me go back to my next tab. My next tab here is, which one is this? This is AccuWeather. Let me just show you what AccuWeather, what the radar looks like. Just a quick view right there. So obviously there's some rain out there. I can see that there's some rain to the west of us, but we'll go here. Obviously no tropical cyclone bulletin within the Philippine area of responsibility. And then we'll check to see if there's any weather advisory, and as of today, there is no weather advisory issued because it's just beautiful, beautiful, sunny, partly cloudy weather here. I mean, very clear. Can see all the way over there to the big mountain. It's just a beautiful day. My goodness, what a beautiful day. All right, so let me see what I can do. Go back to that split screen for a minute. So there you go, folks. There's the quick down and dirty, the vent report. Volcanoes, we got one at a level 3. Earthquakes, had a few dozen, however many it was. I can't sit there and add them up. I just look for the highest number. What's tomorrow's number going to be? Who knows? The gist of it is everything is good here right now. All right, there you go. So in the first, damn, I shot for 10 minutes. It took me 30 minutes to get the report in there. Because somebody's going to come on here and complain. You could have said that in 3 minutes. Maybe you could, but I can't. I'm not in no big hurry. All right, so let's go over.
I'm back.
Baby, easy on the volume. Easy on the volume. Easy on the volume. Everybody thinks Joy is real quiet, right? Well, she is if you point a camera at her. You turn the camera off, she's just as loud as this one right here. Just as loud. Man, when they're together, they're just noisy.
Hello, Peppa Smurf.
Alright, baby, damn, if you're gonna keep repeating everything I say, just get out of my chair. What movie's that from?
You don't want me to stay here?
Oh my gosh. Baby, it's a damn good thing we went with the big chairs at Johnny's. It is a damn good thing. Because the smaller set, well, ain't no way we can make this work. Oh, Lord. All right, folks, so
Magandang umaga.
I got the business out of the way within the first 30 minutes. That's your report. And now we're just going to hang out and talk about the mysteries of life. Fatima, is it going to rain tomorrow? Can you predict, will it rain tomorrow? Yes or no?
Bit.
Papa Smurf, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Coral C says all is good in Florida. Yeah, maybe they need the outside temperature. They need the outside temperature, the percentage of humidity. You gotta step up your game. Boom! Troy B coming off the top ropes of the octagon. Thank you very much, my friend. Certainly appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. They ain't requesting the chicken dance.
Why you keep asking that?
All right, here's a good question. The Gambler 69er says, if Fatima did go to college, what would she want to study? Would you go for teaching like your sister and
No.
Joy? Why not? What would you go for? Okay, I'm glad you brought that up because yesterday we're having this conversation about school. And you know Elon Musk is implanting chips into people's brains where they can control a computer with their thoughts. Well, China just beat him to publication, whatever, so to speak, making it commercially available. Now, I may be telling the story a little bit off, but basically China put a chip in a gentleman's head who was missing an arm. And through the brain, talking to the chip, it controls the robotic prosthetic arm. So, like most things, China is probably ahead of us in that as well. Now, Elon Musk says in 10 years, 20 years, work will be optional. The humanoid robots will do all the work for us. So I was telling Big Pumpkin, at some point, you know, everybody will have a robot, and you just tell the robot, go out back and plant some tomatoes. And the robot will water the tomatoes, bring them in. So we're talking about this subject. And I said, well, if that's the case, theoretically, in 10 or 20 years, there won't be a need for any schools. Now think about this. You'll just go in, get a chip implanted in your head, and you'll know everything there is to know with, 100 gigabytes of data. You'll know everything. If you want to specialize, that's probably extra money if you want to be a neurologist or whatever you're going to do, right? The technology and interfacing with humans, it's here. It's coming. Why would there be a need for school if you can just go to Elon's clinic, get a chip put in, and you know more than Einstein? So we're talking about this, and I'm explaining it to her. I say, hey, what do you want to be? You want to be a doctor, lawyer, engineer? Just put a chip on top of your head. And she looks around, and she's thinking, and then all of a sudden she says, what'd you say? She says she wants a chocolate chip.
Piatos, bugo.
Oh, I'm sorry, a Piatos chip.
I'm just joking.
I'm like, baby, I'm talking about a computer chip.
I'm just joking. Yes.
Not a potato chip. She's thinking of Piatos, a bag of potato chips.
I'm just joking.
They're not going to put a potato chip in your brain or a chocolate chip in your brain. It's a computer chip, baby.
I'm just joking.
Elon Musk did not drill a hole in a man's skull and put a chocolate chip in there or a Piatos.
I'm just joking.
Not a sour cream. What flavor were you thinking about when I was telling that story? The sour cream?
No nga, I'm just joking. I know it's a dita in there that you put in here, like this, but I just joking because it's a chip money.
You cannot make this up. Oh, see, I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about chocolate chip, and then she clarified. No, she was thinking about potato chips. Ay, ay, ay.
This really want to work to make money. Oh, and sa oh.
She's been working all morning. They've been out there scrubbing my duffel bags. They've been washing clothes.
But he not give me money.
There you go. CJ Gets 210. It is crazy stuff. Put a chip in your head, and you can have a complete understanding of language models on demand. One chip, and you will speak every single language known to man on the earth. I mean, as the technology goes, it'll just be one chip all around. You'll speak every language. You'll know every mathematical equation. You'll know
potato chips.
You'll basically have your damn cell phone, the knowledge of staring at the phone and typing in or asking Google search. It'll just be implanted in your brain.
You just choose Piatos, potato,
Baby, did you secretly go to Elon's clinic and get a potato chip implanted in your brain?
Okay.
Huh? Let me check it for scars up there, baby. What's going on here? John, man, how you doing? Checking it from Oregon. There you go. That's a great idea. You and Kim can get a carton and just make some weather reports, some temperatures, and you just hold it up, like this. You have Joy hold it up, and you get a bamboo stick and point to it. Just draw some clouds on there, some mountains. Yeah, there you go. You got robots right now for sale. As me and my buddy were discussing the situation, it'll be like cars. Initially, only the rich can afford this stuff. They'll buy one. Eventually, the middle class will buy one. And then eventually, at some point, you'll have 4 or 5 robots in your house. You'll probably have 1 or 2 as your own personal robots. It just depends on how much money you have and how you want to spend it. And when he first said it, what do you mean work's going to be optional, Elon? And then you think about it, a robot don't take a break. It can change a battery out and never have any downtime. The robot will go out there and work that field, work that garden, bring it in, chop it up, cook. You never have to leave the couch. What's the problem with that? We're already fat enough as humans. And now we got to do no work? How fat do you think we're all going to get? My goodness, you need that robot to help you get out of the damn chair you're sitting in. It's nothing good. It's nothing good coming.
It's good.
No, it's not good. Not for humanity. It's not good. We just watched that movie Creator. Great movie, right? Creator, where they were fighting the gentleman with the one arm and he with the robot child and all that stuff. Anyhow, we just watched that movie again. And you know what? They filmed that movie on that camera. Wasn't it a beautiful movie? Great movie. Beautiful, beautiful footage. Okay, so there you go. Just doing stuff. Put a chip in a gentleman who's a paraplegic, and the gentleman can play video games better than anyone else. Okay, on down here. Yeah, so the technology that's coming, it's already here, it's already upon us, it's already weaponized. I mean, it's some scary shit. Like I was talking about on the other live stream, where, you know, imagine the fear if a person is lurking outside your house or outside your window, or a home invasion, right? Imagine how scary that is. But imagine if you look out your window and there's a humanoid robot. I mean, you would be terrified. How are you going to do battle against a damn robot? Anyhow, can you pour me some more RC down there? A lot of people always ask about this dog barking in the background. Is the dog okay? Yes, the dog's okay. He just has like separation anxiety. When the folks leave, he don't like to be left alone. What can you do? So he's not over there getting any type of harm or like that. He just don't like being by himself, and he barks. That's what some dogs do. Dogs tend to bark, especially during my live stream. That's right. The human body is made to work. Our being too comfortable is a big cause of all of our health problems already. So imagine when you got a robot and you don't have to lift a finger. You don't got to get up, go to school, go to class, struggle. What is that going to do to the human body? Makes you believe even more in the grays. That's what we're going to look like. Just weak. Boom! Papa Smurf coming off the top ropes. The Bulldog and Joy on live will be a big hit. Yeah, baby, why don't we let the Bulldog come stay with us for a little while?
Go.
I would certainly enjoy that.
Go.
Okay, Night Watchman says, I saw a new segment today. China had 2 robots doing MMA style fighting. Match ended after 1, and robot's head was knocked off. I don't know if you saw the track and field. I guess was in China. What was it, this year? Did the robot beat the humans? I can't remember if he beat them this year or last year. I think they didn't, and this year I can't remember if they did or just come close. But what was scary as hell is one clip they showed. One of the humanoid robots, like, just immediately took 2-3 steps and fell and freaked out and tore herself apart. Now, I mean, just think about how dangerous this is when you have these things among people, and something glitches and this thing just starts swinging. I mean, it's like a damn somebody throwing a skill saw at you. You know, it's like somebody waving a chainsaw. I mean, this thing just violently ripped itself apart before they could get over there and somehow or another shut it down. If it would have walked into the people, somebody would have got hurt. It's coming. You know what I mean? I wish it wasn't, but it is. Alright, got 54 thumbs ups here. 54 thumbs ups. If you can, smash that like button. If you don't want to do it for me, do it for the neighbor's dog who's lonely right now. You know what I need to do is get some panty saw, and when he starts barking, just throw him a panty saw over the fence and say, hey man, you'll never walk alone. You're not alone. We're just on the other side of the wall. You can't see us, but we're here. It's gonna be okay. I had a dog growing up when I was a kid. he freaked out during a storm to the point he would tear the screen off the windows. He would, just go crazy. You had to put him in the garage when there was a storm. Put him in the garage one time. He gets in the tackle box, gets a damn lure caught in his nose. Have to take him to the vet, get the lure cut out. He just could not deal with a thunderstorm. Easy, baby.
I'm going.
Okay, go ahead, baby. Go ahead. Do I need to mute the... Just make sure nothing hangs out. It's a live stream here. Let me help you. Yeah, come on now. Come on.
The bush.
What is wrong with this woman? Let's see. Notice she put up panels on the gate, I guess to keep the kittens out. Nah, the kittens weren't really the problem. The puppies, we love the puppies. We got 3 puppies across the street. But number one, they're not our puppies, right? But if you let the puppies come over and stay, you'd be cleaning up poop in the morning. If you let some dogs stay in here at night, you'd be cleaning up piles of poop in the morning. You can't have that. I can't have that. So we had to ban the dogs from coming in here unannounced and hanging out. And also the damn chickens. The chickens would roll in here and you got chicken crap all over the concrete. I can't have that. I can't have that. You got to go back. What movie's that from? So yeah, we took those, matter of fact, I'll tell them myself, right? I had these things up on the wall, and these things are champions. They're these foam blocks, people put them at their workshop or what have you. We bought a bunch of these at Ace Hardware or True Value because the foam panels on the kids aisle, they fall apart quickly. These things are tough. And we bought them to put under Forrest G's swimming pool because he likes to dive. That way he dives, he hits his head on the pads. I don't have to go to the hospital and pay for stitches. So when he's got a swimming pool, that's what they serve. Boom! Bad boy of travel coming off the top ropes for Fatima to get her Piatas potato chip. Thank you very much, my friend. Now look, she says she was joking. I don't know if she was joking or not. I think she was just thinking about them chips and really didn't listen to any of the conversation, but she says she was joking. I don't know. The jury's still out. Talking about putting a chip in her brain and she's thinking about potato chips. So anyhow, these blocks, we have used them for so many things. You stack them up, you can make a ladder. You can make a step stool. Put them under the kids' swimming pool. I had them on the wall for soundproofing. A lot of you fine folks out there say, hey man, that dark background that looks like my workshop floor, it's not a good vibe. Had to take them down, change it up. No problem. I stole her, which one? These were in the kitchen? Or no? Whichever one. Yeah, that one was in the kitchen, one's got her clothes on it. Had to have it because it looks much nicer. At least I think it does. A lot of y'all have commented as well. But like, I get on my camera set up, right? And this bamboo chair is too low. The table's a normal height. I got the camera to normal. Everything's normal height. I'm sitting too low. I said, aha! Put 3 of these things in the chair and I brought my level up without having to change the angle of the dangle on the camera. I'm telling you, they're just a great investment, especially if you have kids. Now you might be able to hear the chickens out there. Okay, Scott says people will push technology to their own extinction. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm trying to talk about extinction level events. And you talking about them chips. Yeah, we've already created nuclear weapons. And now we just don't know when to quit. We don't know when to... We don't know when to stop with the technology. But any type of tech, we're going to try to weaponize it till they invent a cure for human nature. That's the first thing we do with technology, right? All right, 66 thumbs ups. Thank y'all very much. Now let's see. Shout out to everybody watching on Twitch. Looks like we're still broadcasting solid. No problems. Oh, I keep doing that, man. Let me go over to Kick and see if we're still up and streaming on Kick. Yeah, great quality. Great quality on both of those platforms. Right up there with YouTube. Looks like they're not degrading the signal too much where it's real grainy. So pretty awesome. I'll give you a quick look if you're just joining me. Here's the weather overlooking the beautiful Subic Bay. Big Pumpkin's got the clothes out on the line. They got up this morning and got all the work done. Now everybody's in chill mode. All right, McMiller, talking about earlier, one of the stories I covered has to do with deworming the kids here in the Philippines. And I don't know the whole story, but they put out, hey, this albendazole, mebendazole, it's safe for the kids and it's a necessary medication. So McMiller says, I have shots for everything. I was in Africa and bit by a type of fly that left a few worms in my legs. Can't breathe or stay awake. Let's see, Big Joe Boso, how are you? Yeah. Now everybody here, like, nobody complains about the noise. Nobody here complains about the noise if somebody wants to do vidjoki. Now they did sort of just change the rules and say, hey, 10 p.m. the vidjoki needs to be over with. But even if people don't follow that out here, nobody complains about noise. We all just get along, give and take. Boom! Mac coming off the top ropes of the octagon. The 19th of July is my birthday. Would you please take the kids and Big Pumpkin out for some cake and ice cream tomorrow? I've enjoyed your channel for many years. Keep on going. Thanks for the memories. Thank you very much, my friend. And happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. 19th of July. We'll have to do that. So thank you very much. Yeah, talking about noise complaints and stuff, that's like a thing of the West. For example, just living here in the village. My kids are noisy. They're not noisy all the time, but they are noisy at times. Nobody complains. The neighbor's dog barks a little bit sometimes. I'm not complaining. Why? Because my kids are noisy. Okay, the Kuya's over there. They kick off the music, especially when the ladies show up, right? They're trying to get their attention. Get hear music right now. Ain't nobody complaining. Somebody wants to kick off the vidjoki. Everybody just all automatically gets along, and we all put up with each other's faults. Now, we were watching last night. There's a new show on Netflix called something about a horrible neighbor or bad neighbor or neighbor from hell, whatever it is. There's a few episodes on there. And we watched a documentary before about this lady down in Florida giving her neighbors trouble. She ended up shooting one of the neighbors. And so when Big Pumpkin watches these shows, she's just like doesn't understand how people and neighbors act around one another in the United States. She just thinks it's crazy. In the show we saw last night, just neighbor disputes. For the most part here, everybody just gets along. You just get along. And this is what I talk about too. If you go back to my $28 beach condo, all right, now this is back in the day, had that old lady that lived out in the log cabin. And this is one of the big reasons, sort of the reason why I moved out of there at the time, is that this little old lady cooked with wood. But what do you think happened to the smoke when she started cooking with wood? It came right into the $28 beach condo and was smoking us out. What can you say? There's nothing you can say. She's lived there. She cooked with wood her whole life. That's it. What do you do? How do you deal with it? Being a foreigner, the easiest thing to do is move. because you're not going to get any resolution. There's nobody to call. This is just a way of life. You deal with each other's flaws. Therefore, you have to be really particular about where you move. Whenever I look for a place, I'm looking at the neighbors, I'm looking over the wall, I'm looking to make sure there's not 50 LPG tanks on the other side of that wall and they're running some type of store. Because there's nobody to call to complain to. Yeah. Over here, Southeast Asia, for the most part, we all get along a million times better than the folks in America. Baby, what'd you think? Come on, sit down. What'd you think about that show last night where the lady was horrible? She was crazy, right? And then she ended up shooting the lady and her husband. The husband passed on, and the other lady took a round to the face.
She's lucky she's still alive.
Yeah, she's lucky she's alive. But what do you think about that? How neighbors treat each other over there?
It's crazy,
There you go. It's crazy. Baby, either get in frame or get out of frame. All right, it's looking a little weird. You're all chopped up here. What's wrong with this woman? Tall fences makes good neighbors. Hey Thomas, how you doing? Checking in from Parrish, Florida. Coming over to Thailand on July 20th. All right, man. You're on the short clock for sure. So I hope you have a good flight, and you're gonna love Thailand. Who doesn't love Thailand? Let's see. Koreatown's on station. The Professor, how are you, my friend? Hope everything's good in Angeles City over there. I gotta make a run to Angeles City pretty soon to see my vegetable ladies over there. Our vegetable vendor at the Pan Public Market. Man, I miss them. Victoria, good morning to you. Thanks for stopping by. And folks, when I say that one of the big positives to living in Angeles City is that public market, look, we've lived many places in the Philippines. And every time we go back home, I say back home, we go back to Angeles City, vegetables become just a huge percentage of our diet. The prices, the freshness, you all seen the videos. We go over there and spend 1,000 pesos, $20, less than $20. And we got a bag full of vegetables so heavy you can't carry it out of there. That's a huge plus. Now look, the other day we saw a truck at the market. They had onions in sacks selling at wholesale. But anywhere we've lived, we get nickel and dime to death on vegetables. Where living in AC, we just go straight to our vegetable vendor, $20 bill. We don't got enough room for it. I can't carry the bag, it's so heavy. I told her, I said, I'm getting on a damn bus and going to Angeles and see our vegetable ladies. I'll come back with 2 suitcases full of broccoli. That's the other thing too. They sell the broccoli without all the newspaper and the rubber bands. It's fresh. It's not rotten. So anyhow, that's one thing I always miss about Angeles City is the price of vegetables. Hey Michael, how you doing? Broke the seal on a new box of Cohibas straight from Cuba. And good morning from Romblon. Man, I'm fresh out of everything. I gotta sit down and get everything restocked. And one of you fine folks sent some chips over on PayPal for some pipe tobacco. Thank you very much. Certainly appreciate it. I got to get down and see if my liquor store down at Barreto carries it. If not, I just got to get some off Lazada. Ian, how you doing? Checking in from New Zealand. If you can give us a report from down there about the recent earthquake. If I'm not mistaken, there was an earthquake in New Zealand. I don't have anything pulled up, but I think I read something about that. Yeah, in America, if somebody steals your tent and your goats, you do something about it unless they're your in-laws. Look, I give old Flo a lot of grief about that tent. But folks, in-laws in anywhere in the world, they're all the same. In America, you have a brother-in-law, he's going to borrow a tool and never return it. If he borrows your shop vac, you got to hound him about bringing it back, and then all the attachments are missing. You know, there's a cut in the cord. In-laws are the same no matter where you're at in the world, especially brother-in-laws. Hanks are checking in from South Detroit. Let's see, Jigs to Jig Fishing. Yeah, I'm still trying to hold out on that washing machine. Definitely never. She will never have a dryer. My gosh, you'd have $1 million electric bill if you had a dryer here. Andy checking in from Guam. And let's see, the Professor says it's 7.3. Now, is that the one in New Zealand? So pretty good earthquake if you're referring to New Zealand. 7.3. So a lot of earthquake activity around the world, volcanic activity. It just seems like it's very up right now. Maybe it's just because I never paid attention to it before. But let me go back and put on the screen from Phil Volks. Let's just talk about it again for a second here. When people, ask me, which is a legitimate question, hey man, did you hear about the earthquake? Because I'm here in the Philippines, and they're talking to their lady back in their village or hometown, right? And I'm like, no man, I didn't hear about it. Or the answer is, which one? That's coming straight from the source. You got to scroll way down to get to midnight. Midnight right out of the gate. What do we got? A 5.4? 5.5. So 5.5 right after midnight right there. So does that make the news? There's just too many to make the news. Only the big ones make the news. And again, the comparison I make is how many people got shot in Chicago last weekend. Nobody knows. It don't make the news. Pretty much the same thing here. And just the other day or yesterday, 2 days ago, there was one recorded down in Bogo City, south of Fatima's village. And when this stuff initially cranked off with that big one last year, we would get reports from the village. Now I ask her all the time, hey, are they having earthquakes down there? I don't know. You get them on the phone, oh yeah, it's just not news anymore. Okay, the Professor says 7.3 was in Mexico. Zeebs 1, 7.3 earlier in southern Mexico. Okay, Ian says 5.9 down the South Island, not much damage. We had worse a few months ago, major floods in Wellington. So yeah, it's not just here in the Philippines that's being affected by all this activity. Let's see, ain't nothing like Angeles City. Yeah, I got nothing bad to say about Angeles City. If you want to live the city life, you've got all the amenities there. The airport, everything you want's right there. We just like this outdoor lifestyle, living over here better. But I do miss my friends over at the vegetable stand over there in the Pampang Public Market. I mean, seriously, to the point, I can call her up and say, hey, put this on a bus and send it over to Olongapo and run down in a jeepney and pick it up. And that's probably what I'll do. But, if I got the time, I'll just take a bus over there and see him, make a video, check the current prices, look around, maybe swing through the business district. Let's see, Maximus, how are you doing? Checking in from Chicago. Yep, good evening and good morning. Word on the street, somebody is starting the earthquakes. You never know. You never know what technology they got. This weather manipulation technology. there was a treaty for all this stuff back before the technology existed. So who knows what's going on. Klinsky wants to know how much is a spot on the back of Fatima's backpack. Man, I got to put a price list together. I've been threatening to sell ad space on the back of her backpack for years and just never have. All I got to do is, sew a little Velcro on there. You send me your graphic, I'll embroider it on a patch, and then you get a lot of airtime. Matter of fact, everybody who sent funds for that washing machine, when I eventually do get it, I'm going to paint all y'all's screen names and everything on the side of that washing machine. Let's see, Max says I was in Portland, Oregon with my friend Jim downtown at 8 in the morning on May 18th, 1980. Mount St. Helens blew. We saw the smoke and felt the ground shake for the next several days, and ash was everywhere. Yeah, the stories that I've heard over the years from people here, who went through Pinatubo, just every one of the stories, very interesting. From the Air Force guys, locals living here. There's a really good documentary here on YouTube. I can't remember if it was National Geographic or whoever produced it, but it's a very good documentary about Pinatubo and just the pressure that those volcanologists, seismologists, that they were under to make the right call at the right time to decide whether or not they were going to evacuate the base. A very good documentary. I keep threatening to put the links and put everything into a playlist. It's on my to-do list. See, Bert, how you doing? Yeah, them vegetable girls over there. And the Lola too. She's so sweet. It's if you watch those videos, the grandma that always gives the kids coins and just so sweet over there. Boom! Bad boy travel. Coming off the top ropes of the octagon. For Maria and Forrest G to get some snacks and candies at the Sorry store. It's Saturday. Maria loves going to the Sorry store. She really does. And here in the village, it's just a safe, secure environment. So she goes to the Sorry store to get what Big Pumpkin asks her to get, but she's always getting some additional candy or what have you, and keeping the change. I said, where did she learn that from? Poseidon is the Greek god of sea and earthquakes. He is causing it, or maybe Vulcan is causing it. We've discussed that HAARP project, HAARP, and what's it stand for? I always forget. High Altitude Auroral Research Project, where they're trying to basically shoot microwaves up into the jet stream and cause it to change. Weather manipulation device. Some people said, oh, that's been debunked. How do you know? I don't know. All I know is what I've read about it, the documentaries, and hell, even was it Jesse Ventura that went up there on one of his shows trying to get some information about HAARP and didn't make it very far? And Bert's asking, when are we going to visit the province again? Good question. I was thinking about going Christmas maybe 2032, 2033, somewhere in there if the weather's good, unless it's a leap year. Then I'll wait 4 more years and then we'll go then. Yeah, it's up in Alaska somewhere. It's up in Alaska. Somebody do some research. Man, I'll probably get this video banned if I start talking about HAARP too much. Maybe, maybe not, but it's probably one of those things I'm not supposed to talk about too much. But again, from what I read, the treaties were signed way back when, I don't know, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, whenever they signed these treaties that had to do with weaponizing weather manipulation technology. And like, I don't know the verbiage, but the verbiage says something like it can't be permanent. You know what I mean? So if you're going to use some type of weather manipulation device during warfare, it can't be permanent. It has to be reversible. It's crazy stuff. Give me some ice here. Oh yeah, life is good. Got ice and a little bit left in this RC Mega. Grew up drinking RC with my grandfather. Good RC and a moon pie. Look at that right there. A little ASMR. ASMR action. And it looks like the dog is back to barking. Hey Dave, how you doing, my friend? Do I have any tattoos? Well, I got 3 right here. No, wait a minute. They're over here on this side. I got 4 over here. Wait a minute. I'm going to have to leave that a mystery. I'm going to leave that a mystery. Do I have any tattoos? You never know when you find yourself on the run. You've already said too much about yourself on the old YouTube. He showed us a tattoo of a big ass peacock right here. He's a big fiend for action. What movie's that from? Okay, Massa Blaster's talking about 1967 Operation Popeye. A few years later, they signed the treaty. Hey, Deep Man, how are you? Yeah, we are live from Southeast Asia, from my studio here, with the barking dog in the background. At least my son is quieting down right now. And Maria Mercedes, I think she's at the neighbor's house playing with her friends. So yes, we are live. The first 30 minutes of the show, I did cover the event report. Volcanoes, earthquakes, news, and typhoons. So if you're just joining me, a lot of earthquake activity over the past 24 hours. That's a norm. It's a beautiful, sunny, partly cloudy, mostly cloudy, depends on which direction you look, day here in the mountains, snuggled up next to the beautiful Subic Bay. There you go. Scott Chocolate says no ink. Again, I'll leave it a mystery. I gotta leave it a mystery. People are taking notes. Speaking of that, there's some dude that just got captured. Some dude, he was on America's Most Wanted. He's been wanted for like 20 years. Like a world traveler and yachtsman. And they recently captured this gentleman off the coast of New York on board his yacht. And he's in custody. I don't remember what he did or what he's accused of. I just read a quick blurb about it, and what my thoughts were, you know what, let me see if I can pull it up here. What my thoughts were is, dude, you're on the run. You know how to sail the world. The Phoebes and the U.S. Marshals are looking for you. Why would you sail your yacht anywhere close to the United States? Don't make no sense. Now you're in the jailhouse. Okay. The beautiful weather girl is in the next room chilling. That's what she likes to do, is chill. Alright, so let me do a search here. I don't even remember. Let's see. Maybe it was on... Where did I see this at? Let's see. Scroll down here. Trying to find where the dude got arrested on his yacht. He had a false name. Somewhere off the coast of New York. Now I can't seem to find it. I guess I'll have to Google it. buck-naked bum walking around New York strolls through Times Square. When did the police over there in America stop doing their damn jobs? Walking through Times Square with my daughter, and some dude rolls out butt naked? What the hell's happened to America? Okay, well, I guess I'll have to type in some Google stuff, but while I'm on the New York Post, if this is indicative of today's generation and their combat skills, there's no way we're going to be able to defeat China. Wheels come off. Cops hunt for skateboard-wielding twerp in viral New York City street fight who put motorists in a chokehold. So it's skateboard kid versus, what was he driving, a Mercedes? And it looks like skateboard kid chokes out the motorist. 34-year-old motorist in an unidentified skateboard. Not exactly Chuck Norris or Bruce Lee. 34 years old. Anyhow, what I was trying to pull up is this dude who gets arrested on his yacht. So what do I type in here? Arrested on yacht, New York. Okay, let's see here. So here you go, CBS News. Fugitive known as a master yachtsman. All right, let me put it up on the screen. Okay. Fugitive known as a master yachtsman captured on sailboat after 21 years on the run. You might be a master yachtsman, but you are a master idiot. The world is a big place. You could have been on the other side of the world, the southern hemisphere, anywhere but near the shores of the United States of America. Okay, so it looks like he was convicted of sexual assault, so not a good dude. Considered one of Rhode Island's most wanted fugitives. 21 years on the run, and he's arrested off the coast of New Jersey. Okay, so he's accused of committing a crime on his yacht in 2003, and he was convicted in absentia. And he failed to appear and fled. This gentleman is a former anesthesiologist. Spent more than 20 years on the run. He's on the most wanted list. Master yachtsman and a world traveler. Featured several times on the TV show America's Most Wanted. It came together quickly, 48-hour period this week. This task force got a credible tip on his whereabouts. Hooked up with law enforcement, and they located him aboard a 56-foot boat named the Silver Lining. Y'all remember the Silver Duck? Anyhow, it was registered under an alias. They intercepted the boat about an hour off of the coast of New Jersey. He was found aboard the boat and arrested without incident. He's now in custody. That's the gentleman right there. So, okay, all right, you're a master yachtsman. You got this big ass yacht. Time does not erase accountability. He got this huge ass yacht and can sail that yacht anywhere in the world. He's been doing so, or at least on the run, for 2 decades. My question is, what in your brain thought it was a great idea? Let me just go over to America, poke the bear. Master yachtsman, that's what we call, and he's an anesthesiologist. That's what the old folks in Mississippi used to call an educated fool. He's smart, but when it comes to common sense, ain't got none. Even my redneck relatives. But wait a minute. That dude could be anywhere in the world on that big old yacht. Yeah. Why the hell did he come over to New Jersey? He ain't that smart, is he? Nope. Boom! California Swede coming off the top ropes of the octagon. Thank you very much, my friend. Certainly appreciate it. Hope you're doing well there in OC. Tahoe for the babies. Do we have a Tahoe man coming around?
This one.
So we did have a Tahoe man coming around. We got a Tahoe man. We got two Pandasol guys coming around. What else we got?
I like the.
Occasionally the ice cream man, and more likely is the scramble man. I like the ice cream, but the ice cream dude don't come around much these days. I don't know why. I know what's wrong with him. Yeah, so again, thank you very much, California Swede, man. Hope you're doing well over there. Yeah, so the master yachtsman was not a good dude. But you know, what just made me question, what's the word, his mental acuity. He's like, dude, it's a big world. What the fuck are you doing off the coast of New Jersey? I don't know. Maybe he heard about the new burger at McDonald's or some shit like that. I got to go get it. I don't know. Maybe he was craving who knows what he was thinking. But now he's up in the jailhouse. All right, let me go back to your comments. And again, folks, the first 30 minutes of the show, I covered everything I need to cover. Now we're just hanging out, talking about the mysteries of life. I got 91 thumbs ups. Thank y'all very much. If you don't mind, smash that like button, hit that subscribe button. I would certainly appreciate it. It helps out with the Google squirrels turning the knobs inside this dang old computer. Baby, they wanted to know how many tattoos I got. Now don't tell them I got to remain secret. But you want to show them your tattoo? Huh? Nah. Baby, either in frame or out of frame. It looks weird.
I have a tattoo. You have super tattoo.
She says she has a tattoo.
In my black freaky.
Boom! California Swede coming off the top ropes. Pandasol for the familia with coffee and cheese with. Thank you very much. Yeah, the Pandasol guys who come around.
I like the canoe.
Yeah, there's a canoe. I don't know the dude's story. He looks like a canoe, but hell, he may be a canoe. He may be local.
No, he's canoe because he have a blue eyes.
Okay, he's at least his father is a canoe. Maybe he was raised here. Okay.
But he's canoe.
Okay, he's a canoe, but maybe he was raised here. But he's one of our Pandasol guys.
I like his because they have the flavor is vanilla.
Vanilla.
Yeah, vanilla.
Oh, I didn't know he's got vanilla. Next time, flag him down.
No, the flavor of it, malunggay, vanilla, cheese.
Okay, so he's got malunggay, vanilla cheese. Anyhow, you just sit here and a lot of this food will come to you. It'll just show up. You just gotta walk out into the street. Brush Bandit got in a fight with a Tabo. How you doing, my friend?
The winner today is...
I think information received is how they got the guy. How would they get wind of him in U.S. waters? Yep, somebody gave him up, or the secret squirrel sitting there on the computer keyboard tracked him down. But usually, somebody gives your ass up. Maybe he was trying to visit a family member or a old girlfriend or something. There you go. If you're on the run, just don't come back to the U.S. He'll still be free. You know, like I said, it don't sound like a good dude, so probably a good thing he's caught. It is a good thing he's caught. And that's not the point. You know, just the point is, and this is what I never understood. Oh, I don't understand this guy because he's a world traveler. I don't know why he come back. What I never understood back when I was 5'0", was that these judges, okay, say somebody goes to a trial or they plea, whatever. In one case in particular, this dude was looking at 30 years to serve. 30 years to serve. And he's like 55, so he's like my age now. He got 30 years to serve. And the judge let him out for 30 days to get his affairs in order. 30 days later, that dude showed up and turned himself in. The logic in that says, why would you do that? You're going to die in prison. You see the flawed logic in that? They let you out for 30 days and you show up to do 30 years and you're going to die? I just didn't understand that gentleman's logic. And I was 5'0". I mean, I don't know. What would you do? Whatever, you're 55 years old. Judge gives you 30 years to serve, but he lets you out for 30 days. After 30 days, you going to show up and turn yourself in? It's just a question. What would you do? I just tell you what he did. He showed up, turned himself in. I'm sure he died in prison. Expat crap. There was a topic, the vent report. I've already covered that in the first 30 minutes of the stream. Gave everybody an update on the volcanoes, earthquakes, the news, and the typhoon report coming out of here. Now we're just hanging out, chilling. Reed says the weather girl looks cute as always. Well, the weather girl is now in there nibbling on a bowl of something. I'm not sure what she's doing. What she normally does is eating. Northern Luzon, 25 years ago. I have deep blue eyes. Kids would stare at me. They never saw a white person, let alone blue eyes. I told them I jumped up in the sky too high. Yeah, John, the system is definitely flawed. Most systems are, especially in America. And then back up to that clip where I had up, Maximus said, looked like that motorist hit the skater first with his own skateboard. Yeah. If that's today's generation, not very impressed. Overwatch checking in from Waco. And Max perspective would not leave a forwarding address. Yeah, just didn't understand it. And I think what the psychology, like in this gentleman's case, let's talk about the psychology in that. Not saying it's right or wrong, what he did. Let's just look at the psychology. You're going to voluntarily turn yourself in to where you die in prison. No attempt to run or to start over with a new life. What's the psychology behind that? And I think the psychology with that gentleman was that he had grown up in that local area, lived there his whole life, his whole family was there, had some land. He wanted to stay close to his family where they could come visit. He'd never left that area before. And so for him, it was much more frightening to try to go out and flee or start a different life somewhere than it was to stay in that close by that area where his family could come visit him and he could still be at home. That's the only psychological reasonable explanation that I can come up with. And I understand that because a lot of my relatives have grown up in the same place. They've never left like a tri-county area, maybe been out of the state one time.
You're so big.
They don't want to leave the area. And for him it was more scary to take any other action versus just coming back, turning himself in. Now he can be around his family and they can come visit him. They can come visit him on Sundays and come to his funeral in 30 years. Japan on station, therapist, how you doing? Overwatch says, I need a Fox News dictionary. How can we decimate a country today that we destroyed 3 weeks ago? Yeah. I haven't done any live streams or videos about what's going on over there because it's just the same old, like she said, too much blah, 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 just bomb them already. There's just too much talk and not enough action. Not saying that's a good or bad thing. It's just there's nothing but talk. Nobody believes anybody anymore. Nobody respects anybody anymore. It's just nothing but blah, blah, blah. Too much talk. And this is what you get. Yeah, Fatima's looking real good these days. She looks real good these days. She's eating a lot of rice. Obviously put on some voluptuousness, right? She eats.
I'm 60.
I know, baby. You're not a size 0 anymore, though. She's not a size. When I met her, she was like a size 0 or a -2. Expat Crap says she's starting to get a little chubby. Need to do a diet or go to the gym. Nope, don't do either one of them things. What I want you to do is double down on the ice cream every day, baby.
Then if I'm going to like...
Because I like big and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny.
That if I'm going to bake, then it's just easy to me to live. Ah, I know you trick me.
What? I like a chubby.
Look. Not going big. Too much Jollibee. Wala.
Yeah, too
even
much
one
Jollibee.
nga, they don't have Jollibee.
Oh my gosh. Okay. The other night. Okay, when the ladies are over here on the weekends, right? I mean, y'all know I barbecue chicken wings every night, every other night. Change it up with some pork steaks or what have you. But Big Pumpkin will complain. If I buy pork steaks too much, she's gonna complain. If I buy too much chicken, they're gonna complain. Oh, I'm gonna grow feathers. Okay, well, what do you want to eat? Well, let's do some fish. They're always gonna complain. It's just the way it is. So the ladies are all complaining that they don't want chicken tonight because we have chicken every night. I said, okay, well, let's get some fish. Let's do vegetable night. Whatever you want to do. I waited for a few minutes. I'm like, hey, you want to go to Jollibee? Yeah. And you know what they're going to order when they go to Jollibee? Chicken and rice.
Chicken and spaghetti.
These ladies usually just get chicken and rice.
I like chicken.
So they sat there and complained, did not want to eat chicken for supper, did not want to eat no more chicken because you would grow feathers. But I mentioned going to Jollibee, everybody's getting their shoes on, ready to go get that chicken and rice. It's the power of branding. Yeah, it's very frustrating. You're gonna complain about cooking fried chicken at home, which is much better than Jollibee. But you say, hey, saddle up, let's go. Okay, oh yeah. And then that video I did where I said, hey, you can order anything but chicken and rice, she's still pissed off about that. Remember I made you get a hamburger and spaghetti and french fries? Remember that video we did? I said you can order anything except chicken and rice. She was so pissed because she was going to order chicken and rice.
I'm going to the chicken spaghetti again.
No. If I take you out to Jollibee, it's got to be no chicken and rice. Get the hamburger, fries, spaghetti.
Spaghetti. And burger, no.
Man, Overwatch had shrimp linguine. Sounds delicious. California Swede reporting that the 11th MEU, straight from Camp Pendleton, about to descend on Iran. Yeah, folks, I haven't been following it as closely as I was. I got tired of staring at the Strait of Hormuz. Let me just maintain all warfare is based on deception. A lot of folks have given up on DJT. We'll see. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. We will see how this thing turns out. I'll just say this, when you're fighting against, it's basically you're trying to fight, but you don't want to break the gas station. Does that make sense? If you put swaths of that country in the dark, attitudes are going to change. Nobody's sitting in the dark.
Chicken spaghetti.
But anything you destroy feeds into the gas station. You see what I mean? So they're trying to fight this conflict without breaking the gas station. It's like you're fighting in a basement. Whose idea was it to fight in a basement? What movie's that from? Kevin wants to know, are you a chicken and rice or a chicken and spaghetti girl?
Chicken spaghetti.
Huh?
Chicken and spaghetti with hamburger.
She's both. She's going to go chicken, spaghetti, hamburger, fries. And if somebody orders rice, she's going to snake that over to her plate.
I like the breadstick, rice, spaghetti, hamburger, chicken. I like both.
Let me ask you this question, Big Pumpkin. What do you think would happen if... what do you think would happen? I'm trying to get comfortable here.
Yeah,
your big legs over on my leg. My gosh. What do you...
Get your
scoot up a little bit.
I'm put my back in the chair.
I'm trying to get comfortable. What do you think would happen if Jollibee started a buffet? The Jollibee buffet. What would happen? It would be chaos here in the Philippines.
Mm-hmm. Large bucket. Oh Lord, I like that. Large bucket. I will choose that.
Okay, McMiller says, my son's 45, and his son, I'm assuming, has autism, and he started talking. Wonderful. That's wonderful news. We're hoping Forrest G will start talking here soon. Yeah, I heard some of y'all brought up a rumor yesterday that Taco Bell can't serve lettuce or tomatoes or cilantro.
Out of stock.
What's going on over there? Okay, we're brush bandit. Talking about something going on. I don't know the whole situation. The pickers were crapping in the lettuce fields. I mean, what's the world coming to? You can't get some lettuce and tomatoes and
out of stock nga.
pico de gallo. Now they have a problem over there. People are getting sick on the lettuce.
Why?
Ian checking in from Kentucky. Well, the dude just said the people picking the lettuce were shitting in the fields. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what he just said.
What?
Burger, steak, and rice. Usually the only thing I eat when I go to Jollibee is I drink a Coke and eat one of them fried mango pies. Baby, stop picking the hair on my arm. My gosh. Easy now. What's going on here?
PD, we go Jollibee.
Yeah, it's not
After we go to Jollibee.
I mean, look, every country has their favorite, branding. Here it's Jollibee. Here it's Jollibee. But if you truly put it on a scale of taste and the quality of the food, I better not go too far down the rabbit hole. Because to say something bad or negative about Jollibee is, it's risky. But that's my opinion. I'm not a Jollibee fan. I like Mang Inasal. Mang Inasal is a local spot. Delicious. And she loves it because you get the only rice.
I like Mang Inasal. It's the olive oil.
Yeah, that sauce, the olive oil. I could eat Mang Inasal every day. Why don't I? Why I don't like going there? Because it is always so crowded. There is never a table. There is never one spot in there. You're going to wait in line. You're going to pause till somebody gets up. It's crowded. That's the reason I don't go there. It's excellent, excellent food. I highly recommend it. You just have to go at off times, off hours, or just order it, get it on Grab, what have you. But I mean, it's always packed. It's like if I were going to franchise, I don't know if they're franchise or not, but if you're going to franchise a Mang Inasal, get the biggest damn building you can get, the biggest kitchen, the biggest dining room, get the biggest setup, because it's just going to be packed. It's just going to be packed every, if it opens up, it's packed. Maximus, I don't know where you're getting that data from. Jollibee fried chicken has been voted America's best fried chicken. By who? If you could elaborate. If you could elaborate on where they probably took a poll down in the Filipino area of California or something. But no, I disagree with that, with those statistics. Nowhere even near the top of the food chain.
Jollibee own Mang Inasal.
Yeah, well, again, Mang Inasal delicious. Jollibee, I'm not interested. There you go. I ordered McDo chicken instead of Jollibee. It was twice the size and juicy, way better than Jollibee. And then next day it was small and not juicy. Yeah, they went to Little Manila. Hey, what's your favorite fast food? Oh, Jollibee. Well, they interviewed 100 Filipinas, so it's a little skewed on their data, I would have to say. See, Papa Smurf says Popeyes is the best fried chicken. Now, all these polls can be skewed any way they want them to. But most Filipinas that I've ever taken to McDo, and a lot of them, it was their first time eating at McDonald's, and they were like, oh my God, this is delicious. They all said it was better than Jollibee. They just never been there before. Why? Because they got some money. Where are they going? They're going to Jollibee. You get them over to McDo, now they want to go to McDo. Yeah, I still don't believe it. That's a skewed poll. They probably took the poll down in Little Manila. I do not believe that. Nope. Lefty all around. I can't believe that. Don't believe it. Fake news. Yeah, you can't beat Popeyes, Bojangles, Chick-fil-A. No. I mean, look, I did a video one time. They got a new chicken sandwich out. It said 100% real chicken. I said, well, if the sandwich is 100% real chicken, what's everything else? You know what I mean? I didn't make this up. That was their marketing and branding. 100% real chicken. Yeah, they paid somebody to write that rating. They paid somebody some money, or somebody did. I'm not going to believe that. Not till the end of time. Let's see. Baby, you're leaning on me now. Gotta get comfortable here. My gosh. USA Today. Okay, there you go. Came from USA Today. Now I'll believe it. Now I know where they got the data from. It's USA Today. They just made that shit up. Casey says Fatima's drawers are still in your studio shelving. What's up? Well, that's a good point. She was complaining so much. I let her keep a little bit on here, put some stock over here. And if I stay up close like this, the background's blurred. I got it set at about a 2.0. But if I go back like this, camera follows my eye, then all that stuff's in focus. You know, hey, it is what it is. This is real life here. Ain't no AI. You know what I mean? AI could not make up my wife's drawers on my shelves. I don't know if I've ever ate at Dave's Hot Chicken. Maybe I have and forgot about it. But I used to eat at Bojangles. Ain't they got a Bojangles at Mall of Asia, or is that a Popeyes?
I don't know
Can't
what's
remember.
that, guy.
You see, Max says my 2 sons had to go to speech therapy when they were young, never talk, and today they're both senior engineers for major companies. And that's what we're hoping. We're just hoping our son will start talking soon. Here's what Professor Google says. USA Today, 10 best Reader's Choice Awards. There you go. Whoever reads USA Today voted Jollibee #1. There you go. Now I believe it. They made that shit up. And according to Mr. Gary, how you doing? They've only got 15 locations. Is that? Yeah, it don't seem like they got a whole lot of market share to be voted #1. Bert, the new storage bag on Red Horse 6 is doing great. And let me talk about something. Some of y'all were hitting me yesterday. Well, if you put the helmets in the bag, you're supposed to be wearing them. Okay, look here. Look here, dog. Alright, if I drop Big Pumpkin and Forrest G off at the school, what am I going to do with their 2 helmets while I go out and into the world? She's either got to carry them or they go in the bag. If they're on the bike while the bike is operating, everybody's wearing a helmet. But when I drop them off, I put the helmets in the bag.
That's stupid question.
That's how that works. Well, people were hitting me yesterday saying, put the helmets on your head.
That's stupid question.
No, it's just a place to put them so they don't have to carry them around. So, like, for example, I go pick up my daughter. Her helmet's in the bag. I get there. Here's your helmet. Put that on your head. Give me your little red folder. I put that in the bag. She wears the backpack. Now she can hold on. Nah, nobody's riding a bike without a helmet.
We have both of.
Yeah, nobody's riding a bike without the helmet. It's just so I don't have to like clip them on the side and they fall off.
Helmet.
The only problem arises is that I can only put 2 helmets in the bag, and if we're 4 deep and I start dropping people off, one helmet, they just got to take it with them. You know what I mean? I'm not going to clip it on the side of the bike. What if it falls off and goes tumbling, causes somebody to crash? Safety minded here. Old single dad, don't want to cause any trouble. Therefore, they go in the bag. Works out well. And then I pick them up, put the helmets on their head, and now the bag is flat where Big Pumpkin has a padded seat on that back metal rack. It doesn't hurt her booty, right? Got a nice padding now. I mean, I'm not sure you really need the extra padding, but ow! Okay, Black Diamond 5888 wants to know why you never wear your hair down. I want to know too.
It's hot.
It's hot. There you go. She's more about comfort than looks. Just put your hair down for the live stream. It's an FX3.
Then my hairs go like this, like a.
That's what they want to see. Let's see the big hair.
There's a bro. But look.
Come on, baby. Let's see.
I will down if I have a ribbon.
Now here she is trying to work an angle. If you give me a rebound, I'll put my hair down.
Oh.
That worked for like the first week last time I made that deal. I'm not doing that deal again. I ain't falling for no banana in my tail.
I do. Pataka.
Yeah, I miss a good Chick-fil-A sandwich. Boom! David Vidalis coming off the top ropes. Just got home from work. Thank you very much, my friend. Hope you had a good shift at work. Everything went well in the grind. But baby, listen, you gotta scoot over, man. Ah.
It's okay as long as I'm comfortable.
Well, I'm not.
I'm the star.
I'm about to evict you from the show. Okay. I'll tell you what, you're the star of the show. All right, you handle this. I'll be back in about 3 hours. Anytime you're ready to take this show over, I'll be down in Barreto. 73 degrees in OC right now with a slight breeze. It's probably about the same here. Maybe a little warmer. They got 2 Jollibees in Chicago alone.
That's why.
Hey Chappie, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. No, Maximus says 3 Jollibees in Chicago. Jollibee serves lasagna? I don't know if I've ever paid attention to that. I don't think I've ever seen that. Ain't no lasagna at the ones I've been to, or if it is, I never saw it. Kel, how you doing? Thank you very much, man. I'm glad y'all like the background now. Finally got something right. And then I can do product placement over there. And shout out to my buddy in Canada. He, a couple years back, gave me that humidor. I said, you know what? That look beautiful.
My arms.
Yeah, with your hair up, you look like grandma.
Because I'm the daughter of grandma. That's why I'm look like what you want? Look, I'm look like in the
boom, California sweet coming off the top ropes of the octagon. Easy. My gosh. You think this is an accident here? It's all engineered, partner. Easy. Easy on the wardrobe. Yeah, that's all I eat at Jollibee. I order a Coke and then mango pies. That's all I get when I go over there. What's on the menu for dinner? Yeah, we could break out the grill, put some wings on that grill. See, Bert says I've tried many other states, but Illinois has the best Filipino food restaurants and barbecue restaurants. Yeah, I wouldn't put my faith in Jollibee making lasagna. I wouldn't be interested in that. We've never seen that. But you know, the menu in America is obviously different than the menu here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the menus are going to be different.
Why I'm look good in this one and that one is not?
What, this one here?
Oh, why do you like this one?
Well, because this is just a view from the software, but these are the outputs over here. So if you want to see what you look like, what the viewers are seeing, but also, baby, these are laptop screens, where it's obviously a little bit different on the TV. There you are.
Thank you.
Boom! The professor coming off the top ropes. Yeah. Oh Lord. Thank you very much, my friend. And speaking of pizza, we're about to get the pizza oven fired back up and try to go back to perfecting the homemade pizza dough. And you know, shout out to my buddy Joe, Carhartt Joe, man, if you're tuning in. He said he got the boat fixed, so we've got to go up there and check him out. He's up there on the beach just north of us. He spent weeks perfecting his pizza dough because they were going to sell pizza over there. And it was awesome for us because he would just show up over at the apartment there in Hensonville with a pizza. Like, hey man, you got to let me know what you think about this pizza dough. And we're like, are you sure, man? He said, yeah, my wife and kids are tired. They're so tired of eating pizza, and the neighbors around there, they're tired of doing my taste tests. I was like, all right, we'll dig in. So we took a bite. I was like, okay, but you know, not great. I don't know how many free pizzas he showed up with over there using us as his tasters. And then finally, he perfected that pizza dough. It was delicious, remember? And the ladies even mentioned, they're like, let's not tell him. Let's not tell him that it's perfect because he'll stop bringing the damn pizzas. So we contemplated not telling him. And finally had to admit, you know, hey dude, this is perfect. Don't change a thing. Whatever you did to this pizza, this is damn the best pizza that can compete with Paisanos over there. It's delicious. And then after that, he didn't bring no more pizzas. So anyhow, if I go see Carhartt Joe, we go up there and hang out, spend some time on the beach and go fishing, I will get his pizza recipe if he'll give it up. Because he spent a lot of time and effort perfecting it. And I can't remember what it came down to. He added some yogurt to the mix. I don't remember, but it was perfect. All right, back to your comments. See, Chappie said just won Jollibee in Oregon. Went there yesterday to try the mango coconut juice. Was good, and the ube pie and chicken sandwich. So. Yeah, well, babe, you got to scoot over now. I'm literally on one cheek here. You got to scoot over.
Oh, look,
It's got to be like that. Okay. I've been sitting on my injured hip here. You got no understanding. Okay, I don't have the padding that you are packing over there. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we made flour tortilla pizza and got some ready-made dough. That's an easy, obviously quicker way to go. But I want to get down to a perfected pizza dough recipe.
Thank you.
And my buddy Carhartt Joe, he's already done the research. Boom! Kevin Gamble's on life coming off the top ropes of the octagon. Yeah, forget Jollibee. Take the family to McDo. Yeah, I gotta eat too. That's a good point. If I send them to Jollibee, I might as well just send them with, by themselves. Same way with Mang Inasal. I don't want to wait in line. I love the food, but I'm not going to stand in that chow line. So yeah, there you go. Good point, man.
You're so
if I'm going to go out, I'm going to go somewhere where I can enjoy something too.
Pizza na lang.
Let's see. Have you ever tried local vendors, street food? They do, not me. Have I tried it? I've tried everything here, but no, I don't eat most of the local stuff. No, let's be honest with what most of the street food is here. It's just a bag of frozen stuff they drop in the fryer, and then they put the sauce on there. The tempura, what is tempura? It reminds me of like fish sticks. I ate a million of them. Take them out of the freezer, put them on the cookie sheet, put them in the oven. Now you're eating them with ketchup while you're watching whatever, after school. The tempura, that's frozen stuff. All that stuff is just frozen stuff. They just drop in the oil. I mean, hell, I can do that shit at home. Yeah, I got a pizza oven. We were using the hell out of it. I just got to get a new regulator and a new tank. It's on my list of things to do. Right before we left Angeles, we went, did those little challenges. Can you family of four eat at Jollibee for 1,000 pesos? And if I remember right, our best deal and the best food was Burger King, right? Yeah, we all agreed. Burger King, we spent the least, and we had the best food out of all those challenges. We went to McDo, Jollibee. I took her to Jollibee. We went to KFC, and Burger King won. It was cheaper and better. We didn't include Wendy's in there because I don't consider Wendy's here. It's mahal, but it's like gourmet food compared to the fast food restaurant. So we don't lump Wendy's in with Jollibee, McDonald's, Burger King, KFC. Wendy's is up here and it's like own category. It's like halfway between a real restaurant and fast food. I mean, if we had big money, we'd eat Jollibee every day. It's delicious. But
Jollibee?
You're gonna pay, like we could get away with eating at Burger King for $1K. You go to Wendy's, we usually spend closer to $2K, right? So it ain't cheap to go to Wendy's. You gotta be big ballin'.
I like the juicy,
deep pockets.
I like the juicy.
The juicy,
burger.
The burger. Yeah, the bacon burger, right? Bacon burger at Wendy's. Yeah, Chicago's got great pizzas. I'd have to go back and refer to that video when I rolled through there in 2020. Stopped at a pizza place. I mean, Chicago is just so beautiful. Just spending a weekend there downtown. Obviously, Chicago has problems like anywhere else, but That downtown area, I've always loved spending time down there. Chicago. Best burgers I've had in the Philippines was Angel's Burger. Here's the trick for me if I go to Angel's Burger or Burger Junction. You know, it's the little cheap burgers, buy one, take one. If you go get those burgers and take them back to your crib and you put your own mustard and barbecue sauce, put some pickles on there, you dress them up, they're really good. But just to eat them there, they don't have the flavors I'm looking for. I got to take them home, dress them up, and I'm good to go on there. And you know, we really missed that little place within walking distance of the bait shack down in her hometown. What was it called? That little place we used to walk to and get the burgers at night. Cafe Tana, right? Cafe Tana, right there in Don Bantayan. I could eat there every night. It's delicious. But if you got your own barbecue sauce and the dressings, it makes it much better. 2 meals at Arby's last week, $32. Baby, that's like 1,600 pesos to eat fast food in America. Yeah, Wendy's is way better than any of the other fast food restaurants here. And again, we just put it in its own category. And it is too expensive to eat there every day. You're gonna spend for us twice as much.
The burger in there is big.
Big burger, fresh on the buns. It's delicious. And plus, you can get you got a more rounded menu.
Yeah,
I mean, occasionally I order some chili or whatever. You know, we mix it up a bit.
You can put the barbecue sauce.
Favorite fast food is A&W.
What's that?
You know, reading about all these restaurants that have went down in the United States. And the other day I was looking and I got into this article. Okay. Like, what's the place called? On the Border. On the Border went down or is going down. Now, I thought back. Now, if you're an Atlanta player, you may know what I'm talking about. But back in the day, we used to go to Rio Bravo Cantina every night. Rio Bravo Cantina right there at Town Center Mall, Marietta, Georgia. Holy moly, that used to be the place to be back in the day. It was packed out every night. They made their own tortillas right there. The margaritas were on time. It was the place to go every night. You could go there to Rio Bravo Cantina every night. Let me think back. That's when we went over a music's, buy cassette tapes over at a place called Coconuts. Anyhow, all these places that used to be like part of your lifestyle have gone down. You know what I mean? It wasn't just Rio Bravo wasn't just a Mexican restaurant. It's where everybody went at night. That went down. They tried to resurrect it, I think, and it didn't work. And then what's the other one? Bahama Breeze. Now I might be messing up the stories here, but somebody look up Bahama Breeze. They closed some locations or they went down, what have you. The Bahama Breeze in Gwinnett County, that place used to be packed every night. I mean, it was more like a nightclub at night. These weren't just restaurants. They were just part of a lifestyle. People went there as often as they could. And now all these places have gone down. It just goes back to, I'm glad I had the run that I had. The timing that I had. Let's see, Fuddruckers, they closed a lot of stores. Okay, another good place. Midnight Alchemist, how you doing? There you go. Fast food in the USA is terrible. Customer service, not a thing there. I read an article, I don't even know when I read it, where some folks showed up at a fast food restaurant and there were no employees there. The doors were open, the lights were on, but I don't know what happened, whether they got into a a little tick and everybody got pissed off and left, but the customer showed up. There's nobody working there. They just walked out. Had to call the cops and say, hey, what's going on here? Let's see, Ethan, how you doing? Yeah, baked potato with bacon bits. Notice that many of your listeners said you made the show too long. Well, that's the joy in this. It was the joy in watching TV when I was growing up. If you didn't like what was on Channel 9, which come in pretty clear, you changed over to Channel 12, which was a little fuzzy. And if you didn't like what was on there, you turned the TV off, you went outside and to play. Wasn't no comment section. You weren't going to write the local editor of the newspaper and complain about the TV show. You know, that's how we grew up. You don't like the program, change the channel. You want to complain, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. This ain't Burger King. You don't get it your way. Talked about this many times before, how Walmart has added through the decades to the degradation of American society. You know, it's like, who was it, Bill Burr? Who was a comedian that said, you know, Walmart will take anything back. You take a pack of diapers, let the baby shit in them, you can take them back and be like, I want my money back. These diapers already got shit in them. Oh, we're real sorry about that. Y'all just go out there and get you a new pack. We're real sorry about that. It's part of what has made American society go down. Everybody used to getting it their way. There's only like 1 billion videos being uploaded every second here on this platform. You don't like what you see, but you stay around and then want to complain on me. It's good for me. Not good for your blood pressure, but good for me. Okay, Rio Bravo and Dunwoody closed without notice. That broke my heart. Found out it was owned by a company in California. They tore down Rio Bravo, and now it's Olive Garden. Yeah, the other night I looked at some of the history of what happened to Rio Bravo. But you know, if you go back to late 80s, early 90s, whenever the time frame was, you would be lucky to get a parking spot over there. That's where everybody went. How many women have I met at Rio Bravo? My gosh. Yeah, so like all these young people that are growing up over there now, like what is their lifestyle and their memories and their focus? We all know what they're doing. You know, just playing video games. Young dudes these days aren't interested in dating or chasing women or drinking. Let's see. Bert says we have Bahama Breeze and Fuddruckers in the Carolinas. Yeah, Mac, the early 60s, my dad would drive up to A&W. The girl would come out on roller skates and put a tray on the window. Best root beer and best burgers. I see, I'm thinking about Sonic. You know, back in the day it was Sonic. I don't know if they're connected or... Remember back in Sonic, even at Sonic, the waitresses were wearing roller skates. Just like back in the day. Put the tray on the window, here they come on the roller skate. Man, I'd kill for a Sonic burger right now with some onion rings. Brush Bandit says Waffle House is the only gangster that hasn't went downhill. Man, that is good to hear. I used to eat at Waffle House so much, I walk in and talk straight to the cook in the Waffle House language. I bypass the waitress. Man, that's what we need over here. We need a Waffle House. Somebody open up a Waffle House in Barrio Beretta. And Casey says they went crazy with their prices. Yeah, it's just crazy, man. I remember back in the day, you could go to some of these Mexican restaurants at lunch, get a speedy with beans for like $2.99, drink water. You can be broke as hell and still have a good lunch. I guess those days are gone. Yeah, from what I hear from a lot of my friends and family, Cracker Barrel has went down too. There was a time in my life where I eat Cracker Barrel and a Waffle House in a combination. That's basically the only two places we went. Waffle House or a Cracker Barrel. Best food, great prices, wonderful experiences. What happened? Yeah, well, Jack in the Box. What happened to Jack in the Box? Are they still around? Jack in the Box and Whataburger. Moving over here to Southeast Asia, you go from eating, you leave America eating a lot of beef. I moved to Thailand. My beef intake just basically went to zero. Not that it's not there. You can get anything you want. The price is a lot more than chicken or pork, so it's hard to justify. But since I left the U.S., I rarely eat beef. It's just not part of our diet. We don't cook it on the grill. If I had a bunch of steaks, I'd probably be the only one eating it. Even the hamburgers. She'll eat a hamburger every now and then, but if I say, hey, let's put some on the grill, they're not down with it. So since I moved over here, beef, very limited. Steaks, maybe a dozen in 15 years, if that. Yes, the truck stops back in the day. That great food. Old greasy ass hamburger from a truck stop. McDonald's breakfast meal, $12. How did we get to this point? Yeah, I ate them In-N-Out burgers when I was out in California. Good stuff. Whataburger, good stuff. They say you got a Whataburger in Kennesaw now. Yeah, my old stomping ground over there at Crystal Chandelier. Cowboys, what a great era. There you go. Used to go to Po Folks too. Po Folks used to be like the backup to Cracker Barrel. Man, great food over there too. Mostly it was a Cracker Barrel. Every now and then would change it up and go to Po Folks, really because there just wasn't that many locations. I can't remember the one in Atlanta where we used to go to. Great food. And then something about they changed the name to Folks, and then shit went downhill from there. I don't know if I ever went to Po Folks after they changed the name. Don't really remember. But I remember back in the day, great food over there. Do we eat pancakes? I had pancakes this morning. If you looked at the shelves yesterday, I had one box left over. I said, hey, cook them pancakes. They've been sitting around for a while. So I had pancakes, voila, syrup. And I have no syrup, but they were delicious. Great job, Big Pumpkin, on the pancakes. Yeah, Cracker Barrel, all these companies that try to rebrand and come up with these great ideas. And, the customer's like, hey, why don't you just focus on customer service and bring back the pinto beans or whatever you got rid of on the menu. No need for a logo change. That don't make me hungry. I did a video on that. Cracker Barrel's new logo. I could have created that in about 30 seconds and saved them millions and millions of dollars. If they want people to drink more Bud Light, oh my gosh, they hire me. I'll get people to go back to drinking Bud Light. Why? Because I'm a redneck. I know the customer. All these debacles, they'll be studied in marketing classes till the end of time. but they don't seem to be learning anything from others' mistakes. They're still making these mistakes. Cracker Barrel nickel and dimes you now with items that used to be included in your meals, but now you have to order separately. Cheap on the coffee grounds. Okay, now is this accurate, Bert? We have Waffle Houses here in the Carolinas, but it did raise their prices. A big breakfast is $15.99, not including coffee and orange juice plus tax. Oh my goodness. Let's see, Howdy Doodies, 25-cent milkshake, 15-cent cheeseburgers back in the 60s. Yeah, believe it or not, we had a couple places there as a kid that we went to. What was it called? Doodie's Diner. And it was either, I think it was 25 cents when I was around, but it had been around long enough that they used to be 10 cents. I think that's how the story goes. We used to go there, just a little diner. Yeah, I love me a good steak. Just made ribeye steaks on the grill 2 days ago with bacon wrapped asparagus and mashed potatoes and gravy. So damn good. That sounds absolutely delicious. But like with my crew, all the Filipinos I've ever been with, like if I made that, they're not going to eat the steak. They would probably eat the bacon, maybe in the asparagus, mashed potatoes and gravy. They'd be looking for the chicken and the rice. So that's another reason it's hard to justify like me trying to throw some beef on the grill because I'd be the only one eating it. Yeah, I don't know what's happening with Starbucks. They seem to be doing okay over here. Still used as a hangout. People sitting in there working on their laptops, being seen. So I don't know what their market share or their numbers are, but every time I go to a Starbucks, seem to be business as usual. Yeah, Po Folks used to be down on South Cobb Drive. That may be the one that we went to. I can't remember. It's been so long ago. Shoney's Breakfast Buffet. There you go. Back in the day, northern Mississippi, Shoney's. Shoney's is where everybody wanted to go. Home of the big boy. What happened to Shoney's? And I think this is the big question too. What happened to the salad bars? You know what I mean? You just go to Pizza Hut and tear up that salad bar. Just drown that lettuce with bacon bits, cheese, Thousand Island. What happened to all these salad bars? Man, I used to love to tear up a good salad bar. Now it's like they went extinct. If y'all have watched any of my videos when we pop into these places, in these hotels or resorts, if they've got a salad bar, that's what I focus on. Because you just can't get them many places. If they got a salad bar, you better break out some more lettuce because this cano is going to work. I don't care if you got anything else over there. I'm going to tear up that salad bar. Yeah, old Kmart. I just saw a thumbnail on YouTube where they were talking about, the places that used to be part of our life. And the thumbnail had Kmart and Radio Shack. What happened to the 80s? 80s was the last great generation was the 80s. There you go. You talking about Sonny's Barbecue? Sonny's Barbecue down there on 41. I used to eat there all the time. As far as I know, Sonny's is still going. I don't know strong, but one of my trips back to the U.S., we ate at Sonny's. There you go, Hector. Corporations just destroying everything, only worried about the numbers. They just can't seem to understand that when you serve shitty food with shitty service, and the prices are high, people ain't coming back, and now your numbers in the end are gonna go down. It don't make no sense. All right, California Sweet says even the steaks at Costco are now twice as much as 4 years ago. I tell the story many times. You know, my buddy Dennis was moving. He was cleaning out his freezer over there when we lived in Angeles. He showed up with 2 steaks from S&R and just handed them to me. And they were like, what, 900 pesos each? This is years ago. I was like, holy shit, dude, you just gave me $2K worth of steaks. They were delicious. But even back then, current day, how can I justify going and paying that much for steaks? You know, just for myself. If a steak is $20, hell, I can get 4 kilos of chicken for that. Just can't justify it. See, New Loop, how you doing? All right, I'll check my email after the stream. Maybe I can get it to pull up here. Let me see if this thing will pop up here. When I'm running all this stuff, I got all these tabs open. I make sure everything's closed so I don't run out of, what do they call that? Some type of memory, not RAM. I guess it's connected with the RAM. But you leave too many things open right in the middle of the stream, you start having problems. Let's see. Well, you got me, man. I checked my email. I don't see nothing. So I fell for that banana in my tailpipe. And maybe I just took the comment out of context. You know, talking about falling for the banana in the tailpipe. Regular viewers, you've heard this many times, but back in the day, I don't know how many viewers and subscribers I had back then, but I'd be sitting there at the condo in Angeles and somebody would send me an email, hey man, I'm down here at Kokomo's or Tequila Reef, come on down, I'll buy you a drink. And back in the day, why is she chasing down Forrest G? I don't know what he took off running. Baby, I'm trying to make an award-winning YouTube video here. World famous live stream. Oh, he stole the fan. Huh? Ah, okay. Back to my story. Somebody would send me an email and say, hey man, come on down here to Tequila Reef, hang out, I'll buy you a drink. I wasn't doing nothing, I was going there anyhow. I'm like, alright, I go down there, go to Kokomo's, wherever they said to meet. I'll be sitting there at the bar, I'm like, where's this dude? You know, I'll be looking around, sit there about 30 minutes, and then I finally caught on that people were just jacking with me from the States, trying to see if I'd get up off my ass and go down there. Nobody was trying to meet me. You know what I mean? So you got to stop falling for shit like that. So, you know, still these days somebody will send a comment or an email, hey man, I'm down here, and I don't have time to investigate if you're really who you are or where you are. But I used to fall for that way back in the day. And then I realized I ain't falling for no bananas in my tailpipe. There you go, Beverly Hills Cop. Great movie. Man, what a great movie. Everywhere looks the same. Every restaurant has the same building design at every location. You know, I referenced a video that I saw, the thumbnail, and it was talking about why everything these days is so ugly. And I'll have to go watch the video to see what his points are, but the thumbnail says it all. You know, it just showed like a street lamp in a building from the 1800s, and then it showed a typical building and a street lamp today, and it went from like being very beautiful and romantic, and just you could just sit there and stare at a street lamp and say, man, that's such beautiful architecture. Now who the hell is going to look at most buildings or a damn street lamp? That's what the video was about. I didn't get a chance to watch it, but how did we get there? See, Chappie says, so funny, my son is also autistic. Your son reminds me of him at that age, always into mischief. Yep, some days old Forrest G can be Dennis the Menace. He just gets into everything, and that's why you got to keep a close eye on him, because it only takes about 15 seconds of taking your eye off of him for him to get into something. Let's see. Hey Frank, how you doing? Let's see, Ethan says I have a 25-year-old son who has special needs. He's a great person, and we live together like best friends. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. You know, I joke with my daughter, Maria. I say, and I'm just joking, folks, but I told her, I said, look, you know, when you finish high school, you're going to college. If you can't decide, you go to nursing school. And then if you still can't decide, just keep going to med school. But I said, me and Forrest G gonna live at your house. Don't matter if you get married, you're not married, whatever. We're gonna live at your house, and all we require is air conditioning, unlimited pizza, unlimited beer, and a big screen. And don't complain about the ladies we're bringing over. There you go. Even the cars, yeah, the houses and building in the U.S. has lost the cars. Look at the cars back in the day, and now look at the cars now. There's nothing. You just can't stare at a car today like it's a piece of art. It's just functional. Versus back in the 50s, 60s. 70s. What happened? What the hell happened? Yeah, big problem. Our outlook and planning for what we all grew up with, you know, the mindset of what life looked like and how you had to plan. That model has just been destroyed over the past few years. You know, everything that we grew up thinking and our goals and our motivation, everything is just, it doesn't apply anymore. You know, just like we're talking, in 10 years, is my daughter really going to go spend 4 years in college, or is she just going to go down to Elon's clinic and have a chip implanted in her brain, and now she's a lawyer? I know that sounds crazy, but why would people go to school for 4 years when you can just go in and have a procedure, and now you know everything automatically, immediately? Chappie, that's what we all worry about. It's exactly what we all worry about. Hey, King's Elbow, how you doing? Yeah, I told her. I said, look, you're going to do something. If you can't decide, you'll be a RN. Then you can go from there. You're going to do something. You know, I say that, you know, the realistic side of me is by the time she graduates high school, there's going to be a line of dudes out the door trying to meet her, and you know, she marries some rich dude or a doctor or whatever. I mean, it's her life. But right now my plan is you finish high school, you're doing something. And if you can't decide, okay, let's just go to the RN program. All right, there you go. Start there. Yeah, talking about the robots, the humanoid robots. I didn't understand it at first. Now I'm starting to catch on. I'm a little slow. We have a robot that can do pretty much anything we can, labor wise. Okay, you want to grow your own food. Just tell the robot to go out there and plant some tomatoes. Tend to the tomatoes while I'm sleeping. The thing can change its own battery pack so it can run 24 hours. So if you look at humans are on 8-hour shifts of productive work, that robot's going to replace 3 people. I mean, I saw a video the other day where the robot was low bat. He went over to the wall where the pack was, changed out his pack, and kept working. He's got 2 packs, right? One's on the charger, one's on him. When this one goes low, he just goes and changes it out. You don't even got to change the guy's battery. That's what it is. It's cyborgization of the human being. But that's what they're doing. They're already doing it. The technology is not going to stop. It's not going to slow down. There'll be a lot of good that comes out of it. But with anything good, you've got the weaponization side, and then it's going to change humanity. Why go to school? Why do you need a school when you can just implant that chip in an hour? A robot will implant the chip in an hour, quick recovery time, and now you speak every language on Earth. So will there be a need for teachers or schools? If you couldn't do this and this was so far out, well, yeah, obviously you still need schools, universities. But it's already being done. Where are they going to be in 10 years? Everybody will be a scholar. I mean, everybody already is a scholar, but they have to hold the phone in their hand. In 10 years, it'll just be in your head, connected to your thoughts. I mean, your thumbs will appreciate it, or whatever you text with, they'll certainly appreciate that. See, Chappie says, yeah, I'm not a young buck anymore and not getting younger. 53, and now my son is 21. I'll have to find a safe place for him before I leave this world, hopefully years and years from now. And that's what we all think about, my friend. That's what we all think about. And okay, California Sweet says, I'm getting an optimist for my house chores. Now, I think that's a humanoid type robot. I think that's a humanoid type robot, right? My one buddy's got one of them floor robots from Walmart's. He got one that would sweep the floor. Then he got one that'll sweep the floor, then mop the floor, then come recharge itself. All you gotta do is change out the dirty water and put some fresh water in there. Let's see, Mo Brules 5770. I am visiting the PI for the first time in November or December. Plan to stay 30 or 60 days. You come all this way, stay for 60. Very excited to check it all out. Sick of how divided the U.S. has become. I want a lower cost of living. Definitely a lot of places around the world with a lower cost of living. SML says it sounds like the Matrix. Download into your brain. That's the problem. Once you put any type of electronic device into your brain, what can happen? It can be hacked. Signals can be sent to it. Ain't no chip going into my brain. Okay, the only chips going into this body are chocolate chips going down the hatch, potato chips going down the hatch. No chips are going into my brain. I don't care. Not interested. Not interested in that at all. Okay, Frank says, if robots do all the work, how will people make money? Okay, that's a good question. And what Elon Musk says, which is scary as shit, but happens to be a smart dude. He says work will be optional and money will be irrelevant. Now, I don't quite understand what he means when he says that money will be irrelevant and work will be optional. But if you think about it, if you have the robot, okay, the robot's going to do all your physical work for you. And robots in these industries are going to do all the work. That's a good point. How are you going to make money? But then he says money's going to be irrelevant. I mean, with this technology, life in 20 to 30, 40 years is not going to look like anything right now. I think we all agree to that, right? Life right now doesn't look anything like it did even 5, 10 years ago. So I don't know. Okay, it's Tesla's robot. But that's what the dude says, and he's into all this stuff. Space, robots, electric cars, implanting chips in people's brains. So I have to listen to him. I get how the robot can grow my tomatoes for me. But if the robots are doing all the work in the factories, yeah, how am I going to get a job to go get money to buy any products? Let's see, Earl says, get some aircon, you cheap bastard. Right now, man, it is so beautiful and so cool. I got a fan going underneath the table here. I got the windows open. It is gorgeous. I mean, I'm not sweating. Even if we had an air conditioner hanging on the wall, it wouldn't be turned on. Wouldn't be needed. Maybe someday I'll break down to get an aircon. But so far, my gamble has paid off. I don't need it. I don't need it. My light bill is wonderful. Except for that last one, hit me with 38, 39 bucks, up from 21. I'm excited about seeing this next light bill and see what happens, because we haven't done anything different really. So if that damn thing has went up, I'm not going to be happy. John Mann says it's called transhumanism. Man and machine become one. It is really about control. Yeah, you put anything digital into your body, okay, any of these self-driving cars can be hacked, and the hacker can drive that thing wherever they want to go. What's the difference if you put something next to your brain that transmits a signal and can receive a signal? You just basically become a robot. That's right, no chips in this old dog's brain. Hell no. You're not touching me, my kid, my crew. I don't give a shit. If we have to be laborers and do something that the robots can't do, I don't know what that would be. So be it. You're not putting shit in our brains. It's not happening. Okay, Mr. Gary brings up another good point, what I talked about earlier. When I was young, the thing that kept me from drinking too much was having to go to work. What will happen when the robots do the work? People will have a lot of time to kill. They'll be doing nothing. They'll be sitting on the couch. They will be getting so fat that they will need the robot to help them get up off the couch. We are fat enough. We are comfortable enough. Yeah, everybody's got to go to the grind, but that's what keeps us alive. A man with no purpose is a dead man. I've referenced this mouse experiment the dude did, where he put this mouse in this utopia. They didn't have to fight. They had all the food they wanted. Initially, the society started thriving and going up, and then it just screwed up their psychology so bad that the colony eventually died off. Why? Because they had no purpose within society. Here come the robots, and now you don't have that same drive, that purpose to live, that will to live. So I think we're going to die a lot sooner. It's not going to elongate our lifespan. You know, A man with no purpose is a dead man. It's going to make us live less years, not longer. Yeah, according to Musk, work will be more like a hobby and not a necessity. Yeah, Fatima would say washing machine before aircon. Yeah, you obviously have to take Elon with a grain of salt because he's in business. He's in business to make money, right? He's a dreamer as well. The guy's obviously smart. But you know how it is. When you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Is that the old saying? So if you're into this AI or you're into cryptocurrency or whatever you're into, that's what you're going to push. These data centers, I don't think the data centers are going to be around too long, or they'll be sold off to like Google on the cheap just for more server farms. Because that technology that requires that big building to run is going to get more efficient to where it'll run on your phone. So I think the data centers are part of a pump and dump. They need it right now to run this technology. You know, they're getting investors, they're getting people's money. 5 years, shit'll run on your phone or run in a fraction of the processing power that it needs now. And then there'll be data centers closing in droves. And if you're smart, you can go in there, buy them on the cheap, and turn them into apartment blocks. Probably make a lot of money. See, Earl says, my wife and I just got back from the Philippines. All right, hope y'all had a good trip. Pops and Mom's house had aircon except for the bedroom. It was hot as hell. I felt sick and couldn't eat. Yeah, it gets hot over here, and it takes a while to get acclimated to it. Yeah, and we as foreigners, as Americans, when we're used to living with air, conditioned air year round, and we come over here and we stay in our Filipino wife's village or at their mom's house, whatever, it's like camping. It's like camping with electricity. And somebody made the comment the other day, we sleep, the house is open. All of our neighbors, their houses are open. It's nice and cool here. And somebody said it's like you're camping all the time. Well, it sort of is. We're camping, we got an electric fan going. So if we are to pack up a tent and go camping, it's no different than what we're used to at the house. Everybody's going to sleep fine. Yeah, the beach of life. Good point. Going no AC. It's not for the beginner. You got to get used and acclimated to it. What the only real worry I was concerned about was my son, because he loves to sleep under the aircon. Fatima was calling him aircon boy. He goes in the bedroom. Historically, he can't go to sleep till you turn that aircon on. Turn the aircon on, he's happy as could be. So when we first got here, we lay down to go to sleep, and he's looking up at the wall like, hey, where's the aircon? Somebody turn the aircon on. We're like, hey, man, ain't no aircon here. Voila, aircon. We got an electric fan. It took him a while where he quit looking for the aircon, and now he's just fine. Yeah, thoughts on crypto. Most of it is just a pump and dump. Obviously, things, Bitcoin, XRP, the top 3 or 4 ones that actually have a purpose, that's a different story. All the rest are just pump and dump. They create some bullshit, they pump it up. Once it gets high, the people behind it, they sell, and everybody else loses their ass. Mr. Gary says once they get quantum computing down, we won't need the data centers. And that's pretty much my point. Once technology catches up, we won't need all of that processing power to run these programs now. And again, everybody's calling it AI. It's not intelligence. It's a computer program. It's just a more complex computer program that requires more processing power. Whereas if you're just watching this YouTube video, there's not a lot of processing power going on. The servers are serving it to you. Your browser is it's not doing a lot of processing. Versus when I hit save on an 80 gigabyte 4K 60 frame video, it's using every ounce of horsepower that this MacBook has. The rest of the time, it's probably using 5%. So once these programs, these advanced search programs, that's all they are. When they say AI, all it is an advanced computer program. Use the word advanced. It's just the progression. Once those things start getting more efficient, the chips more efficient, you won't need a big huge building with all these generators. Just like back in the day, you know, a computer was the size of this room. Then they got it down to the size of a refrigerator. And now you can wear it on your watch. You can wear it as a watch. It has more processing power than the original computers. Let's see, Club Cubana, talking about on Burgos Street. Yeah, I used to have a lot of fun there. Haven't been there in a long time. Yeah, humans would be... A lot of humans are already lazy. So when the robots start doing all the work, what are you going to do? You're just going to sit around and get fat. And it'll mess with your mobility. You end up dying sooner. So I don't see robots really helping humanity. They're not helping humanity. They're going to shorten most people's lifespans. That's what I think. Because a lot of people, I don't say most or everybody, but a lot of people aren't self-motivating. For example, you have a job, you're in the military, you have a clock. You have these stressors on you to wake up, take a shower, and get your ass over there to work. Well, imagine if you don't have to be at work or have to be anywhere. You have to self-motivate. There's nobody telling you to wake up because the robots are doing everything. How many people are going to set that alarm and get their ass up out of bed and go do something? Do something productive. A lot of people are just going to sleep until 11, watch TV. I mean, they're not going to leave the couch or the bed. You think they're going to live longer? I don't think so. Yeah, that's a humidor. Courtesy of my buddy from Canada. Thank you very much, man. I'll lean back here. Right there. I think right now it's got just a few crumbs of local tobacco and maybe one lumboy leaf. I got to stock this thing back up. New Loop says set up a window pool fan. Exactly. Sucks all the air in the house, makes the rooms good. That's what my grandfather had back in the day. Had a window fan like in the middle room, so if you open up the window by the bedroom, it was just cold air freezing you out all night long. That's what I need to do here. I've sort of already done it. And Big Pumpkin, I was trying to explain the concept to her. She didn't get it because I'm blowing air out. But yeah, that's what I need. Big, powerful window fan pulling the hot air out of here. Yeah, if you want to sell whitening cream, there's definitely a market for it here. Hey, Chris, thanks for subscribing, my friend. Yeah, old Red Horse 6. Had some other names floating around, call it the Bandit, Fireball 6, but Red Horse 6 seems to fit that machine. Yeah, I need some Cubans. I'm fresh out of everything. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Got no booze and no tobacco. I'm out of coffee too. I gotta make a run. Ha, Professor. Crypto, come raid your pocket to others. Folks, it's just you buy low and sell high. The people who got in on or get in on anything at the ground level, and it gets pumped up and they sell, they make a lot of money. Half the folks lose their ass. They bought too high and it never comes back up. There you go. A lot of folks have already done that. People staying in their pajamas all day, don't comb their hair, don't shave. Imagine a lifetime like that. Yeah, that's the crazy thing, is that we've already had, as humanity, a trial run during the lockdown. I mean, dudes like me who are working on a Zoom call or whatever, they just put their shirt on and they're sitting there in their boxers with the balls hanging out below the table. Too lazy to get dressed. So again, how is that going to help humanity? You're born and you have zero responsibility, zero motivation to get up and go out into the world. Okay, let's let a generation get hooked on that, and then all of a sudden there's a huge ass EMP and all the robots are just laid out. How would humanity be able to pick up if their whole life everything has been handed to them? I mean, it's like a lot of folks in the Middle East. They're getting that free government money, the oil money. They've never had to do anything. What if that shit stopped? They would be in a world of hurt because that's all they know. Let's see, new loop. I'm up here in the mountains next to Subic Bay, over here in Zambales province. And again, I'll give you a weather report right here. Check that out. There you go, right there. Just beautiful, overlooking the mountain right there. Sort of cloudy, no rain. Big Pumpkin's got the clothes out on the fence, on her line. It's just all good. Alright, so round the horn, I got 133 thumbs ups. Thank y'all very much for them thumbs ups. I certainly appreciate it. Helps out with the old Google squirrels. And 11 super chats. Thanks for that as well. Certainly appreciate the support. Yeah, the Professor, yeah, I feel sorry for the upcoming generations. I think from this point forward, a lot of us, we're going to see some of the crazy changes. We're going to see a lot more crazy changes happening more frequently. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to normalize out. It's going to get more crazy with this technology coming on the scene. It's just going to get to the point where we comparing life to the 70s, 80s, 90s, even the 2000s, life is not going to look anything similar to any of those decades. Yeah. Easy living makes us weak. Now, one doctor I keep talking about did this video. He just starts the video out, you know. You want to have heart disease? Get comfortable. You want to have high blood pressure? Get comfortable. And he just goes on. That's his intro on the video. Basically, being comfortable is what makes us weak. Because humans were not designed to be this comfortable. Hey, Overwatch. Good night, my friend. Yeah, get some sleep. Get some sleep. Thanks for joining us. Alright, let me see what's going on in the news over here. See if there's anything new worth bringing up here in the chat. If you're just joining me, first 30 minutes we talked about the volcanic activity over here and the earthquake activity. Nothing new, nothing out of the ordinary. No typhoons bearing down on us. Let me refresh my screen here, see if anything's happening here in the neighborhood. Nope, looks like a slow news day, at least here in the PI. And again, just to recap that, they've charged 5 people with that robbery, homicide, and the killing of the American biologist. They got, 4 in custody and 1 still on the run. Let's see, you're looking at the weather report out the door there, but then this is what it looks like. Not too much going on. Not too much going on here in the PI. Saturday, July 18th at 12:45. It's just a lazy Saturday afternoon. Okay, so let's see, 2 subjects here. Yeah, flying cars and drones. I mean, the flying cars, or whatever you want to call them, I mean, they're already here. A lot of them being tested. That's really going to be crazy. Really going to be crazy that, you know, sort of the Jetsons. I mean, I don't want to say all of us, but a lot of us grew up watching the Jetsons. And now here you go. We're going to have flying cars flying around like big ass drones. You don't got to wait in traffic. And obviously the computer programs are going to help them out where there's not collisions, but you're still going to have mishaps. You're sitting here barbecuing and here comes 2 damn flying cars, bang, smash, and fall out of the sky. Life is not going to look anything similar to it did in the 80s. Yeah, New Loop, we were talking about that yesterday. Yeah, I'm a big fan of fasting. I used to eat 1 time a day, then I would fast every now and then. So yeah, I'm down with that. I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know how long I could go, but if you said, hey, go on a 4-day fast right now, no problem. Yeah, flying jeepneys. Let's see, have I ever been to the cemetery in Manila? That's a good question. I've been all over down there at some point or another. There you go. Everybody wants to be the Jetsons. I'd rather be the Flintstones, just like Yellowstone. When old John Dutton's running for governor, he said, change, I'm the exact opposite of change. I'm not down with the change. What was the old saying, the bumper stickers or whatever during Obama? It's like change is all we got left. Yeah, Jetsons was a great cartoon. It was a great cartoon. The professor says he's rocking 1 meal a day. 68 and still kicking. Yeah, but nobody wants to hear about fasting. They don't want to listen to that. Why? Because nobody's going to make no money. Nobody's going to sell no cereal. I don't know how much a box of cereal is these days. We don't buy much of it. It's more like a treat every now and then for the kids. But yeah, nobody's behind this fasting or eating 1 time a day, eating less. Nobody's behind it. Why? It don't make no money. All right? Skinny people and people who eat 1 time a day aren't making the corporations a lot of money. So they're obviously going to have a pushback against any of these other types of diets, which humans are normally used to. Hey, King B, how you doing? Yeah, fasting is healing for real. It's amazing how great I feel during and after a fast. Absolutely. After that first day when I'm like trying to bug out of the fast, after that first day, I'm fine. I feel great, and I have so much energy during the fast and coming off of the fast. And if you missed yesterday's chat, like the theory behind fasting is the way the body is designed is that once it goes through all the normal good food, the energy, the body starts looking around. Once that's been depleted, the body starts looking around and says, okay, there's no more good sugar to eat. Those cancer cells over there look delicious. And it starts devouring the cancer cells, for example. But because we're trained to eat 3 times a day by the modern corporations, we never allow our bodies to go into that self-cleansing phase. That's why all these ailments are up. Because we're eating too much and not allowing our bodies to go through that self-cleansing cycle. That's how it's explained by doctors, not me. But any doctor who gets on that bandwagon is going to get some pushback from everybody. You know, all the food corporations, pharma, everybody. See, Cheeks family, how you doing? Checking in from Mindoro. Thank y'all for stopping by. Okay, the doctor will not let me fast. Type 2 diabetic. Now, the question is your doctor not, and a lot of doctors are not going to be cool with this. Why? There's a liability. You know what I mean? If somebody goes on a fast, they end up passing out, hitting their head and dying, the doctors are afraid of that. And they have to be because of the lawyers. So even if a doctor truly thinks it's a good idea, most doctors aren't going to recommend it because they don't want the liability. You know, you get in a car crash, whatever, the family's coming after him. Oh, you told him not to eat for 3 days. And then you go to a jury. What? He didn't eat for 3 days? While they're sitting there drinking a big gulp, right? Nobody gets it. That's why there's pushback. There's no money in it. And there's too much liability for doctors to come out and say, yeah, we agree with that. Hey, Bobby Martin, how you doing? Thanks for stopping by, coming in loud and clear on this end. Yeah, folks, I got a long way to go to improving the show. But Rome wasn't built in a day. At least I got the graphics and the layout and the background looking a little bit better these days versus a plain wall. I got to work on soundproofing the room a little bit, and I'll tell you how I'm progressing on that. Change the subject for a minute. So these egg crates, they make great, like acoustic panels to help take the reverb out of the room. I had 2 of these. I had them sitting here on my desk, and I was so focused on what I was doing. Forrest G come in here, snaked one out from under me, and proceeded to destroy it. I'm like, hey, where's my other panel? He's in there just tearing it up. I told Big Pumpkin I need like 100 of these. She said, you're gonna have to buy a lot of eggs. I said, baby, we just need to find an egg vendor that's got a stack of them, see how much they want for the damn things. I need to do the whole room, the walls, the ceiling, the floor, and the audio will be so much better. Okay, King B says the best weight loss was fasting and eating just meat. 40 pounds in 3 months. Diet and fast. Great combo. Yep. Losing weight, folks, should save you money. It should not cost you money, right? You don't need to go out and buy a treadmill. You don't got to join a gym. Losing weight should put money in your pocket, not take money out. But nobody's going to say that because it doesn't help the industries make money. You gotta go to the gym, get a membership, go to Presidents and First Lady, whatever it is these days. You gotta get the steroid shakes and drink 8 of those a day, protein shake. You gotta eat your whey, your curds and whey. Get this injection. You got to do all this shit. Weight loss, you don't gotta do any of that. Weight loss should save you money, not cost you money. But that's not what the marketing is gonna tell you. Hell, I went on the Atkins diet one time with my buddy Dave back in the day. Just support. I was supporting the man. And I was eating like a banshee. I stuck to that 100%. I was drinking that Mick Ultra like 1 a day. I took it too far. I mean, I looked like I had cancer by the time I came off of that. I was eating like a beast. And I was nothing but skin and bones at the end. And I look back in those pictures, I was even skinnier than when we first moved here to Subic, because I had taken that down a little bit too low too. He wasn't losing any weight. He couldn't figure it out, because he was like 350, 400 pounds, whatever he was, big guy. We would go to Golden Corral every day so we could stick to that Atkins diet on that buffet and watch each other, right? You eat all you want. Eat all you want. You got all the meat, the eggs, everything. We would watch each other, make sure nobody cheated. He wasn't losing no weight. And one time we're on the phone with the guy. You're like, hey man, yeah, we're ready to head over to Golden Corral for lunch. He said, okay, I'll meet you. I'll meet you guys over there. I'm on my way, or some shit like that. And in the background you hear, sir, do you want to supersize that combo? That's how we busted him out. You want an apple pie? You want an apple pie with that combo? That dude was in the drive-thru at McDonald's. And what he was doing was getting him a Big Mac combo whenever he got hungry, or was getting a Big Mac combo on the way to the Golden Corral to do the Atkins diet. So I stuck to it to the T, and I looked like a cancer patient. He lost 0 pounds because he was supplementing his Atkins diet with Big Mac combos and apple pies. Anyhow, you had to be there to see how funny it was. We're like, what? You're in the drive-thru. You're at McDonald's. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. He was. See, Max says don't take blood thinners unless you want dementia. Doctors make a lot of money off blood thinners. Yeah, they make a lot of money off of all that stuff. I'm not taking nothing unless it has a specific purpose. And again, in the beginning of the show, I was talking about, deworming kids over here in the Philippines. It's not something we're really used to in America. You deworm the dogs. Over here, you've got to deworm your children because of the roundworm threat and other, intestinal parasites. So we deworm the kids twice a year. And when I give them the medication or the doctor or what have you, I take it too, just to be on the safe side. So I'm not 100% against the pharmaceutical industry. Specific tasks, specific medications that handle specific tasks, obviously. You want to take that meds or you could die from roundworms. Makes sense. You catch the clap, you need some Zithromax, or else you're in for a pain train indefinitely. But taking shit every day because your doctor tells you that you have to take it, you have to question his or her motive. People taking 10 and 12, 14 medications a day in America, they don't need that. Maybe they need one. Yeah, I had a rooster in the background earlier. Had a dog barking earlier, and now it's quiet as can be. It's so quiet. Don't hear nothing. Don't hear Big Pumpkin. All I hear right now is birds and the hum from this fan. Again, it's just a gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous day here. Let me go around the horn, check my tech equipment. Shout out to everybody over on Twitch. Let me how many followers I got. I got 23 followers over on Twitch. And again, that platform was so easy to set up. Great video quality, no issues. And then let's see, I'll come over here and check Kick. Looks like good to go on Kick. Another easy setup to plug that platform in, and great quality. Let's see, Uncle Justin, how you doing? Tom in Florida. Looks like y'all are over on Kick. I don't see any messages directly on Twitch. Okay, not that I'm going to focus on this, but let's go over and just take a look at see if I have the Strait of Hormuz pulled up. I haven't looked at this in a long time because it's just like Big Pumpkin said, it's blah blah blah. It's too much talk. Too much talk. Let's see if we can just put this up on the screen for a minute. There we go, right there. Got tired of staring at that website. I think that the rest of the world got tired of staring at, and still tired of staring at this website. And obviously the US has ramped up some strikes over there. Okay, Brush Bandit, that's a well, let me back up here. Let's see. Okay, King B says, I used to take 12 medications 5 years ago. I quit everything and I have been good. I'd probably be at 20 meds if I kept taking their garbage. That's it. That's the same way with my family members. 12 to 14 meds. The body is just not designed to process all that. And I spoke yesterday about, when I got 30 pounds overweight, have problems with snoring and sleeping, so I was struggling all night to breathe and get a good night's sleep. My old lady hated it. Once I lost the weight, I quit snoring. Now I'm much more rested. I didn't need medications. I didn't need a CPAP machine. I think that's what they call it. I just needed to lose the weight and get back down to a normal body style, my normal size. That's just one example right there. I would go run, my knees would, or my injury would hurt for a week. I could still run, but I would hurt. Once I lost those 30 pounds, I could run and not hurt. Okay, Brush Bandit asked a good question. Are Fatima and Flo due for a deworming? Or are they still afraid of the aftermath? Big Pumpkin doesn't want to take the medication because her theory is, and her reasoning is, well, the worms might come out. I'm scared. I said, well, that's the intended purpose, the intended hopeful outcome that happens. If you have any worms in your system, they come out. She's too scared of the worms coming out to take the medication. So her logic is not sound. But a lot of Filipinas, it's the same story. They had to take this stuff as a kid, but as an adult, they don't have to. And so they just assume, well, I'm an adult, I'm good, and even if I did, I don't want to take the risk. There might be worms come out. So I can't get her willingly to take it. But I take it myself. You hear so many stories like one of y'all was talking about earlier. Mick Miller, was it you? About the Africa story. You leave your home country, you go somewhere traveling, you pick something up. It don't matter if you're a kid or an adult. Roundworms are a threat everywhere, pretty much everywhere in the world. They're talking about how, I guess down in Antarctica, wherever, they revived a roundworm that had been frozen for, I don't know, a million years, whatever it is. So it's something that we take very seriously. Let's see, hey Redneck and P9, how are you? Got my Filipino running now, both feeling better than ever. Yeah, past week or so, since it's been raining, we haven't been going on our nightly walk. We got to get back to that. Matter of fact, starting today, get back to the nightly walk. You know, usually we go for a long nightly walk. And then when it's raining, cats and dogs, and we don't get to go, everybody gets lazy, gets restless, don't sleep as well. See, Chimp Riot, how are you? I easily lose all my excess body fat from fasting and avoiding carbs and sugars. So everybody's got their own technique. You know, I know what my body does because I've yo-yoed it. I call yo-yoing it. I've tried different things, from the Atkins to fasting to eating one time a day. I know how my body's going to respond through practicing and experimenting with different diets throughout the years. But you know, no meds for me, unless it's something like I just spoke of, albendazole, mebendazole, to make sure I don't got any intestinal parasites that'll kill me. Let's see, hey Jades, there's just a lot of here in the soil, and pretty much I guess the same in the tropics. You can still get the stuff in the States, and you know, pretty much, I don't want to say anywhere, but it's very prevalent here. And one of the reasons it's more prevalent in the kids, they're outside playing in the dirt. The larvae of these things are microscopic, and they stay in the soil pretty much indefinitely. So you got kids out playing in the dirt, just being kids, put their hands in their mouth. And if you check out my playlist, Tropical Medicine, I did a couple videos on roundworms. And the way that those things get into your system is crazy. It's like they take a tour of your lungs, and then you'll cough this stuff up and then end up swallowing it, and that's how it gets into your digestive tract, right? And so a lot of times if you go through a coughing spell, you might think, oh, I just got a cough. Or it could be roundworms. It's some pretty nasty stuff, the way it works. It's not something you want to play around with, because if you let it go on long enough, they're so impacted in your system that it has to be surgically removed. It's too late to take the medication. Okay, Redneck's been here 5 years, no worms yet. Yes, it's mostly affects kids, but don't think that as an adult you can't get it as well. I don't play around. I just don't want to be one of them that I didn't pay attention to it. Next thing you know, I need surgery because I got damn worms impacted in my intestines. Nope, I'll eat that pill whenever the kids do. Chicken Time Maine, checking in from Northern California. Hope you're doing well up there. Daily, you have a great night. Thank you very much for stopping by. So folks, we've just been talking, just a hangout. Most of my live streams start out with a topic. The topic we just sitting here having a cup of coffee together. Matter of fact, I do need something to drink. Big Pumpkin. You could come in here and offer me a cup of coffee. Now, it ain't real coffee. It's 3-in-1. Our Cheeks family says we have to deal with dengue fever in Mindoro. Yeah, there's different areas of the country where, you know, certain ailments that you got to really pay attention to. But the deworming issue, it don't matter. I mean, if you're in Manila, you're over there in Tondo, Las Piñas, it don't matter. You don't got to be out at a pig farm or in a pasture to get it. I think it's quite the opposite. I think you're more likely to get it in the heavily populated areas due to poor sanitation, right? Alright, so New Lip says twice a year. Yeah, I don't use that. I just whenever the kids get the deworming, I take that as well. Redneck says if you put a worm in Tanduai, it will die. Moral of the story, you won't get worms if you drink Tanduai. And there's stories too, if you eat a lot of spicy food, you know, it irritates them where they can't hang. You know, I don't know what's true or not, but I know it's a real threat here, I promise you. And especially if you have children, don't mess around. Yeah, a lot of those videos I made weren't just because I was, you know, reading articles. They were personal experience or friends, family, people I know. Because here's what happens when you go on vacation. Say you come to the Philippines, or you go down to Colombia, or you go somewhere outside your home country, and you go back there and you're not feeling well. The doctors there aren't thinking about what you did on a 2-week backpacking trip. They're thinking, okay, I'm going to work from 9 to 5. Here's a patient who presents with these symptoms. You have to make sure during the subjective interview, you know, if you travel somewhere and you get sick and you go back, the subjective interview, when you're telling the doctor what's going on, you need to tell him where you've been and what you've been up to change their mindset to start thinking, wait a minute, this guy is not like the 10 other patients with a cold I saw earlier. This dude's been in a shitty environment, and I need to start switching my mindset and my way of thinking over to some type of tropical ailment, tropical medicine way of thinking. Or he's just going to give you some Motrin and tell you to go home. You need to be honest with the doctor. And what I tell everybody is, look, if you're a typical 1 week or 2 week millionaire, you know, you go somewhere for 1 week, 2 weeks, blow it out and party, hang with the bar girls, go backpacking and, you know, go to the beach. Well, if you're in the grind, your insurance should pay for one good physical per year, right? You schedule that when you come back from this thunder run that you just went on. Okay, don't get a physical before you go. You get a physical when you get back, you know, a couple weeks later. And you tell the doctor exactly where you went and what you did. Okay? And don't lie to him. Be honest about what you did. And just say, hey man, you know, this is where I've been. If you're having any symptoms, be honest about it. So you put him in that mindset of what to rule out. And a lot of those videos have brought back comments where people said, yeah, I went into this country, I had the shits for 6 months, they could never figure it out. Well, there's one video on there where my one buddy got some type of bacteria that there's a special cocktail that has to be made up, and nobody even screams for that. So he's taking this antibiotic and it's making the condition worse. Well, if you don't know to explain that to the doctor, he might not think himself. And he had to go like 3 doctors before the 3rd doctor said, maybe this is what's going on. And he had to get this special shit made up for some bacteria that he had picked up that was resistant to normal, you know, Zithro and the normal stuff, doxycycline. Yeah, if you ate a creamy Diablo, one of my spicy pizzas, that might clean your system out. I'm not sure. But that thing is definitely spicy. The creamy Diablo. Delicious for me. Maybe I should make one of those. Let's see. Jay says cloves stun them. Yeah, there's all kind of stuff, but that's one issue where you have to trust the pharmaceutical companies. You got to trust the mebendazole or the albendazole. All right, folks, let me go around the horn one more time. We put that graphic of the Strait of Hormuz up there. And you know what? I haven't been following it. I don't even know what it means. When you're sitting there watching that thing every day, when I was watching it for hours a day, you could see the pattern and pick up on what's going on. Now I have no idea what's going on. See, Rome to you, how are you? I might throw some chicken wings on the grill tonight. See, Cheek says, I know several friends who had to leave because of skin disease. They could not handle the tropical weather. You know, when I went to Montana a couple years ago, I realized I could not handle the cold weather. Could not handle that cold. Montana is such a beautiful place, especially in the summer. Man, what a beautiful place. But I figured out real quick, I just can't handle the cold weather anymore. Not that I ever really could, but now it's just too far from the lifestyle I've been living for too long. Alright, let me see what we got going on here. See, read about pumpkin seeds. I'll have to check into that. Alright, looks like I got 88 folks here now. 89, welcome to the stream. Just basically at this point we're just hanging out, chewing the fat, talking about the mysteries of life. Yeah. Chappie wants to know cream of mushroom, pork chops, and rice. Absolutely. That's what the dish I was talking about yesterday, my old man makes. And matter of fact, there's some cream of mushroom soup. That's why I bought it, because I was going to make her the pork chops. That's what he makes. Pork chops, cream of mushroom, put some rice in there, throw that in the oven, and then put some of those onions. You know, you get in a can, those string onions, to put like a crusty level on the top of it. It's absolutely delicious. Yeah, looking for a jacket at 70 degrees, yeah. Yeah, folks, I mean, it does get cool over here. It gets cool over here. It's been cool during the night, at nighttime. You know, it's so cool where we're at. We don't need, certainly at night, we don't need an air conditioner. My goodness. By 1 in the morning, it's so cold. You know, people are hiding from the fans underneath the covers. It gets cool here at night. So if you're out on a motorbike at midnight till 5, 6 in the morning, yeah, you need a light jacket on. It's just too cool for me. Yeah, I gotta make that for everybody. I can't remember what I made with the first can. I bought like 2 or 3 cans. Now I'm down to 1. I think what it was, Big Pumpkin put up so much of a fight because it's something she's never ate before. It's not chicken and rice with soy sauce. I think I just got pissed off and gave up. Filipinos are not culinary adventurers. Most of them don't want to try new stuff. They're not interested in trying your new dish. They just chicken and rice. They're happy. You try to pull something new, they're not interested. There you go. Turnip greens, potato salad, baked beans, corn on the cob. Let's see. Ramon, how are you? Hope you're doing well. And Colorado. Trying to explain to Big Pumpkin about the seasons Well, to Maria too, about the seasons in America. Here, what do you got? You sort of got the rainy season and the non-rainy season. Let's see, Max reporting for 6 days straight. It's been all-out war with Iran, bridges, nuclear plant. Trump says the leaders are scum, they're crazy. Yeah, we just go back and forth. We go back and forth on the narrative, on the communication. If there is an objective and they are sticking to it, and something that we're not privy to, all warfare is based on deception. What is the underlying objective? I think right now nobody knows what's going on. Number two, it's everybody versus Iran. You know what I mean? We were talking about it earlier, how the GCC countries and Israel are sort of on the same team. I don't think anybody in the region would lose any sleep if Iran wasn't there. Does that make sense? I don't think too many people are coming to their defense. So is that part of shaping the battlefield? Shaping public opinion? Alright, so Jade says they're messing with the weather. Winters are real light now. I live by NORAD. And we were talking earlier about that HARP project and weather manipulation technology. Who knows what they're doing? Because obviously if the US, I don't know how many of those projects are around the world. Do a live feed making your pork chops. I might do that. I got to get all the ingredients right now. Let's see. Right now I'm only rocking one slightly dented can. Man, I got to check that. Slightly dented Campbell's cream of mushroom soup. I bought a bunch of them to make that dish. But again, she threw such a fit. She'd rather eat Vienna sausages and beans. Let's see, amazing air show videos. How are you? Yeah, it's called Bagaong. Bagaong is shocking. The purple nasty here. When they cook that, the smell coming off of that is not natural. So now, do I find it shocking? I mean, it's the norm. They love that bagaong. I'm not going to eat it. And if you talk about the bagaong, like in different countries, this is not the same. This purple stuff is just not. It's not the same. It's not for me. When they cook it, it fumigates the whole area. My gosh, never let them cook that inside the house. What's his name? Andrew Zimmern with Bizarre Foods. I never understood his tagline. It didn't make sense. Remember on Bizarre Foods, he said, and remember, if it looks good, eat it. And I'm like, fool, everything that you're eating looks like it fell out of a rhinoceros's asshole. Your tagline is flawed. If it looks good, eat it. It should have been, if it looks like it fell out of a rhinoceros's asshole, try it and see what you think. If it looks good, eat it. Well, who came up with that shit? Never understood that. The most incorrect tagline or saying out of any show. There you go, chasing elephants. You got to cook for yourself. That's it, especially here in the Philippines. You have to cook for yourself because they are not going to voluntarily cook the way you like the food. They're not going to change their template flavors for you. Big Pumpkin will make a separate dish for me, but they're going to eat their template. They're not going to make the dish my way and everybody eat it. That's not happening. They're going to make the majority their template, soy sauce, salt, magic syrup, the MSG, whatever the template of the day. And that's what they're going to eat. And mine will be specifically made. They're not going to come over to my way of thinking for a night. Not interested in it. And it's very frustrating at times. It'll piss you off that they're not willing to do that. So yeah, you want your own food prepared your way. You either cook yourself or just, go down to Sitting Bull and get some good food and just let them do their template. Yeah, it's a struggle. I mean, I have to keep things real here, right? It wasn't the same in Thailand. It's not the same in Thailand. I mean, I was, married to my Thai old lady. I was eating like a king. I loved the food. She would always want to try anything new that I cooked or went to a different restaurant. You just have to realize it's a difference in culture. And it's one of the biggest struggles of living here is the food. Because she's not interested, even after 9 years. She'll eat certain things, but they're not interested in my cooking, to be honest. They're sitting there looking. They're just looking to make sure you don't screw up the template. And we joke about it, but again, it's very frustrating. Like, hey, what's wrong with our flavors and the way I want to cook? What's wrong with trying something new? Don't go to your wife's village and try to cook something for them on the spot. They're not going to appreciate it. They're not going to like it. They're not going to eat it. Okay? That's just my experience. Cook the template, or let them cook the template. And when you leave your old lady's village, you stop by wherever and get you something to eat. That's right. Thailand's got the best food in the world. It's the world's kitchen. Hands down. Everything about it, from the flavor, the freshness, healthiness, the price, you cannot beat Thailand. Yeah. Same thing in Thailand. The shrimp paste, Vietnam, Thailand, it's totally different than the bagaong they have here, what I call the purple nasty. And the crazy thing about it is, y'all saw in the village videos where the first thing they do, it's dyed purple. It has a ton of purple dye in it. The first thing they do is wash it until the purple dye washes out. And I'm like, well, what sense does that make? Why spend money to put the purple dye in it if the first thing you're going to do is spend 5 minutes washing the purple dye? And it just goes back to branding. It's the power of branding. Anybody can look 50 yards out and say, oh, there's the purple nasty hanging up right there. Let's go get it. But that's what they do. Put the food coloring in, and then whoever buys it spends 5-10 minutes washing it out. I don't care. Look, it's not my place to tell people what to eat. They can eat whatever the hell they want to eat. But if you're going to cook that at my house and stink up the entire area in the house, well, then you're infringing upon my peace and serenity. And that's how bad it is. So I don't care. I told her, you can eat. You go eat what you want. Just, they did it the other night, partially for the video. The things I do to bring you entertainment and to show you real life. If I was not videoing, no, do not cook that stuff here. Go across the street, the next barangay, to the neighbors, go somewhere else. See Chris checking in from Daewoo. How are you? And then Redneck says the bagaong down south here doesn't have the purple dye. Yeah, and there's different versions. There's different versions wherever you go. But the stuff that they cooked the other night, I don't know if it really looked as purple. I have to think back, but it still had the same smell. Still fumigated the area. Yeah, Chappie says my wife is Hispanic and Mexican food is pretty darn good, but I've never been to Thailand. Yeah, man, I love the food down there too. Mexico, Central America, oh man, I love the food there. Hell, I love the local food in Iraq, but where I ate truly like a king was Afghanistan. Holy moly. I mean, if I had to put the food up there, I'd put it up there like Thailand first, maybe Afghanistan second. Holy moly, I was eating like a king over there. Just absolutely delicious. Yeah, I mean, I love Mexican food, Jamaican food. In Thailand, that's all I eat. All I eat is Thai food. Every now and then I'll change it up and get something just because I change it up. But, 95% of what I eat in Thailand is just local food. Out on the street or a small restaurant. Here, I don't do that, which makes it more expensive. I've either got to cook something at home or I got to go to the foreign guy restaurant and pay foreign guy prices. Over in Thailand, every day. What am I paying? 100 baht a meal. I'm paying like $3 a meal, and I'm eating like a king with a Coke. Just absolutely delicious. Over there, it really don't make any sense to cook at your house. Yeah, you can save some bones, but not that much. It's better just to go. Here's how you find great food in Thailand. Let's go to that restaurant there. Boom, you're getting great food, cheap price. A lot of times it's not worth cooking. Here, you got to cook at home. It's a little different. Okay, Mike says, I think they are also adding fish guts to the shrimp, which is a common practice in Mindanao. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. All right, 106 folks here now. Thank you, everyone, for checking in. Let's see, how many thumbs ups do I have? Let me refresh my screen and see what YouTube says. Where's my thumbs ups at? Ooh, 150. 152 thumbs ups. Man, them Google squirrels are going to be real happy with all them thumbs ups. I certainly appreciate that. Helps out with the program, with the computer program. Yeah, I've spent time in Dubai, Abu Dhabi. Love it over there. Talking about all Asian food the same, I always talk about my Thai wife, but hey, she was in America with me and Big Pumpkin wasn't, so it's hard to tell stories because there are no stories. She's never been to America. But my Thai wife, we'd always try to find a Thai restaurant. So we're driving somewhere. Oh, there's a Thai restaurant. We pull in there. And like 9 out of 10, she would get so pissed because we would go in there and it wouldn't be Thai folks. It would be either folks from Malaysia or Singapore. They were cooking Thai food, running a Thai restaurant, but they weren't Thai. And like I say, maybe 90%, 9 out of 10, at least 8 out of 10, they would not be Thai folks. And she would get so pissed because she was so excited. It's like the thrill of victory and then the agony of defeat. And she would go so excited when we walked into a Thai restaurant and there was actually Thai people there. She was so damn happy where they understood what she wanted, exact match taste. And not that the other restaurants weren't delicious. They were all delicious, but they weren't Thai folks. It wasn't exact match Thailand food. Not saying it was bad food, but you know what I mean. Anyhow, it was always funny just to watch her get frustrated when these people from Malaysia. All right, Chappie hit the rack. 10:33 there in Oregon. Thanks for tuning in. Get some sleep, my friend. I might still be here when you wake up. You never know. See, iLaugh says I'll stick to my orange chicken, barbecue pork, and shrimp at the Asian buffet. There you go. Stick with something that's safe. Speaking of orange chicken, you know, I made that panda, what'd I call it? I made that orange chicken. Me and Arshine, or was it Marjoy or Arshine that was helping me? That turned out so good. Them ladies loved that. I made that from scratch. And it's not rocket science. You basically just double fry some chicken. And to make the sauce, it's you know, like soy sauce, orange juice, some brown sugar. It may not have turned out exact match General Cho's or orange chicken, but it was delicious. Absolutely delicious. That's what I need to make. Is that my daughter? She looks dirty from head to toe. Alright, well that's Maria coming here with a jump rope. She's been outside playing. She's they've been playing in the dirt somewhere, doing what kids do. Let's see, the professor, yeah, the news about a grade 4 student passing on from deworming. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. I don't know, I didn't want to put it out there because I don't know the facts of the story. I just put the article up that said, hey, DOH is saying the medication is safe. Okay, sweetie girl. All right, well, you can plant them out back. You got to pull the weeds out first, then you can plant them. Big Pumpkin, how about some coffee? Hold on, wait a minute. Hey, would you like some coffee? Yes, I would absolutely love some coffee. Thank you very much, Big Pumpkin, for asking me if I wanted some coffee. Thank you very much. I've only been sitting here for 3 hours and 45 minutes. Man, the things that your girlfriends will do for you that your wife don't care about anymore. Anyhow, yeah, the professor, that's what I was talking about. I don't know if there's a connection. I don't know anything about that. I do know this. If you don't keep a watch on your children here, roundworms can and will become a problem that's life-threatening. Don't mess around with it. Let's see, Robin, no, did I hear about the British guy that's facing the death penalty in Dubai? No, I'm not sure. I'm not tracking on that story. I'm tracking on a lot of people got locked up for posting pictures of the battle damage. I'm tracking on that. I don't know if that's who you're talking about or not. And hey, Force G. Also, if you're reading reporting coming out of Iran, they're also tightening up the tightening up the message that, hey, don't put the war footage out there. So they're following in step, telling people not to post that. Yeah, I love me some cashew chicken too. Pad Thai, Tom Yum Goong. Man, been gone too long. See, Chris said he went to the buffet in Yamava. Used to be San Manuel Casino last night. 3 rounds of crab legs, and beef steak and soda. Nothing more. Yeah, I'm gonna fire up this pizza oven. I got to get a cooking table, some tanks, and some regulators. I got to get it fixed up. Outdoor cooking station. Hey Hob, how you doing? Hope everything's well in Sweden. There you go. They probably all playing in the mud puddles. And again, back in the 80s, that's what we did too. Let's see, new loop. I want to start a campaign every 2 months. My friend, you know, it's Noble. I'm, You know, I did a project 2 years ago called the Rice Roundup. And so no, I'm not going to get involved in any charity work. If I do any projects, it's for friends or family, so I don't get accused of doing charity work. First come to this country, I did engage in a lot of that. And there's an old saying that says, no good deed goes unpunished. And we'll just leave it at that. So any project I do is going to benefit friends or family. Okay, so no, I didn't hear that story. I'll have to look it up. About a female was tricked into coming over there by her LDR boyfriend. In other words, her chat mate. If you've never met a person in person, they're nothing more than a suspicious pen pal. I usually just say pen pal, but let me just add to the marketing of that. If you have never met your suspicious pen pal in person, your chat mate, they're just a very suspicious pen pal.
Give me the coffee, man.
Give you the coffee.
No.
Where's the coffee? Maybe you see him trying to. Oh. Okay. You want to see coffee here in the PI, right? When I say it's basically hot chocolate that tastes a little different, it's just hot chocolate that tastes a little different. Ain't no coffee in there. You call it 3-in-1, but it's just a packet of sugar, like hot chocolate. So there you go. There you go, right there. Oh. I got a coffee maker, but I'm out of coffee beans. I looked around Walmart, I didn't see it, but I think Kenny said they got coffee beans at the Walmart. I'll have to look again. You were talking about earlier about buffets. What would happen if Jollibee started some type of buffet? I think the whole country would just go crazy over it. There'd be a line 500 people long to get in Jollibee. So if you're with Jollibee marketing, I just gave you a great idea. Limited time only. Jollibee, all you can eat buffet. You know what I mean? Put the price where you make money, and you would still have 500 people deep. I'm still here, Scott. Let's see, how long did it take you to get me a cup of Joe? Here. Easy. Whoa. She slung that thing down, almost took out my keyboard. That's alright, I'll take it out of your washing machine money. Buy me a new wireless keyboard. Not my fault. Spilled 3-in-1 on my keyboard. Yeah, we're still going. She's the coffee maker, the dishwasher. Yeah, Jollibee can't even serve free soda refills. Maybe you should try it. I mean, Mong Ingersoll does the unlimited rice. And you see, you know, if I demand just like rednecks, you're going to cheat the buffet any way you can. You go with 4 people, you only get the 2 only rice. And when the guy's not looking, you give the rice to your partner and get another scoop, right? Come on, there's rednecks that go to every buffet. There's obviously going to be some cheating involved. Hey, Lilibeth, how are you? Hope you're doing well. And I tried to explain to these ladies about this frustrated me on some of the buffets I've taken her to. They go to the buffet, and the buffet's got everything from shrimp to pork chops to fish, all these expensive foods. What's the first thing she does? Big old huge plate of rice. I'm like, no, don't eat the rice. That's what they're counting on you to do. We're at a buffet. Eat the expensive stuff, and you can eat rice later on. Nope, still gonna put a big ass plate of rice, and then they end up eating just very little meat, shrimp, whatever, like they normally do. I'm like, that's not how to attack a buffet and to get your money's worth. She won't listen. Big Pumpkin. Y'all noisy over there. Yeah, that would be a great thing, KC. If Jollibee had a buffet, there'd be a lot more thick Filipinas. I would love it. I'm all for it. Baby, I'm going to call Jollibee and see if they will start this program for a limited time. Okay? Unlimited. All you can eat Jollibee buffet. Would you go there every day?
If I have money.
So you would eat there every day, right? You would get more chubby? Oh yeah, I'm all in on this deal. We might have to get a petition going on. Limited time only. But I'm telling you, there'd be 500 people out the door waiting to get in. Just look at Mang Inasal. They just do the only rice. Always packed. Always packed. And the average person only orders one extra rice, maybe two. That's right, Lilithus. There you go. Filipinos love Mang Inasal because of unlimited rice. It's packed out. Well, imagine if Jollibee did the same. Some type of buffet. All you can eat. Jollibee. Limited time only. How much would you have to charge? Still keep it under 1,000 pesos, right? $4.99. And folks, I'm not saying this is real, all right? I don't want to create some type of rush where people are crushed when the rumors start flying. I'm just saying this would be a great idea. Okay, Robin, very good point. I went to Mercury Drugs, Watson, and TGP after you were talking about deworming. That's one major thing I did not know when I came here. Mebendazole and albendazole could not be bought at any store. The last few times I've tried to buy them, even in Angeles City, they were out of stock. Every store was out of stock. All right, no problem. I pick all my medication up in Thailand anyhow. But that was strange that they were out of stock. I mean, I went to many stores and they were all out of stock. I'm not sure if they were phasing it out. They just said no stock. I went to a dozen. And you couldn't get it. Now, why is that? I don't know why. I don't know the reason. Now, here in the Philippines, for like antibiotics and stuff, you have to have a prescription. I first started coming here, you didn't. Now you do. The legitimate pharmacies will ask for a prescription. So I don't know if that's part of the reason. They're only filtering it through the physicians, through the hospitals. I don't know. I don't know what the reason is. But that was my experience as well. I could not find it here. And I don't know if all the stocks are being just sent through the government. I don't know. But in Thailand, no problem. Just go to the pharmacy, you're getting legit stuff. Okay, listen, Big Pumpkin. Remember when I take you to the buffets and y'all all put a big plate of rice on there? When you go to a buffet, you don't eat the rice. That's the cheap stuff. You eat the most expensive thing that they got there, whether it's crab or shrimp.
That's what I know.
Well, you ate the rice too. That takes up space in your stomach where you can't eat as much shrimp or crab or whatever they got. So if I take you to another buffet, do not eat the rice. I want to get my money's worth. I'll have her put some rice in her purse. All right, got out of focus there. You know why? Because it's focusing on my eye. And when I turn my head to the side, then it focuses on the microphone. Usually I lock the focus, but if you have a shallow depth of field, like at a 2.0, if I lean back, I get out of focus. But as long as this thing stays tracking my eye, I can lean back or I can lean forward. But if I turn my head to the side, it don't track my eye, it'll sometimes focus in on the microphone. There you go, camera talk. You know, I don't know about the ivermectin. I don't know if I've ever looked for that. Yeah, you got to go through your doctor, folks. I'm not sitting here. I'm not talking. I'm sitting here playing doctor or self-diagnosing. Okay. Obviously, go through your doctor, but this is what your doctor is going to prescribe. The chasing elephants, yeah, but even with a prescription, they have no stock. At least at the time I went. And folks, I'm not here playing a doctor, but awareness. I'm raising awareness for you to talk to your doctor and say, hey, I don't remember ever deworming the kids. This dude said something about it. Bring it up with your doctor. And now it's made the rounds with this incident, and that's why I just raise awareness. I raise awareness because when I first started coming here, you know, I didn't know all these things. Living in Thailand, I never had the reason to learn all these things. And here, I've had a reason to learn them, and therefore I'm just raising awareness for you to ask your doctor. How was that for a disclaimer? All the damn lawyers coming at me. You practicing medicine without a license, you son of a... No, I'm not. I'm just raising awareness. Men's health. Did I ever go to the Tex-Mex restaurant in the mall? I'm not sure if we did or not. There was one by that gas station, something patio, that I kept saying I wanted to go to and we never went to. What I'm really dreaming about right now is taking the crew to Texas Joe's. Number one, it'd be a great video. If you've never seen Texas Joe's from the outside, this is it looks like the Alamo over on SBMA, the old base. Looks like the Alamo. You walk in there, the smells, it's like you stepped into America. That barbecue is so delicious. It's the closest thing to being in America without being in America. If you were to go inside that restaurant and like close your eyes, you'd think you're in a barbecue place in America. You open your eyes and all the waitresses are beautiful and they're not fat, and you're like, wait a minute, I'm not in America. You know what I mean? Some of the best food here in the Philippines at Texas Joe's. So I got to take this crew down there. And obviously we'll make a video and see what's going on down there. Let's see, out there with Steve. How you doing? Checking in from New Zealand. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, folks, here you want to make sure you use a legitimate pharmacy. When I say legitimate, one of the bigger name brand legitimate ones. It's my personal opinion. There is no shrinkage here. No shrinkage here. So they're not, because something expires, they're not going to lose money. Stick to the legitimate big pharmacies, not the little ones off the beaten path. You know, out of personal experience, I had some doxycyclines that were not effective. Now, I'm not saying they tried to pull a scam on me. I think that they were just so damn old that they had just played out, been sitting in the sun, no aircon. They were just old, and the medication had broken down. They did not work. So I stick to the main pharmacies here, because I've personally got some doxies that didn't work. Why I got to be so secretive? I caught the clap. Had to get some doxies. It didn't work. The minute I got back to Bangkok, I was at the pharmacy in the airport munching down a Zithromax, a pack of Zithro, and some doxies. So if you ever do go back and forth to Thailand, get your meds over there. My advice. And I would say, I don't know if it's cheaper. Maybe it is a little cheaper, but it's less hassle. Like you walk in and talk to the pharmacy, it's like an informal consultation. Here, you have to have a prescription for a lot of meds, which requires you to go see the doctor and pay him 500 pesos to get what you want. Go to Chili's, get some beer and baby back ribs. Oh man, I would love that. Yeah, there you go. Mercury, Watson's, Rose, the big ones that are reputable, and they they're selling enough stock where there's turnover on the stock. But these little ones off the beaten path, where that particular medicine might have been sitting there for a year in the heat, that's not what you want to stake your health on. Yeah, we used to live right next to SM Telebastagan. Nice little SM there. You know, we live right there on the line of Angeles City and San Fernando. But that SM down there, beautiful little smaller SM. Got everything you need in there. It's quieter. No tourists, very little foreigners up in there. It's a nice little best kept secret. Okay, let me go around the horn here. How many folks I got? Still got 102 folks hanging out. Thank y'all very much for hanging out, folks. Certainly appreciate you checking in. All we're doing is having a cup of coffee and talking about the mysteries of life. First 30 minutes of this show, I covered the vent report. Volcanoes, earthquakes, news, and typhoons. In a nutshell, typical earthquake activity over the past 24 hours. What was the highest? 5.4 or 4. There's so many you can't keep track. No typhoons bearing down on us. And look at that beautiful, beautiful weather right there. Looking out my window. If I hit the right button there. Oh, wait a minute. Baby, my blanket is blocking the view of my weather report. Respond quickly. Big Pumpkin. Baby, I got a technical malfunction here. Big Pumpkin is cutting her toenails and don't give a shit about my curtain blocking my weather reporting. Well, from Chris, the mystery or the misery of life? Well, that's a good question. It's all about from whose perspective you look at things. I like discussing the mysteries of life. Is life always fun? Is it always easy? If it was, it would be boring. So I prefer to call it the mysteries of life. And the mystery right now is why Big Pumpkin don't come over here and help me with these curtains where I can see the mountains with my camera. It's more important for her to cut toenails right now. Hey, this is real life. Ain't no AI here. Alright, so let me refresh my screen, see if there's anything new in the world that's breaking news. Okay, we already talked about earlier about the Chinese, their AI generated cartoons. There's a big protest over that right now. I'll put that back up on the screen if you're just joining us. And not to jump on this too much, but just be aware of what's going on. This China Daily put out a series of AI generated cartoons. And obviously if you check them out, they're very racist. And so they've lodged a formal complaint against that. But I think the takeaway is people just need to realize how the CCP looks at all of us. I mean, right now they're just focused on the Philippines with that crap. And it comes from that China Daily is run by the propaganda section, whatever they call themselves. It's not just Filipinos. That's how the CCP looks at all of us. So anyhow, if you're married to a Filipina, she's probably already tracking on that, but have her show you all the videos and the cartoons, and it's just, okay, you want to know what the CCP thinks about you? Okay, there you go. So that's what's going on. Sort of in the news. Here's a dude in the Bronx falls 5 floors, but is carried away alert and conscious. 5 floors. Okay, boom! Frank Tate coming off the top ropes of the octagon from the Lilibeth Tate channel. Thank you very much, my friend. Certainly appreciate it. Yeah, I'm, talking about the doing my live cooking shows. I've got this equipment up running pretty good now, and the thing about it is I can take. So you see that camera right there? I got a camera pointing that direction. So I've got 3 cameras and 1 laptop setup. So now that I've got all this stuff running smooth, I told Big Pumpkin, I said, look, I can start off the show, have a camera in there in the kitchen, watch her do some kitchen activity, and then cut to the 3rd camera out on the barbecue grill. So the show is gonna improve. Let's see, Mr. Gary says it's funny how people in some of the poorest countries are happy and cheerful, and some of the most miserable people are those in the first world rat race. Isn't it funny how that works? Do we really think that rich people are happy? I mean, that's a question. Are rich people happy? We just spent a year living around, the rich folks of this country, and now we're over here living next to the not so rich folks in this country, and living down in her village. We surely wasn't living around any rich folks down there either. And happiness is in the eye of the beholder. But I think poor people in general are just happier due to their daily lifestyle. Now look, that's very subjective. Well, let's just take like all the rich kids in the neighborhood. Mostly they're indoors. Not all the time, but most of the time they're indoors. You don't see them. What are they doing? They're just staring at a screen of some size, whether it's the big screen, the phone, or the iPad. Is that really what makes them happy? And we move here, Maria spends all her time outdoors. They're outside playing. Most of the time they're in the dirt pile. They're in the pasture over there, chasing each other around. So if you ask her where's she happiest, they're much happier over here. So you can look at any situation. Who do you think lives the better lifestyle? Elon Musk or me? Elon Musk, he works like 20 hours a day, sometimes sleeps at the factory. What kind of lifestyle is that? Maybe that's his high. His high is working. Obviously has accomplished a lot. About the same age as me. But whose lifestyle on a daily basis, who laughs more, me or him? I probably laugh a lot more than Elon does. I don't have to yak people like he does. I mean, I try to explain to the Big Pumpkin and Maria, being rich does not automatically mean that you're happy. Now the country song is, well, money can't buy you happiness, but it can buy you a 4-wheeler. Well, that's hard to compete with as a redneck. But me and my buddy were talking, we're talking about, hey man, you know, back in the day, my buddy had an apartment and had a roommate. And they split the rent. The rent was like nothing. He said, man, back in the day, I used to have like 2 or 3 paychecks laying on top of my TV because I was too lazy to take them to the bank. You know, back when you're a single dude, you got nothing. You got a low pay. You don't have a new car. Just got a little apartment that you got a roommate. But you got 3 paychecks stacked on the TV. Just ain't got time to go to the bank, deposit them. Didn't have a care in the world. Worried about chasing women. You know, work 60 hours a week, chasing women, drinking beer. Didn't have much of nothing. It's just like, who was it? Jeff Foxworthy, that song. Talking about poor people throw the best parties. You can destroy everything in their apartment during this party, and they're out $8. I don't remember how the whole song went, but you know, back then you got lawn chairs for furniture. So are rich people happier than poor people? I think that a lot of it is just fake. Most everything on the internet, especially Instagram, is fake. It's people portraying that they're having a great time, but they're just really trying to fake a photo. Back in the day when our generation was partying, we were too busy partying and dancing and drinking and laughing and having a great time to, you know, sit still for a picture. We're trying to prove to the world that we're having a great time. Look at all these pictures. They're all fake. Everything about Instagram, all these pictures, I don't care if you're sitting in a Lamborghini, you're fake having a great time. We're back in the day, you know, chasing women at Cowboys or Crystal Chandelier. I was having a great time. So that's what I think. I think the rich are just so damn fake, and that they are not enjoying their life and they're not having a great time. They're just focused on portraying to everybody else that they're having a great time due to their wealth. That's what I think. I think we have a much better time than anybody with money. That's it. Poor people have much more freedom and don't even know it. They don't realize it. Now, baby. Oh, man, we're talking about. Easy. Yeah, sit on that arm right there. There we go, right there. Are you comfortable? Huh?
You're 4 hours now.
Yeah, we live streaming for 4 hours. I'm just hanging out, talking about the mysteries of life. Do you think that rich people are happier than poor people, or poor people?
Rich people have more utang than the poor people.
Good point. Rich people have a lot more utang. They owe a lot more debt than poor people.
How come they happy then?
An average homeless guy in America who owns nothing is
happy, but they're not
technically richer than the average American because they owe no money. Yeah, I see rich people crying in the Rolls Royce all the time. I think it's just because they're not living a real life. They're just so focused on portraying to everyone around them that the Rolls Royce makes them happy. Oh, look at me, I'm so happy because I have a Rolls Royce. Don't make you happy. Simplistic things in life. What makes me happy? Being around the kids. Barbecuing. Cigars, my pipe. Might go back to drinking some beer. Listening to music. How much does all that cost? I mean, you gotta cook supper. Why not cook it on the barbecue grill? That's not an extra cost. Yeah, beer and cigars and pipe tobacco costs a little bit of money. Listening to music, that's free. I like to rock out Big Pumpkin. That don't cost me anything other than what it already cost me. The cost of your relationship, right? So personally, would I trade places with Elon Musk? And the answer would be absolutely not. Let me get this straight. I'm going to trade my life hanging out with my kids most of the day to go work 20 hours a day, sleep in a corporate office, sleep on the private jet going from point A to point B. How does that sound appealing? With everybody in the world watching you where you can't make a move? Hell no. I wouldn't trade my life for Elon Musk. I mean, I love the guy. You know, we're about the same generation. Had the same computers. Although I think he had a Commodore VIC 6 or Commodore 64 and I had a VIC 20. I was always dreaming about the 64. I had the VIC 20. But no, I wouldn't trade my life to be Elon Musk. No. Now, if you want to offer me a ride, the first rocket to Mars, I'd take it. No. Now, money itself directly, it doesn't buy happiness. There you go. And you know, no matter how rich you are, if the cancer takes you out, it don't matter how much money you got in the bank. Steve Jobs figured that out. Especially with how confusing and dangerous the world is today. Why worry about things that might kill you in 30 years when there's so many things that could kill you today? It's just a different way of thinking. We used to have to be very conservative about what we did because we had to think in a 30-year planning horizon. Oh, my retirement, my 401k. And you realize so many people don't make it to retirement. Or if they do, they live for a week and they're dead. Or, you just have no time to enjoy life, to stop and smell the roses. And that's what I do every day. I talk about the trees a lot on my rides or my videos. Look at them trees, they're beautiful. I get hit throughout the years. Man, who gives a damn about them trees? I do. I look at mostly palm trees around here, so when I see a pine tree, I just stop. I'm like, oh man, it takes me back home to the south and pine trees. I love it. Little simple shit like that. I don't know if Elon has too much time on his hand to stop and just look at a pine tree. We all gotta eat, but at what amount of money? Like the guy, he got $1 trillion now? Is he a trillionaire? How does that, has that equated to him having more time during the day? He's probably working more. So now I wouldn't trade my life for his. Hell no. That's it. Steve, to some, I would be considered rich. It's all about how you look at it. Elon Musk has got plenty of money and no time. No time, no freedom. What a rough life. He rides in a whatever he wants to. He rides in a private jet or private 747. I don't know what the guy rides around in. I'm riding on a second-hand Yamaha. So it's all about what your perspective is. I do feel like I'm rich. Got 2 beautiful kids out there. It's a beautiful day. Got a chubby old lady. I like thickness these days. I'm still alive. I'm still above ground. It's a wonderful damn day. So I guarantee you, anybody in the cemetery would trade places with any of us and take on our problems and struggles in life in a heartbeat. What's the movie? The dead only know one thing. It's better to be alive. Yeah, Frank says it feels good to not be in the rat race. Some people call it the Matrix. The show we were watching last night about the neighbor from hell or whatever it is on Netflix. It was, I guess, the first episode where this neighbor feud just basically destroyed these people's lives. And I'm not giving up the ghost because right away the girl talks about she got shot in the face. Just living in that system, the way that system treated these folks, you know, living outside that system for so long, it's just like alien. What used to be the norm in America, when I was 5-0, I had to enforce and go with, and at least initially believed in. You look at truly how crazy life is in the U.S. compared to so many other places I've been to. We have created our own rat race, matrix, prison, whatever you want to call it. And they duped us into it when it came out with 911. Got a problem? Call 911. The government will come solve your damn problem. And we'll write a report. And we'll report every damn thing you say. You know, treat you like a queen. Waste all this money and effort and time and paper. What kind of life is that? You know what I mean? Two cars scratch each other with a little scratch. Next thing you know, you got to wait for the cop. There's insurance. There's paperwork. How the fuck did we get to that? Like, I want to spend 1 minute of my life arguing over a scratch on a piece of metal. You don't realize these things until you get out of that environment. I wrote about it in my first book. Okay? Matter of fact, let me promote my first book. Made a few extra sales because I talked about it during these live streams. Down in the description is a link to my Amazon author page. And in my first book, I talk about Americans and our paperwork. We do paperwork on everything. Something as small as a neighbor dispute gets so many government officials involved in your life and so many stipulations. So much craziness and focus, and you break it down. Okay, can't get along with my neighbor. How about the government saying, hey, work it out? They'll work it out. I still got my coffee, baby. I'm okay, but thanks for offering. You'll go do time. So anyhow, when you leave the States and you look back in, or you look into England or Australia, it sort of is a prison. Any little thing you do, the government's going to get involved, and we're going to write it down. We're going to document it. It's a crazy way to live. Mr. Gary says, some of these guys like Warren Buffett, more money than God, yet at 80 plus, still hustling another buck. Like if he wanted, he could be chilling in some private paradise. Whatever makes him happy. Whatever makes him happy. But would I trade places with him? Hell no. If you earn $25K a year as a single individual in the U.S., you're roughly in the top 10 to 15% of global earners, income earners. Yeah, unfortunately, how much is it to rent a place these days over there, to buy a house? And I'm glad you brought that up, because my buddy Edwin, not sure if he's here in the chat, from San Diego, I did a video on his comment. Said his family brought him to San Diego when he was 8 from the Philippines, and he was just venting and just venting, but basically said, you know, I work 6 days a week, 7 days a week, 60, 70 hours, whatever, and I don't make enough money to rent my own apartment. He said, at least in the Philippines, if I'm working this much, I can at least have my own room, my own place somewhere. Nobody wants to grow old, but nobody wants to die young. Everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to go now. Baby, I've got a request for you to give your view on what's going on in the world. She's not listening because she's reading something in Tagalog on the CP, and she only can think in one language at a time. So if I start speaking English in the background, she drowns me out. I have to get her attention, snap out of it. Hey, buddy, Ro. It's like Forrest G and just got back from the Sorry store doing some utang. Just make sure you put it on your mama's utang, buddy, not papa's. Well, see, that's the thing about Big Pumpkin. And it's a double-edged sword, right? I wrote in my book, the second book, The King's Chronicles, How to Escape the Wrath of American Women and Live Like a King. That's my second book. I was talking about when me and the J-Dog decided to go international. We're like, let's find some ladies that don't speak English. Now, here you are a couple decades later, struggling with communication gaps. But back then, I'm like, I don't want no chick that speaks English. So, what the hell was I talking about? I just lost my train of thought. I was talking about something. I was talking about the book. There was something in the book I was about to talk about, and I then left the building. Talking about the communication gap between me and her. Now she's in there eating a chocolate cookie. Baby, just don't put that chip on your head now. Okay, I can't live on $25K in the U.S. However, I can in the PI. There you go. You know, make your money in the West, you spend it in the East. Yeah, if I start talking to George, then Big Pumpkin will eventually catch on and realize I'm talking to George, the wall. George was my best friend for 2 years down in her hometown. Really my only friend. Kept me from going crazy. I can't remember what I was going to talk about. Talking about a point in the book. Oh, simplicity. What are we talking about? Like, what do she and I talk about? She don't want to talk about world events. She has no interest in talking about Trump or Iran or politics or the government here. They have no interest in talking about none of that stuff. At least this one don't. What does she want to talk about? Well, what are we going to cook tonight? The price of chicken over at the market. And it's just simplistic things that we talk about, that she wants to talk about. Now, when she talks with the ladies, they do a lot of chismes, but they're not talking about Bitcoin or Elon Musk putting computer chips in people's heads. They don't give a shit. And that's the simplicity that we love, is that we're not in the matrix. Okay? Everybody still has a daily struggle and has to put food on the table. But where they're ahead of us is, okay, it's going to go on around them no matter what. But they have no control over it, so why talk about it? Why worry about it? They don't give a shit. Somebody told us Wall Street fell and we were so poor that we couldn't tell. Same way. A lot of folks around the world, they don't give a shit what's going on. Because it's, other than the gas price going up and making the vegetables more expensive, what do they know? It's outside their control. They don't worry about it. Yeah, here in the PI, you make 50K a year, you rich. Hey, Doc M, how you doing? Good afternoon to you, my friend. I hope you're doing well over there. Again, we won't put too much out over the air, but hope you're doing well. I heard through the grapevine y'all were expecting rain on the weather. Let's just leave it at that. Folks, let me go around the horn right quick. Looks like still got 92 folks here. Thank y'all for hanging out. Just listening to my voice, talking about the mysteries of life. Been live streaming for, let's see, how long we got going here. Look at my software. Get the statistics up there. Is that 152 thumbs up, or I got more than that? Now this one's showing 174. I want to thank y'all very much for the thumbs ups. Helps out with that algorithm. Them old Google squirrels. Yeah, it's taboo in the Asian culture to have deep conversations. You can only do that with another trusted foreigner. That's pretty much it. The conversations I have here with her, it's just about logistics, cooking, simplistic things about the kids. We don't have any in-depth conversations because she's not interested in it. If you come over here and try to start talking about cryptocurrency to a Filipina, you're wasting your breath. All right, Doc M's reporting it's all good here. I'm glad to hear that, my friend. I'm glad to hear that, but in the same sense, stay safe, man. Yeah. A lot of things that we take for granted being over in the U.S., a lot of the rest of the world, never heard of them. Never heard of the Rolling Stones. Hey, Roy, how you doing, my friend? You know, all the movements in America, they don't understand. Hell, I don't understand all the recent movements because I wasn't there. But, you know, in trying to explain, you know, certain things like racism and stuff like that to her, she don't understand that. So a lot of things, they just don't care. It don't affect them. The pressures that Americans are subjected to on a daily basis, a lot of the rest of the world, they don't give a shit. You think grandma gives a shit what's going on in America or Iran? She don't give a shit. She's worried about growing okra or getting some fish for the night, whatever she's doing. Hey, John, how you doing? Checking in from New Zealand. Very good point. Thank you, my friend. R.L. Imsky. It depends on the Filipina. Westernized Filipinas, you definitely can. Boondock Filipinas, definitely not. Okay, that's a very good point. But the way I look at it like this, if a chick's living in America, you know, grew up there, what have you, I just consider her an American. I don't really. I mean, her family's Filipino. Her family's from the Philippines. Maybe she was born in the Philippines. But you grow up there, yeah, I just consider them Americans. Yeah, and you're not going to change their mind. But you're talking to an American girl, even though her mom and dad are from Manila. That's an American chick. And you know what's crazy is like way back in the day, you know, the Filipinas that I knew way back in the day, they were Americans. They were born and raised in America. Their family moved there before they were born. So the Filipinas I knew initially, when I first, you know, came in contact with some Filipina chicks, I really wasn't in contact with Filipina chicks. They were Americans. They were good-looking chicks, but you know, hanging out with them did not give me any education about culture here. They were just California chicks. Let's see, Miley Pang, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, plenty of boondock American girls too. It's the same thing. It's no different. You go to the trailer park, you're not going to sit there and talk about Elon Musk's brain chip to the chick in the trailer park. What's she worried about? You know, a pack of cigarettes and another beer. But it just goes back to who's happier, rich people or middle class rich people in the Matrix or poor people. I just think poor people have so much more fun. Just going back to that movie we talked about yesterday, Demolition Man, Sandra Bullock, and Sylvester Stallone, Wesley Snipes. It's like the above ground society is like how America is going. And then all the people that lived in the sewers down there barbecuing rat burgers, those are the guys having fun, not people living up there that if you said a curse word, you know, they would fine you. But it seems like that's how life is going, just like that movie. What a great movie, by the way. You know, just the simple element, like guns were in a museum. The only place you could find a gun was in a museum. So when somebody actually got violent, they weren't prepared to deal with that. Let's see, David says he watched that movie yesterday after we talked about it. And the other movie that the people using the 3 seashells, right? You know, dude's like, yeah, you got no toilet paper. He don't know how to use the 3 seashells. The other movie, if you didn't catch this the other day, that we watched on Netflix is A Wonderful Nightmare. So if you have a Filipino wife or girlfriend, let me put it on there. I think this is the name of it. If I put that in there right, A Wonderful Nightmare. It's on Netflix. You got a Filipino girlfriend or wife, or tell her to bring some friends over, put that movie on. Man, it is funny, but a tearjerker at the same time. What a great movie the other day. Thank you very much, Doc M. I certainly appreciate it, man. Trying to refine this down into a more respectable show. And again, the next plan of operations, I got these extra cameras. I plan to point one at the barbecue grill. So, you know, I sit here and talk, hang out for an hour or so. Now, all right, let's cut the big pumpkin on the grill, or I'll get out on the grill and I can just change up the scenery. So I'm not sitting here at this table the whole time. I just got to get all the angles worked out. Yeah, use a pine cone. You know, it's funny. A lot of people don't understand this in America, but we don't buy toilet paper here. And once you get away from that mindset, like that's one of the things about going back to America I dread the most, is having to use toilet paper. You know, once you get away from that, which is the norm, you look at how crazy it is. Just like on that movie, they used to use wadded up pieces of paper back in the 90s. Anyhow, another parallel to that movie. Okay, I don't know the actress's name. Is that her name, Kim Molina? Yeah, whoever the actress was in A Wonderful Nightmare is hilarious. Beautiful too, thick girl. I told Fatima she need to get to eating them ice creams. But anyhow, great movie. One of y'all said you watched it and it was a good recommendation. I haven't seen that movie. In any other of her movies, I don't think I've seen anything else. There you go. The ass sprayer. The bum gun. It's a tool of preference. Yeah. Only time I've used toilet paper in long times when I took those brief trips to America, and it was brutal. I mean, think about it. I mean, over here, when you go into the bathroom, you come out cleaner than you were. Ain't no skid marks in any underwear over here. You can wear the same underwear for a week and still smell like roses, because every time you go do your business, you come out, your ass smells like Irish Spring. You know what I mean? Toilet paper. You know, put a Snickers bar in your hair. Try to get that shit out with toilet paper. It don't work. There you go. Tybo and water, or an ass sprayer. Soap and water, period. Soap and water beats dry paper. Trying to get a Snickers bar out of your hair. America's way behind. But you know why it'll never be widely adopted? Because the timber industry ain't gonna let it. They're not gonna let it. 0 skid marks since I left America. 0 skid marks. I can sit there and wear white, brand new bright white underwear, guaranteed. 2 years wearing the same pair of underwear. 0 skid marks. None. Never. I think a lot of it too has to do with the diet and the food. Everything over here is a lot more healthy. Let's see, Steve-O Tropics, how you doing? All good here, my friend. Yeah, so we have American visitors, friends, what have you. What do they got to have? You got to go out and buy some toilet paper for them. They don't know how to use the ass sprayer or the Tybo. Your stream is on point. Dang, high quality resolution. Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate it. I'm broadcasting in 1080p 30. Seems to work well. And I'm broadcasting to three outputs. YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. And so far, it's working out real well. Main camera here is an FX3, and I think I got the colors dialed into this thing. I was using that S Cinetone, but I changed that up. I got some custom color settings in there now. I still get a little swamp ass once in a while, but that's because my gun technique was lacking at the moment of use. Man, I got a great technique. If you want to see the technique, you just watch some videos. I demonstrated on several videos my technique. And people find it a little complicated. But really, to explain, you're basically just taking a shower after you do your business. It's pretty simple. How do I do this? Well, what if you got dirty? What would you do? You go take a shower, soap and water. It's no different. Just because the soiled area happens to be around your asshole, what's the difference? It's like, just get in your mind, I do my business and I take a shower. Pretty simple. Matter of fact, when I go in there, I get butt naked. Do my business. A lot of times, after I get all cleaned up, I might hop a quick shower. So every time I come out of the CR, I smell like damn roses. 0 skid marks. In America, you can't say the same. Thank you very much, Mac. What I'm going to add is a couple candles back there. Get a little flicker going on. Now I do have, it is shellacked. I might flame that up. Somehow or another, I'm going to put some candles back there. Got to get me some. Yeah. Well, yeah, I did those, how to use the toilet at the beach, at our village, how to use, I've done several. Crazy to say, several of my videos I filmed myself sitting on the shitter. Things I do for men's health, education. One of the earlier ones was how to use the bathroom at your wife's village. That's when I first met the old girl. And it's like an outhouse. If you watch the video, their CR there was like an outhouse. Hell, one of them didn't even have a door. I like to go to the one with the door, but one didn't even have a door at the time. And then during the lockdown, I demonstrated how to use the ass sprayer, and then over on the beach, yeah, how to use that over there. But I get this a lot from people coming over here. Hey man, going to my wife's village, and what I'm really scared about, what if I got to go to the bathroom? Check out the videos. You can do it. You can do it. Because a lot of guys coming over, they're not into camping. If you're into camping, you'll figure it out, right? But if you've never been camping, a lot of guys are panicked. They're worried. Man, I'm going out. What if I got to go to the bathroom? Watch the videos. You'll make it through there. Frank says it looks almost like 3D. Yeah, well, I'm setting the depth of field very shallow at about a 2.0. And so the depth of field, that what's in focus, is very shallow. So like if I lock the focus and lean back, I'd be out of focus. But I've got it on automatic. So, it's following me as I go. When you do that shallow depth of field, it sort of looks 3D. Hey, McMiller, I'm still here, man. I'm still here. Welcome back. Yeah, anywhere in the tropics, you got creepy crawlies. If you've never been to the tropics, the house lizards, whatever you want to call it, will scare the shit out of you. But you realize they eat the bugs and stuff, so you don't get rid of the house lizards. Yeah, you don't want a door on the outhouse. It takes away from the view. Yeah. Baby, you remember, was it Grandma's CR didn't have a door, right? Back in the day, there was no door on Grandma's CR. What? Well, why didn't she want a door on the CR? She just wanted to enjoy the view? I always used the one with the door, but Grandma's had no door. You were just looking like towards the back of the village. I mean, I'm okay to take a pee. I mean, okay, I'll piss in the woods, piss there, the door, I don't care. But, sitting there on the throne doing your business and beautiful ladies walking by, I wasn't down with that. I chose the one with the door. Now, the thing has so many holes in it, you're still looking out, seeing what's going on. But you know what you're trying to do. You're trying to drop a deuce before any beautiful ladies show up in the area. Let's be honest. Dudes, I don't give a damn. I don't care. But if some beautiful ladies show up, you don't want to get caught, dropping a grocery snake. Yeah. Squat over a 4-inch pipe. Yeah, well I think, I can't remember. I'd have to go back and look at my own video. If that was a squat toilet in that one CR or no. I can't remember. But yeah, the Turkish crappers, the ones you squat over. Maybe I need to do a block of instruction on those. Yeah, that's the problem. We as Americans don't squat so well. Just a squat toilet. It's more like a hover. You know what I mean? We don't squat down like folks who grew up like that. It's hard for us to squat down on the squat toilets. You just gotta do like the hover method. Eventually you'll figure it out. Eventually you will figure it out. We humans, we are very good at adapting to whatever our situation is. It's like we've adapted here. Last year we're underneath the aircon, sitting there with a leather coat on during my live streams because I'm freezing cold. Now I got the windows open, just got a fan going, no aircon. I'm fine. Just no matter what our situations are. Hey, Butteroo, we will adapt. Folks, this is Forrest G. Came over here to check out what's going on. He likes to shop on my desk. Come here and mess with the items on my desk, and I have a no shopping on my desk rule. He was looking for the RC. So he's taking the last of the RC Cola. Yeah, but speaking about adapting, we always adapt. We always adapt, and it's funny how people have hit me up about our $28 beach condo, or people will hit me up about this place with no aircon, or that little house, the yellow house next to us. When I did a tour of that, how much was that? Like $34 a month. We rented that temporarily. We had two houses. And people were hitting me on the place, and then somebody brought up a point and said, hey, it's a port and a storm. And I said, absolutely right. Y'all don't think this is exactly the Taj Mahal. I got it. But what if you were out camping somewhere and it started coming a typhoon and you're in a tent? Well, if that's you in the tent, that little house for $34 a month suddenly becomes a mansion to save your ass. It's all about from whose perspective you look at it from. That little house had running water. You would be dry as a bone. Electricity. Now look, if you're living in a McMansion over in America, there's no way in hell you would spend one night in that little place. But if you were out in the middle of the woods and it was coming a lightning storm, all of a sudden that little $34 house would be a McMansion to you. It's just all about, you have to put yourself in a situation to where all of a sudden that place looks wonderful and you'll be okay. Same thing with the outhouse. The outhouse with no door. If I've been camping out in the woods for a week, leaning up against a tree, shitting in the woods, and I get back to her village, and now I got a little outhouse, would have been like the Taj Mahal. Of course, she looks like a young Juan Carlos. And folks, I don't know if you can hear right now how quiet it is in our village. It's so quiet right now. All you can hear is Forrest G in the background. It's so quiet. There's no vidjoki. It's just so quiet here on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. If I was down in her neck of the woods, you would at least hear 30 roosters at any given time. Okay, do we have any plans on doing a Silong Inn camping type of video? Yeah, we sure do. We sure do. We're going to go camping here pretty soon. And what I want to do is just start hitting those coves and just keep marching north towards Pundakit. That'd be a series of videos. Maybe we start off at Silong Inn again, and you know, all those coves over there, they have you know, local spots that'll rent you bahai-kubos of various sizes, what have you. We don't have any camping gear right now, but I got a cooler. So if we just stayed over there and rented one of those bahai-kubos, everybody could just bring a backpack and a blanket. Don't need no camping gear. We'll just stay in the bahai-kubo. And we'll get some tents later. Yeah, if you were prior military, you know, you'll do okay in your old lady's village, but a lot of these dudes have never been camping, never been in the military. It's very frightening to them. What am I going to do if I got to take a dump? And again, that's one of the reasons I did those series of videos, just trying to help people out. Like, hey man, you can do it. Don't panic. You know, and the best thing to do if you're not that camping guy, you just go over there for a day. You get you a hotel room close to your old lady's village, and you get up in the morning, shit, shave, and shower, go to the market, get some food, go over there, you know, cook during the day, eat, and then make sure you got transportation back to your hotel by the nighttime. That's just the way to do it. For the average person who's not a camper, not prior military, that's the way you want to do it. You don't want to go over there and struggle in the heat Maybe there's the mosquitoes, the flies. You're just going to be miserable, and your old lady's going to have to cater to you. And they don't care if you stay there or not. You don't got to prove to them that you're tough and you can stay in the village. You just show up over there with some food, cook, hang out all day, do some drinking, and then at nighttime you head back to the hotel. Everybody's happy. And you don't got to worry about it. If you can't piss in the woods, I can't help you. But everybody's concerned about dropping a deuce. That's the anxiety. Let's see. I've been to Anawangan Cove. It's a few coves north of Silong Inn. It's pretty nice up there. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Just start hitting these coves, marching north towards Pundakit. And just, y'all saw the videos over at Silong Inn. It was just beautiful. We were the only people there when we went. Sort of, it's years ago, sort of remnants of the lockdown. But when we went over there, we were, other than the fishermen, hanging out during their downtime, we were the only gringos over there. It was beautiful. Okay, do they have any deep sea fishing? Yes. It's been years since I've been around these parts, and I'm still trying to get back up to speed. But over at Vasco's, was it his son or family member that was running deep sea fishing charters out of there? I'll have to go back and look at the video. But yeah, there's deep sea fishing, and you got to get out if you want to catch some fish. We've been fishing in Subic Bay so many times and basically caught a minnow. You got to get out. Yeah, they actually expect you to go back to the hotel. Nobody cares if you stay in your wife's village. They're not trying to size you up as a man or your survivability of being able to stay there. Nobody gives a shit. As long as you show up with food and buy everybody some Red Horse and some kolafu, they're having a great time. When you leave, their anxiety level actually goes down and they can relax anyhow. So nobody really wants you to spend the night there, and they don't expect you to. There you go. So a good point. That's just the best way to do it. Because, for example, right, I'm staying in her village, and the canoe's got to go take a dump. You get in there, there's no water. Yay. Nobody fill the bucket up. Why? Because you got to walk down the hill with the 5-gallon bucket, go to the well, pull up some water, and tote it back up the hill to the shitter. It's a process. Well, I had to drop a deuce. I go in there's no water. I'm like, hey. And then she's got to dispatch the brother to go down there and get the canoe a damn bucket of water. Now, every time after that, I made sure I had some water. But you see the point. People have to cater to you to a certain extent because you don't know the procedures. So it's much better if you go back to the hotel, let them relax, and then you shit in the proper crapper back at the Hilton or wherever you're at. So, I'm there buying the food and the booze, but the poor brothers is toting the water up the hill, I'm sure they would have rather me just go back to the resort. Okay, can I get a sidecar for my motorcycle so you have complete control of the travel? I can put a sidecar on there and set up for the sidecar, the trike, but I don't think I'm going to, because that is the perfect bug out vehicle. I can fit my whole crew on there, a backpack on the front, she's hanging a backpack off the back, and we can get the hell out of here. If something were to happen, something worst case scenario, say Mount Pinatubo blew. Hit the wrong button there. I think I'm good now. So if Pinatubo blew, we could jump on Red Horse 6, 2 backpacks, all of us, and I could be 300 and something kilometers away from here. Now, think that if it was a real bug out situation and everybody's trying to get on the roads, if you're in a car or a trike, you're in a parking lot. if you're on a motorcycle or a bicycle or you're walking, you can get around the traffic jams. You may have to go off-road a little bit, but in my mind, I'm thinking, hey, I got this bike here, the way it's set up. If we need to get 300 clicks from here in a reasonable amount of time, we can do it. I put a sidecar on there. I'm waiting in traffic like everybody else. And every day I do this. The trikes, some of the roadways are too narrow, so this trike has to wait over here till this guy goes. Well, the motorbike's not. Say the garbage truck's in the middle of the road. It's blocking traffic back 20 cars deep. Well, while they're messing with the garbage cans, all the motorcycles are just going around. So I don't want to put a sidecar on this bike. I want to keep it as is for emergency bug out purposes. I could actually probably put one more skinny Filipino on there if I had to. And it was funny because yesterday I look over and this group of Ita folks were on a Honda, what do they call it, the Honda version. And I look over and they were rolling 6 deep. You know what I mean? They had like, what, 3 adults and 3 kids. They had 6 people on the bike. And it's not as long as the seat on my Yamaha, I don't think. But as I get the past few days, as I've gotten more comfortable with riding the roads and the driving patterns, the way the locals drive here, I'm getting more confident. Now I'm thinking, well, maybe at some point you get that bajak tuk-tuk. It's a proper vehicle. You can fit a lot of weight, a lot of people in there. It's that tuk-tuk like you see in India. You're starting to see more and more of them here, especially down in Cebu. Everybody's got one down there. So at some point I might be interested in looking at that thing again. But when I first got on the roads 2 weeks ago, I was like, Properly trained lady will check the water typo situation as soon as you get in the area of operations. Funny but true. Yeah, they got to. They got to. And then they got to dispatch the brothers down to the well to bring you a bucket of water. But here's the thing. Okay, this is what I do. If I'm traveling, and then that's a big thing that tourists are going to complain about coming here versus going to Thailand. Thailand, most everywhere you go, you got a decent bathroom. The Hong Nam's got water, proper toilets. Some of them even got toilet paper, right? Over here, not so much. You go and you look in there and you're like, holy shit, how can I do my business in there? Then there's no water. If they're going to improve on overall tourism numbers, the first thing I would do is just start building proper bathrooms and stop charging money, because tourists just ain't going to come back. The average tourist is not coming back. They're just not prepared for that. So what I do, because I don't use toilet paper no more, if I'm out and about, I got a big old bottle of water. I got a big ass bottle of water in my backpack. Those big ones, right? Number 1 for drinking, but number 2, if nature calls, that's how I'm gonna wash my ass. I don't need no toilet paper. I don't need you to get me a Tybo, whatever. I got a big ass bottle of water and a bar of soap in my backpack. Come out of there smelling like roses. That's it. When traffic jams hit, you can get places on the motorbike where anything wider than a bike, you're going to be stuck in traffic. The trike can't really go off road. You can't get that thing up a trail. It's not going to fit on a trail. I mean, look, when I used to go, I used to have a girlfriend in northern Samar. And this happens everywhere, but there, to get to her place, you went up to Katarman. And then to get way down to her place, there were several ferries that you had to take. When I say ferries, like little small boats to get across little waterways. and they will just lift your motorbike onto this pump boat or what have you. So no problem if you're on a motorbike, you can get down there. How the hell are they going to get a trike on those little boats? They couldn't. At certain places, bigger boats, what have you, roll on, roll off. All right, no problem. But if you're bebopping off the beaten path, they can lift a motorbike and put it on the boat. You know, be 2 or 3 of them on there. They're not putting a trike on there, or a tuk-tuk, or a damn car. So anything extravagantly crazy, again, if Pinatubo blew, I can get 300 and something clicks away from here before I've even got to start worrying about fuel. If I got to go off-road for a minute, we can do it. If I got to get a couple kuya's, I'll pick that thing up and wrestle it onto a pump boat, we can. So those are the reasons I'm thinking, nah, I'm not going to turn it into a trike. Yeah, patience driving over here. I've done motorcycle safety videos. I got a bunch of them here on the channel. But as I spoke about a few videos back, every culture has their own way of driving, their own flow. I guess that'd be the best word, their own flow of how they flow. And when I first got on Red Horse 6, I was like, holy shit, this is totally different than what I'm used to in Thailand. You've got to learn that flow, and you've got to learn it slowly. And I think that, like, one of the ways to do it is you travel the same route every day. Pick you a very simple route, and you start out on that route to where you learn the routine, you learn the potholes, you learn where people are coming out, you learn how people go. So it's sort of like a little training area. You don't want to do it where it's busy. But once you get the hang of that training area with that same repetition and start to feel the flow of the way they drive, then you start venturing out to other places you've never been. If that makes any sense. So I've been doing the same circuit now. Now I'm getting okay. Now I'm learning how to read the flow of traffic. Yeah, I was. I don't want to say terrified, but man, I hadn't driven a car in so long. My first trip back to America, I was scared to death to drive that car. After a while, it came back to me, but initially getting behind the wheel, man, I was a little bit worried. Yeah, Thailand, it's just more predictable. Over here, it's more unpredictable. You know, slow down, patience, pay attention. I know that's being Captain Obvious, but there's just so much more unpredictable driving patterns and what people will do over here. But again, you know, I've been hitting it for a couple weeks now. I'm more confident about hitting the roads. I spent 400 pesos filling that thing up 1 week of just non-stop running it. It cost 400 pesos to fill it back up. So, you know, good estimate, less than 500 pesos a week to operate it on the gasoline. Okay, 103 folks here now, 106. Thank y'all for hanging out. I started out this live stream by doing what I call the vent report. Volcanoes, earthquakes, news, and typhoons. And today's news reporting basically is not much going on. Just a beautiful day. Let me give you a look. There you go right there. That's looking out my window. Looking out my window at the mountains here overlooking the beautiful Subic Bay. No rain. Nice easy breeze. Cloudy. Kids are outside playing. It's just a nice chill Saturday afternoon here. Okay, so driving in Longapo is butt pucker till you hit the base. SBMA driving is as close as you're going to get to stateside driving. All right, very good point. One of the big reasons is we gringos built the place. We built SBMA, we built Clark, and so it's very familiar. It's like you're in America, but you're not. You're on the old base, and so the roads and everything have been built by us Americans. So yeah, once you get there, it's very familiar. It's very familiar to driving in the States. The minute you leave the base, you ain't in Kansas no more. You go back to being in the Philippines. All right, folks, I'm going to check one more time, see if there's any breaking news or anything worth talking about. And it looks like Big Pumpkin didn't fix my curtain. So you see the fan blowing my curtain, which is an extra sheet blocking the view there. Like I said, you want to run this game, it's a one-man show. Ain't nobody going to help you. Ain't nobody gonna help you do nothing. You're a one-man show. People lose interest in helping you in this game in about 2 minutes. Okay, so is this correct? The House passes a bill to do away with daylight savings time. Their latest push to end the twice yearly clock change. Okay, so I'm not sure what sparked that over there. I'm not sure all the science behind daylight savings time. You know, as a typical American, you just always wonder. I guess you just wonder why do we have this? Hey, when are we supposed to set the clocks back? When are we supposed to set the clocks forward? And I'll just ask the question, what point does it, what purpose does it serve? I don't know. Never really thought about it. Let's see, Gavin in the UK says, what did I do with those 10 kilos of cabbage you bought at the market in AC? That's a lot of soup. Yeah, made soup out of that, man. And that's what I got to do. I got to get my ass... You know, I'll do it for a couple reasons. Number one, I'll make a video going over there. I plan on just taking me two of our big suitcases, going to see my vegetable ladies, and just loading up as much as I can fit in the suitcases and taking the bus back. When I go see them, 1,000 pesos, I can't even carry the damn bag. And everywhere else, you just get nickel and dime, you got nothing. Go load up on the cabbage, the broccoli, the baby potatoes. Yeah, the baby potatoes, man. All right, did you live in Magdalena Homes back in the day, or am I misremembering that? No, you're absolutely correct. We lived in Magdalena Homes. You know, right there, just up from Sawmill. And Magdalena Homes is like, I don't say halfway, but it between the main road and Times Square. That's when we lived in a house I called the Alamo. What a wonderful little place. And got some townhouses for rent in there. It's a nice little neighborhood, great location. No problem living in Magdalena. And the only reason that we moved out, you know, it's Murphy's Law. The only reason that we left that place is because we were gonna do a lot of traveling, and I said, well, let's just hit the road and start traveling around. And therefore, we really don't need a house. We just need a place to keep our junk base of operations. We were just gonna travel. So we found the penthouse suite. It was like half the rent. There was people there. Okay, exactly what we need. Let's move here. Cut the rent in half. We're about to hit the road. You know, just indefinite travel, or go down to her village and visit, and we're paying half the rent. Well, the minute we did that, 2 months later, or whatever it was, here come the lockdown. Nobody saw it coming. Truth be told, we'd have been much better off in Magdalena Homes, with a bigger house and the playground there for the kids. People ain't coming in there checking on what you're doing in the neighborhood. But that's how that broke down. Hey, Doc M, have a great day, my friend. Yeah, we love cabbage. We put cabbage in everything. I mean, y'all seen me cook through the years. I like fried cabbage, boiled cabbage. I'll take a barbecue cabbage. I know everything there is to know about cabbage. I love cabbage. Everybody does. But I'm telling you, if you're in Angeles City, go see my vegetable vendor over there. Y'all know how to get there. Very friendly ladies. Great price, fair on the scales. But, I'll tell you, if you spend 1,000 pesos, the bag's too heavy to carry. You gotta get somebody to carry it to the trike. Just a couple nights ago, she went here to the market, got a kilo of beans for 100 pesos. Like one night. That's one night's food, 100 pesos. I'm like, how does that work out? I'm not saying it was expensive, but I'm saying, how do I go over there and get so many vegetables I can't eat them all, and here I drop 100 pesos as one meal? There are people who live on cabbage soup only. Diet is health fad for 3 weeks at a time. I mean, I could do it. I love cabbage, but I don't know if I want to eat it every day for 3 weeks. But yeah, you could sustain life. All right, now, folks, I'm gonna take a break. I'm not shutting her down, but I'm gonna put my sign up here. Boom! Look at that sign right there. I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be back in less than 15 minutes. If I'm not back in 15 minutes, just wait longer. What movie was that from? I'll let y'all take a look at the view right there. While I go take a break, I'll be right back. Yeah, okay, folks, I'm back. Had to take a 10-100. Okay, let me get my sign down. Got my sign up there that says the doctor is out. Whoa, what's that? It's the wrong sign. There you go. Take that one down. There we go. There we go, Steven Spielberg. Hope y'all can hear me. I hit the right button. Nah, I just had to take an extended 10-100. Had to take a piss like a racehorse. I need some real coffee, man. I'm tired of drinking this, but it's just my laziness. I haven't been over there for a resupply. Alright, let's change it up, talk international, what's going on. I just pulled up one site here. Let's see what's going on in the world. There we go, right there. That's from a website called RAN International. Get to talking politics here. What do we got going on? The U.S. strikes bridges in a tunnel. Iran widens attacks across the Persian Gulf. Hitting some bridges. I think the worst news out of these bullet points is Kuwait says another power and water desalination plant. Kuwait Airways rescheduling some flights. IRGC claiming strikes on a U.S. naval fuel pier in Kuwait. So again, a little bit of activity going on over there. Boom! Frank Tate coming off the top ropes of the octagon. Thank you very much, my friend. Certainly appreciate it. Certainly appreciate it. Again, hope you're doing well. Yeah, my buddy Kenny said they got real coffee at the Walmart. I looked, I couldn't find it. I gotta look again. I mean, a lot of these, like if you go to most stores, I'm gonna say all, but you go to a lot of local stores, they ain't got no real coffee in there. It's this 3-in-1 stuff. You know, it's the 3-in-1 stuff. You can't, they don't even have real coffee. You gotta hunt around or go to the imported aisle, the international aisle, and try to find some coffee. Let's see, McMiller said, I worried. Let's see, I know the world. I've got to get your shit and your family to the USA. You know what? For some reason, it looks like the ticker down below is like jumping. I'm not sure why it does that from time to time. I don't know if just overloading the processor. That thing looks like it's stuttering. Does it look like it's stuttering on your screen, or is that just my laptop? Maybe it's just my laptop. Anyhow, I got to get my family to the U.S., and this goes back to the never-ending debate about whether or not it's better whether it's better to raise kids in the U.S. or raise kids here in the Philippines. Hey, Boster, how you doing? Yeah, what's going on in the world? All's quiet here in the Philippines. Beautiful weather and more rounds of strikes over in Iran. But the debate about raising kids here versus America. When I first started talking about that issue, it was about 50-50. But this is what, 12, 13 years ago, 10 years ago, whenever it was. And now the more as time goes by, I'm not excited or really entertaining the idea of going back to the U.S. I think we're much better over here in Southeast Asia. Now look, recently, what's went down recently? On the last live stream I was talking about, the Department of Education here just did their first ever active shooter drill patterned by the U.S. model. They just had a drill. No shit drill down in Manila. All the students had a shooter with a water pistol and real cops that came in and did a drill. First time. Usually the campuses here are very open. And after they did that drill, I show up the other day. There's 4 police at the gate. They got the gate locked. The guard looks out. Okay, he's cool. Let him in. Typically, we haven't seen that. And maybe things calm down. They go back to not a big deal. But they had a shooting here recently. For the most part, we don't deal with that stuff over on this side of the globe. They're isolated incidents where America, it's all too normal, all too common. So when I first punched out, my buddy helped me make my decision. He said, dude, what's the worst that can happen? He said, the worst that can happen, hold on a second, I'm going to kick back. He said, what's the worst that can happen? He said, you punch out in the prime of your life, you move to Thailand, and you stay there for however long, and you figure out it's not working for me, or I don't like it, I want to come back home to the U.S., go broke, whatever the reasons are. What's the downside? You just come back, get a job, and pick up where you left off. Where's the risk in that? Well, that was sound advice way back then. Punch out 6 months, I don't like it, I want to go home, go find you 3-bedroom ranch house somewhere for $130K, pick you up an old car, get you a job, go back to work. Where was the risk? The difference in the situation now, it is, y'all can testify to this, not me, you're there, I'm here. It's not that easy anymore. You can't just punch out back over there and pick up where you left off. It's too expensive. Everything's too expensive, from the house, the car, the groceries. It's not like it used to be. Now, I'm still a young guy. I could pull it off if I wanted to. But I'm not interested in putting that much effort just to get back to the U.S. A lot of dudes over here, older guys who are too old to work, they can never go back to the U.S. They don't have any family to go move in with. They can't afford a house. They don't have to stay here, but they can't make it back in the U.S. They don't have enough money. They'd have to go to another country. Pick another country, Cambodia, Laos, Central America, Guatemala. They got to go somewhere like that if they wanted to leave here, because they can't afford to make it in the U.S. They have no family. So it's not like it was when my buddy first gave me that advice. It's obviously changed, and you are my expert witness. Let's see. Now they got no problems with the IRGC. The problem here is with the CCP. And if you're just joining me in the stream, I talked about earlier how right now there's a diplomatic protest over China Daily putting some very racist AI cartoons about the Philippines. I don't want to put too many images up on the screen. I'll get this video flagged maybe. I don't know. Just pull it up. If you got a Filipino wife or girlfriend, I'm sure they know about it. But if you want to know what the CCP thinks about local folks here, just look at those images, and that's what they think about all of us on some form or fashion. I'm telling you, the CCP is the world's enemy. Nobody's listening. GA party, how are you? 1K too much to give your lady in the morning for a trike ride home. It's up to you. It's up to you how much you want to give her. Trike ride is like $150. But you give her how much you want. It's your money. Let's see, Termy Cobra, if they can afford to have guards at a bank, then why not have them guard our children? Yeah, I mean, I think that the sad point of it is historically it hasn't been a necessity. There's some isolated incidents, and now is that where we're going? Are we going more towards the U.S.? I don't think it'll ever get to that level, but realize there are guns floating around here, like in any other country, and society as a whole is getting more crazy and crazy. These young bucks playing video games 12, 14 hours a day. Things are not getting better anywhere in the world, right? They're getting crazier. But back to the original talk about going to the U.S. or here, I'm quite fine here in Southeast Asia. I'll never say never, but right now there's no plans for us to go to the U.S. I mean, everybody brings up the point, okay, the medical care and stuff for my son and the opportunities. I spend most of my time with these kids. I'm in their life. I take them to school. I pick them up. I spend a lot of time with them. If I go back to America, I'm back in the grind 60, 70 hours a week. I'm not around. Well, what's the better life? See, McMillan, first time I got a trike ride was in 1984. My goodness. How do we get rid of the black ants in the Philippines? No, I don't think I've ever used that chalk. Usually when we have ants or stuff like that, we just throw cleaner on them. I take that back. I bought 1 can of that spray. Usually don't buy that poison stuff. We just throw cleaners on them. Throw some pine sol on them. Yeah, so everything is subjective. Whether you live here, live in the U.S. Here comes the Pandisol guy. Okay, that's the dude who looks like the Cano. He's the one who's got her favorite Pandisol. Something about it's got vanilla in it. I don't know if I've ever had Pandisol with vanilla. Kim's running out. She's got money in her hand. I think they're going to strike on the Pandisol guy. He rolls through here. Chalk, good for ants. Used to draw a line around my car if left it in the garage on a tile floor for months at a time. You talking about like some type of pest control chalk or just regular chalk? I got some regular chalk. Maria just came in here and got some out of the box to take outside to play. Out the ant guard. Yeah, I usually don't buy any of that stuff. We got ants, just throw some pine sol on them. This is something, don't cut grass anymore. Don't do any pest control myself. Don't do too many repairs either. Oh yeah, that what's it called? Diatomaceous earth. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. That's for roaches, right? I thought that was for roaches, but I guess it'll work on ants. We don't have a big problem here. Look, I'm gonna knock on wood. We've had a few ants. Not a problem. Just a few ants. Maybe they left some crumbs, whatever. We have almost 0 mosquitoes here, which is huge. We don't have a problem with mosquitoes. I mean, you might see one every now and then. We got no problem with mosquitoes. Not a huge problem with flies. We didn't have any flies till the rain started, and we had a few flies. Like right now, everything's open. I don't see no flies in here. Ain't no mosquitoes, no bugs. I'm knocking on wood, but where we're at, just the location, up on a little bit of elevation, so there's really no standing water anywhere for mosquitoes to breed. We're doing pretty good compared to a lot of places we live. You know, just having to. One of the reasons we run the air conditioner at night was to deal with the mosquitoes. You cut that air con way down, crank the fans up, the mosquitoes can't land on you and bite you all night long. Big Pumpkin coming in here. Hold on, let me see what Big Pumpkin has got. Baby, what you got? Come on here and get in frame, show them what you got. Okay, looks like she's got a pandy saw. How about giving me a I don't want a half one, I want a whole one. Hey, come back.
Wait, Jack.
Hey, there's Seymour's at the door. Y'all give him a piece of that bread. A neighbor's puppy. I call him Seymour. Seymour likes coming over and hanging out. He's a pretty smart puppy. And he rumbles with the big dogs. If they get out there and get to fighting over food, Seymour don't back down. The rest of them will run away, not Seymour. I just need two. Okay, I'll demonstrate on the camera here. There you go, right there. That's the pandy saw, fresh, hot, out of the oven. Now, is this the one with the vanilla? Maybe vanilla. I know it's the cano. Okay, so there you go. That's a pandy saw. What a nice snack for the dog. Am I saving that can of Campbell's soup for a celebration? It seems that way. I've had it for a long time, but I bought like 3 or 4. I ended up cooking with them, but I bought that to make that pork rice dish in the oven. That's the only one left over. Oh yeah, put some peanut butter on this pandy saw. Yeah, I agree with you, Don. If I had some peanut butter, I'd definitely put some on there. But that is focusing on my eyeball. That is just so absolutely delicious right there. There's not a whole lot of things I really love here, but you'll love the pandy saw. And again, this dude comes by the house every day. All you gotta do is flag him down. I think 5 pesos each. You know, some places they're 3. But this is looks like you got a little cheese in there. I'm not a big fan of the cheese, but they put such a little amount. It's not a huge difference. Has the fish stealing cat made an appearance again? Yes, he showed up here the other night, but he was sniffing around a mama cat. I ran him out of here. We were cool until that cat busted into the house, pulled a home invasion, and stole that fish. Stole that huge fish. Check out the video. That's a strong cat. I mean, my goodness. Ever since then, he's persona non grata. I asked him to leave the premises nicely last time, but he has come back. Yeah, public parks, family reunions. That's why a lot of folks like coming here. You come here and the culture reminds you of the 70s. It really does. Some of it really reminds you of the 70s. Go to some of these old offices and they're still hacking away on manual typewriters from the 50s, probably left over from World War II. But yeah, that's why not everybody, but a lot of us are drawn to the place, to the culture. It's like doing a lot of things we used to do as kids. You know, just getting together, eating food, breaking bread with friends and family, listening to music, the simple things in life. Yeah, and the professor is talking about that grind. I mean, you know, everybody's got a grind. Most people have their own version of the grind. But going back to America requires me to not be around for most of the time. So right now I'm happy in Southeast Asia. Next year, who knows? Maybe I pick up and move to Ireland or Scotland. Somewhere different. Life is short. I got 20 more years to go. 20 more good ones. 53-year-old pirate in 20 Christmases, I'll be 73. And I think I'll still be spry until I'm 107. But let's all admit that we're not going to be as active at 73 as we are at 53. So I got 20 more good Christmases. If I could live in 10 more different countries before I hit 73 and maybe start eyeing a good rocking chair, I'd do it. So we'll see. We'll see where the wind blows this old dog. This old pirate might be in Tuscany next year. How many of y'all watched that movie, Under the Tuscan Sun? I can't remember the actress's name. But what a great movie. Under the Tuscan Sun. You see these videos these days where so many people are moving to Italy. I bought a house for $5,000 or $3, whatever it is. Yeah, he was a cat burglar. Yeah, Denmark. Had some friends from Denmark when I was in Thailand. Spoke very highly of Denmark. Or try Siberia. I'm always up for something new. You never know what opportunity could present itself. See, Gavin says we have half a house you can use in Perth, Scotland, anytime. Electric bike and a car. Bring dried fish. Well, thank you very much, my friend. Yeah, so who knows? You know, who knows where the wind is going to take us. That's the only thing certain in life is change. I don't fear the change, I guess, like a lot of folks do. I embrace it. I look forward to the change. Let's see. Looks like a lizard. Okay, McMiller, not sure. Let's see what you're talking about. Never had a bad bug, or is that bed bug? Yeah, in 20 years I'll have even more anti-aging compounds, peptides, nutritional science. I wouldn't bet on getting too old in that time, and you should take care of yourself. You know, that's a good thing to bring up. Let me do a search here. Y'all hear about that dude? What's he calling himself? A biohacker? Biohacker. He's trying to live forever by taking all kind of stuff. Let me pull this dude up. This dude's taking all this stuff, trying to live forever. And I just saw an article where he's got some type of stomach problem. Let me pull this gentleman up here. Yeah, it's recent. Okay, where did we go? Biohacker Brian Johnson discloses incurable illness. The former tech CEO, who's become famous for his biohacking pursuits, says he has autoimmune gastritis. That means he says his stomach is eating itself. Let's see. Johnson regularly updates his followers with the latest methods for reducing biological age and warding off death for as long as possible. This is the irony. Dozens of daily supplements and an at-home hyperbaric chamber that costs him $2 million per year. And now he's diagnosed with autoimmune gastritis. The body is attacking the cells that make up your stomach lining. Okay? So this dude is taking all these pills, trying to live forever, and what he's succeeded in doing, it seems, that he's caused himself to have chronic autoimmune disease. There you go. Here, I'll put this up here. Let's see. There you go, right there. A biohacker. What does that mean? It means you take too many damn pills every day. Spends $2 million a year on his health. And claims his gastritis is linked to his sugary childhood diet as well as adult stress and depression. Well, he's entitled to his opinion. But dude, I'm gonna argue the opposite direction. Okay? Let's see. He's blaming potato chips and a few popsicles. But he's spending $2 million a year to live forever. He's 48 years old. My stomach is eating itself. Good news, I'm going to try and solve it. Here he is, using cutting edge technology to stop aging. In this Netflix documentary, Don't Die, the man who wants to live forever. He's shared blood work, scans, more. I'll have to watch this. The Netflix documentary, Don't Die. I'm going to watch that tonight. Daily routine of exercise, supplement, experimental treatments like plasma transfusion, fat transfers, as part of his efforts to live forever through science. He don't want to admit that his $2 million and all the bullshit he puts in his body on a daily basis is the cause of his stomach problems. He's going to blame it on popsicles when he was a kid. As a kid, I ate sugar, cereal, drank soda, gobbled down fast food. So's the rest of America, dude. I let my health slip and I stumbled into a deep chronic depression. Somewhere in that timeline, my body began developing an autoimmune process. Okay. What about the fact that you're putting $2 million worth of craziness into your body? How about that? This guy thinks AI is going to help him live longer. A computer program going to help you live longer. So there you go. This dude here trying to live forever. Good luck to you, man. But you putting all that shit in your body, now you done fucked your stomach up. You think you're gonna make it to 100? Probably not. Due to your own crazy actions of whatever the hell you've been doing to your body. You're not gonna sell me that bullshit snake oil. Oh, if you spend $2 million a year, you know, you're gonna live to be 120. I'll bet you this. I'm not a betting man. But I'll bet you bragging rights, I'm probably going to live longer than him. Okay? I'll put zero bullshit medication into my body. I don't need a fat transfusion from nobody. If I want to get fat, I'll just go back to drinking 36 beers a day. Don't need it. You spend $2 million, big pimpin'. You spend $2 million out there. I'll spend zero. Who going to live longer? If you're watching this video 20, 30, 40 years from now, if I'm watching this video 40 years from now, who's going to live longer? Me or this dude? He's a few years younger than me. What's the difference? I'm not putting $2 million worth of shit into my body. Alright, I eat meat, vegetables, and my gosh. What do y'all think about this? Who's going to live longer? Oh, I hope he lives forever. I hope he does. But the realist in me is like, are you serious? You seriously trying to convince people of this horse shit? Let me see here. Here's another article on the dude. Here you go right here. Damn, all these ads. Jeez. Biohacker hoping to live to be 160 reveals alarming diagnosis. My stomach is eating itself. Your stomach's telling you don't put $2 million worth of damn medications into me, fool. To be so smart and to have so much money, educated fool. We may be the first generation who won't die. He's trying to live to be till the year 2140. He'd be 160 years old. Trying to find out exactly what he gobbles down every day. He's blaming it on a few cokes when he was a kid. He shared that for 11 years he has had a low level of ferritin, whatever the hell that is. Some type of protein. We continually tried to raise my iron levels with food and supplementation, but nothing would work. How about some fucking potatoes and carrots, dude? Hard training, sauna, hyperbaric oxygen chamber, taking iron, trialing every formulation. His goal is immortality. Well, good luck to you, dude. I hope you live to be 160. But I can tell you right now, I'm going to tell you right now, AI ain't going to help you to be 160. He ain't going to make it there. I hope you do. There's a good chance old single dad going to live longer than you. On a diet of what? Barbecue chicken wings, barbecue pork, vegetables, cabbage, and a whole lot of big pumpkin. There you go. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Hey, buddy. Come here, steal my water. Whoa. Hey, pick that up for get water on my equipment here. Hey, pick them wires up. You got water there. Pick that wire up. People gonna start shocking me. All right, hold up, folks. Got the whole crew rolling in here. So, yeah, y'all run along there. Yeah, exactly, baby. Okay, so I'm back. Everybody's always looking for shortcuts. That's right. They're looking for a shortcut, looking for that injection so I can lose weight. Yeah, what's wrong with celery? Yeah, Marcos, you have Frank signs. Look it up. So you should think about olive oil instead of sugary drinks. Thank you very much for bringing that up. What he's talking about is my earlobes have creases in them, both of them. It's called Frank's sign. It's supposedly an indication of some type of heart disease, heart problem, this, that, and the other. And one of y'all brought it to my attention. I didn't know what you're talking about. I looked it up. Maybe you mentioned it on a previous video. But several people mentioned it. I looked it up. I said, hell yeah, I got creases in my earlobes. And they attribute that. They call that Frank's sign. Ain't worried about it. Ain't worried about Frank's sign. Oh yeah, it's delicious. What if I chop my earlobes off? Will I still have Frank's sign? Yeah, Radley, they can come at me with whatever they want to. I don't need no remedy. Like my dad said, I don't need the government helping me speed up death. It's going to come quick enough. I don't need the government's help. Yeah, I get plenty of iron from my Lodge 3.2 quart cast iron combo cooker. And is he talking about genes largely affects your lifespan? This is all I know. On my dad's side of the house, everybody is like junkyard dogs. You can't kill us. Everybody on my dad's side drink whiskey, smoke cigarettes, go dancing at the VFW, party like rock stars, barbecue, drink beer, sip on Jack Daniels, and we'll whoop your ass if you need it. Everybody's still kicking. Great shape. Eat some more cabbage. I love eating cabbage. All right, Gavin says I'm almost stopping using this deodorant. Loads of carcinogenic stuff. Yeah, it's all that stuff is not good for you. Okay, you look at the ingredients on all that stuff. Yeah, and let me tell you what is. I did a video on this years ago, folks. If you want the best natural deodorant, you get yourself some lemons. Slice up that lemon, little slices, and you just scrub your pits all over. Squeeze the juice. Just take that lemon, and if you got sensitive skin or you're wearing skinny jeans, it's gonna irritate your skin until you get used to it. It'll be a little bit red, but you don't just put the lemon juice on there. You use the slice of lemon and the peel to actually scrub. So you're like exfoliating your underarms with the lemon slice, and that will clean out and kill all that bacteria that causes a bad smell. What Fatima says, oh, bad smell. Now look, I have some deodorant around here somewhere for like backup, you know, but if you scrub your pits with that lemon, I can't exactly science, everybody's body types are different, but I can tell you pretty confidently I can go 48 hours without anything happening. Now after 48, depends on what I've been doing or what have you. Okay, so if I scrub my pits with lemons every morning, you will never have a bad smell. Never. If I go once every 2 days, I'm good, but I'm not willing to risk it. Because what happens is, like, once you get on day 3 or 4, you can go from smelling nothing to smelling bad in like 10 minutes. Once that shit overtakes and starts growing and overtakes getting wiped out by the lemon, it's unpredictable. So I say 48 hours. Anything after that, you're risking it. But if you scrub your pits with lemons every morning, you don't need deodorant. You don't need that chemical stuff. Trust me. That's what I use. Just scrub it with that lemon slice. All natural. And furthermore, as you get older, any place that has a potential, any crease, you know what I mean? Any crease, if you scrub that crease with that lemon slice, you won't stink. It just kills that bacteria. So anywhere there's a crease, I mean, just think about it. Your underarms, behind your ears, maybe your belly button. You got some fat rolls. You scrub with that lemon, no need for any chemical treatments. You know, I tried the calamansi too when I was out of lemons. It doesn't work the same. I got to go with the lemon. Just for me, I got to stick with lemons. Maybe the lime worked too. Any crease. So for example, you got a hot date and make sure you're fresh, maybe some action going down. Scrub your belly button, crack of your ass, behind your ears, underneath your arms. Scrub your feet. That's another thing. A lot of y'all, if your feet run your wife out of the room after the end of the day, have her take that lemon and scrub your feet. It'll put it into that stinky feet. the stink comes from bacteria, breaking down. You know what I mean? The lemon kills the bacteria. And you, again, don't just put the juice on there. Use the skin of the lemon to exfoliate the area. There you go, man. I just solved a lot of y'all's problems. I ain't getting no money from this. Should patent my lemon treatment techniques. But yeah, I don't use real deodorant. I've got a couple of things around here, and when I'm traveling, what have you. Obviously, don't want to stink on the airplane if the flight's delayed. But here's what's happened. In the past, I usually don't carry any toiletries when I travel. I carry a toothbrush and some floss. That way you don't get messed with at the checkpoint. What's this? No, I got a toothbrush and some floss. Flight got delayed, got canceled, what have you. I'm waiting around. Need to freshen up. I just go order an iced tea with a lemon. Drink the iced tea, get the lemon, go to the bathroom, scrub down. I'm good to go. Another 48 hours. Pretty good. Yeah, theoretically the lime or the calamansi does the same thing. I guess it just got acid in it. But for me, I got to go with the lemon. It seems to be more aggressive, lasts longer. And look, if you're getting older, don't think that some of your creases don't smell. Maybe your old lady don't tell you about it, or she doesn't complain that your feet, stink so bad and your socks are horrible at the end of the day. Just get her to assist you. Say, hey, look, my feet been stinking, but Marco says if you just scrub my feet with this slice of lemon, you don't got to smell the stink no more. It just smells like nothing. He had lemons growing wild in Perth. Yeah, I'd be in hog heaven. But I mean, look, what do I spend on lemons versus what I spend on deodorant? I don't know, it's probably a wash, probably the same amount of money. One lemon will last you maybe 5 days or whatever. Slice it up thin enough. Yeah, there you go. It's just pretty simple. What's the smell? It's from bacteria, breaking down. Lemon kills the bacteria. Back in the day when Big Pumpkin took good care of me, she scrubbed me down from head to toe. I was always, man, I smell good any part of my body. Like I said, you can do the crack of your ass too. You got a problem with ass cheese, cracked cheese, scrub the crack of your ass with the lemon slice. That's pretty good. Big Pumpkin out of water. I got an inner circle of friends, just a small, tight inner circle of friends. They're the same as me, world travelers slash expats. So, but they got shit going on. So most of the time, I mean, we meet up, we hook up, wherever we're at in the world. Most of the time, I'm by myself when I roll around. We don't get together as much as we used to, but we still all get together. All right, folks, looks like we're up to 192 thumbs ups on this marathon live stream. I got 85 folks still here hanging out, just discussing the mysteries of life. I certainly appreciate you hanging out. But man, if I could break that 192, get to 200 thumbs ups, that would be awesome. Smash that like button if you can. I know a lot of y'all folks actually watch on the TV logged out. Yeah, I get it, because sometimes that's how I watch it too. I'm not logged in. Okay, Brush Bandit says apple cider vinegar works as well if you can't find a lemon. Okay, the only problem is I can't really stand the smell of vinegar. You know what I mean? So if you can stand the smell of vinegar, okay. But that won't work for me. I gotta stick to the lemons. And I'll tell you a story. Okay? Now look, this is Captain Obvious, but at the time I didn't know what was going on. Taking a shower, it's maybe 20 years ago. And I realized my hands are very sticky. You know, like real sticky. So I scrub on them, I can't get it to come off. It's like glue. And so then I realized like other parts of my body's sticky too. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? You go to Google, you know, it's way back when, you know, sticky skin, whatever. There's all these Reddit and conversations about people with sticky skin. Finally, I got to the bottom of it. It was just the deodorant that I was using. I had changed deodorants and it was just extra sticky. And what happens when you go to wash your underarms with the deodorant, okay, you get the deodorant on the rag or the soap or your hand, then you go to wash your face or whatever you're doing, right? Not everybody does things in the same order. And those parts of your body get sticky too. It's the damn deodorant. But it was just crazy because I was like, what's going on? Am I having some type of, you know, the food I'm eating is causing my skin to be sticky? No, it's that damn deodorant. So that's another reason I don't wear deodorant, because when you go to shower and you start showering, all of that stuff runs and touches and affects other parts of your body that you don't want it to do. Thank you very much, David, for sharing this on X, trying to get me to 1 million subscribers by tonight. Y'all think it's crazy, but if Elon Musk put this on his Twitter feed, I'll probably have 10 million subscribers by tonight, and I'll be over at sizzling. Yeah. See, I love the new motorcycle. I would love to get a bike and go riding around in the PI. Yeah, folks, it's you know, I know a lot of folks in the States, you look forward to Sundays, you know, just like on that movie Wild Hogs. What a great movie. Wild Hogs. I love watching that movie. Just good, clean fun. You know what they do? They long to go on their ride for a few hours every Saturday or Sunday, whatever it was. Go grab a beer. That was their downtime. You know, a couple hours on the weekend after being suburban dads or what have you. Well, the one guy supposedly had some money, but he was broke. Anyhow, I do feel fortunate that, you know, my lifestyle, motorcycles are part of my lifestyle. We take it for granted here, but in America, I used to have a motorcycle, and you had to ride that thing any chance you got. The weather had to be good. It was a treat to take that bike out. Now it's a way of life. Thank you very much, David. Iran official says ships in Omani waters were targeted for carrying military equipment. This is coming out of Iran, so you don't know what to believe or not, at least this site. But there's the latest right there. According to this site, who knows what's true or what's not. Let's see. Hey, Intrepid, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Oh, hey, David, thank you very much. Mostly authors. All right, man. Thank you very much. Yeah, motorcycles are over here are just part of the lifestyle. You know, people take it for granted. In America, everybody wants to take a ride any chance they can get, mostly leisure. And over here, it's just the primary form of transportation for most folks. Let's see what Al Jazeera is saying. All right, this is breaking from Al Jazeera. 10,000 without water. That's what Iran is saying. There's fire at a Kuwait water site. Kuwait's airport is closed, according to Al Jazeera. According to Iran, to hit U.S. assets, Bahrain, Jordan, and Kuwait following the latest round of U.S. strikes. Fire broke out at a Kuwaiti power and desalination plant after an Iranian strike. And canceling final exams in 4 southern provinces amid the escalation. So you're flying in and out of Kuwait, obviously keep a close eye on what's going on. This is 55 minutes ago. There's the recaps. So like both sides hitting water plants if you believe the reporting. All right, Intrepid says Uber comes in 2 hours. Texas to the Philippines. Awesome, man. Know you're excited. Hope you have a great flight. Everything just goes down smooth. Again, the weather here, no typhoon bearing down on us. So you should be good to go on the flight. And I'm not a weatherman. Let's see, PTSD Dunk 1566, how you doing? Yeah, about 10 days ago. No, I wasn't over at the airport. Live down in Mindoro. All right, well, hope you're doing well. Yeah, nothing over there is going to change until the IRGC as an organization is, how can I use a good word here? Dismantle. You basically got a military coup that's went on. So whoever the civilian authorities are, don't matter what they say, because the guys with the guns are the ones calling the shots. So even if the people up there want to make a deal, the IRGC is not going to allow them to. You got to destroy that whole organization before anything is going to change. You know, it's basically a military coup occurred a long time ago. When the military is not listening to the civilian officials, it's a coup. Nothing's going to change. Okay, so there's your U.S. State Department. U.S. State Department has urged Americans to reconsider traveling to the Middle East due to escalating regional tensions and hostilities. Let's see, Dave, how are you? Down in Mindanao, but from Arizona, checking in. Thank you very much for stopping by, my friend. Hope everything is well down there in Mindanao. Down there back in the day, was down in General Santos City. Had a great time down there. Oh yes, I just broke the 200 thumbs ups barrier. Thank y'all very much. 201 thumbs ups. I got 2 thumbs downs. I'll take it. If you have the ability to hit the thumbs up or the thumbs down button, I'll take either one. Just hit it either way. I appreciate it. Okay. All right, folks. I'm going to take another look, see if there's anything breaking. And if not, I'm going to think about shutting her down. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with me. Let's see, what do we got here? I think my backup laptop's getting so hot, she's getting slow on me. Okay, so according to this site, U.S. troops were injured in Iranian strikes. This is according to CBS. They're reporting, I think this is in Jordan. Don't quote me, folks. Don't quote me. I'm just trying to sort through this. It's just crazy. You go to Fox News and the top article is talking about this damn clock. Why we need 500 government employees and elected officials to argue over a damn clock, putting the clock 1 hour forward, 1 hour back? You realize how much we're paying them to argue over whether or not to do daylight savings times? I mean, if they came to every one of us and said, hey, we need every American to pony up $50 because we're going to argue about daylight savings time for the next month, who would voluntarily support that? We're our own worst enemies. Yeah, it's the weekend, folks. It's you know how on the weekends, like slow news days, okay, so here you go from the New York Post. Here's some yak. U.S. pummels Iran's military infrastructure, and the IRGC warns 0 hour is near for strikes on the U.S. Navy near the Gulf of Oman. It's too much blah blah blah. Iran's telling citizens to turn off their air conditioner to preserve the power grid. Blames the U.S. strikes for the strain. And then this is coming from the New York Post. Iranian strikes hit a major source of Kuwaiti drinking water, injured soldiers in the latest attack against the U.S. ally. "90% of Kuwait's drinking water comes from desalination. Okay. Well, folks, I want to say thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for hanging out and chatting. Boom! Kuya Steve coming off the top ropes. Thank you very much. Got number 200 on the thumbs ups. Appreciate you. Got 206 thumbs ups now and 2 thumbs down. Now, RA says they've been trying to get it passed for the last 10 years. Is that true? Is it true that these idiots up there, these educated fools, these children have argued over daylight savings time for 10 years? We've paid them to argue over this issue. I believe in less government, free speech, and cold beer. Couldn't we just brief the president on this issue? Whoever the president is, right? If we can't agree on something this trivial, whether the president was any of the past presidents in the past, he said 10 years. Can we just brief the president during a daily meeting? Hey, Mr. President, should we do away with this daylight savings time? Yes or no? Is it doing any good? No. Okay, do away with it. Next item up for bid. But we've been paying these idiots to sit up there and debate and argue over whether or not to do away with daylight savings time. How did we get here? How did we get to this point? That's how they spend their time and spending our money. Dave says Arizona doesn't do a clock change. How do they get away with that? I don't know. I'm going outside my scope of expertise. My only point is that why do we pay these individuals up there to argue trivial shit like this? Why? Because they take our money and they spend it the way they want to. But if they had to come around with a collection plate, right? You know, the building fund at church. Who was that? Cedric the Entertainer that was talking about the building fund. You know the building fund. They take the collection plate, it comes around, and then they start talking about the building fund. Send the plate around again. If we sent the collection plate around to everybody right now in this chat and said, hey, put some money in here to pay the salaries of all these people to argue about daylight savings time, how much would you put in the plate? I put nothing. No, just somebody make the fucking decision. I'm not paying you to argue this point for 10 years. Hey, buddy, checking in from Saudi. I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my friend, for tuning in. And again, I hope you're doing well. Staying safe over there. Most of our politicians are multi-millionaires. They don't do much but create an us versus them tribalism. Pretty much it. I mean, the rich, like King said on that movie Platoon. Always have, always will. It's talking about the rich screwing over the poor. It's only because we consent. We allow them. It's the same way back during the lockdown. Everybody stayed home. Why? Because we consented to it. They manufactured consent. Damn, Noam Chomsky. They manufactured our consent out of fear. And what did we do? We all fell in line. But there's more of us than there are of them. We do it. They get away with it because we allow them to do it. Fucking taxation without representation. Arguing about daylight savings times. Yeah, if they sent that plate around, hey, you want to pay us to argue about daylight savings time? I'd be taking money out of the plate. Like, nope, we're not funding this. RA says there was a pastor in Houston asking for donations for a helicopter blade for his chopper. A reasonable request. Traffic in Houston's probably terrible these days. You know what I mean? Boom! Kuya Steve coming off the top ropes for the chicken feet plate. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very much. And look, folks, we have not given up on the chicken feet eating contest. You know, Janice has been tied up. Her husband was in town for the month. I got to get up with John Paul. You know, Big Pumpkin is excited about the contest, and even Lil Kim says she might want to get in on the competition. So the chicken feet eating contest is still in the works. I got some heavyweight contenders, and I gotta, you know, get their schedule together, get everything coordinated. So that is still on. And my money is either on John Paul or Janice. I'm not sure Big Pumpkin can keep up. She might be out of her league. But we'll see. And that dude who eats all them hot dogs, he's a skinny guy, right? I don't know his name, but the guy who wins that hot dog eating contest up there, where is it, New York or New Jersey, somewhere up that way. So Big Pumpkin could pull an upset. And I think, you know, just the way we're going to do it, you know, put, you know, 3 plates, just weigh them out, equal weights of chicken feet. Watch them closely. And at the end of 30 minutes, they're going to have 30 minutes to eat as many chicken feet as they can. At the end of 30 minutes, we weigh the plates. Whichever plate is the lightest is going to win. Lil Kim could be. What's that dude's name in Nathan's hot dog eating contest? He's not a big dude, right? He's a skinny guy, if I remember correctly. How the hell does he eat all them hot dogs? You never know. We got to put some, you know, some proper prize money on this. You know, maybe the winner gets 30 cans of sardines, something like that. Maybe 1K. Some afritada. Maybe a 20-kilo sack of rice. I got to make it interesting. But that's still going to go down. But one of the logistical problems is, you know, we've only got the pots that you've seen. We got the combo cooker and another small pot. I got to get one of those big, huge woks to be able to cook this many chicken feet within a reasonable amount of time. Y'all seen it before. We had that big, huge aluminum wok. Not that I'm down with aluminum, but that's the size that I need. Well, pretty much the rules, yeah. I think the best way to do it, again, is I just weigh out 3 equal plates, put them on the scales, make sure they're equal, 3 plates. They got 30 minutes. I hit the timer, 30 minutes, on your mark, get set, go. At the end of 30 minutes, put the chicken feet down, put your hands up. You know, make sure they're not hiding no chicken feet, trying to lighten it up. You know, look on the ground, make sure nobody did this or did this, trying to lighten up their plate. And then I weigh the plates one at a time. The person with the lightest plate has to be the winner. You know what I mean? But you're gonna have to watch them, because they could take a handful and like hide them over here and take a lot of weight off their plate, right? They got to be watched closely. They got to be weighed equally. And when the buzzer goes off, put the chicken feet down. Put the chicken feet on the table, hands up. Step away from the plates. You know what I mean? Like sequester the contestants until the final weigh-in is posted. Baby, how are you feeling about your chances of winning the chicken feet eating contest? No comment. What if I have 3 empty plates? Well, that's the thing about it. I gotta put enough chicken feet on there to where that doesn't happen, and that's why I've got to get one of those big, huge woks. Get somebody over here, dedicated chicken feet chef, to cook up a huge mess of chicken feet. Because I don't want them to run out. If they run out, how the hell am I going to choose a winner? I'm going to give them 30 minutes to eat as much chicken feet as they can. The lightest plate wins. How else could you do it? Because it's not like eating a hot dog. It's either there or it's not. A chicken feet is so subjective. Whether it's completely ate, 50%, 75%, 25%. People would have to hold them chicken feet up like they were holding up them voter cards, them hanging chads back there in the, 2000 election. I don't want to be sitting there looking at chicken feet and checking for hanging chads. I want to weigh it in, get the numbers, and declare a winner quickly before there's any shenanigans. Well, that's true. If somebody wants to eat them bones, they're probably certain to win. They're taking a lot of weight off the plate. They wouldn't have to eat 50. They just eat like 10 with the bones. They'd probably win. It's not against the rules to eat the bones. I'm not going to put any restrictions like that on them. But those are the basic rules that I've come up with to make this fair and declare a proper winner of the chicken feet eating contest. So it's coming. I'll try to live stream it. If something happens, the stream goes down, I'll just film the rest and post the rest. But I'm gonna try to live stream it. We could do it right here. Baby, I'm trying to plan the chicken feet eating contest. And so some folks seem to think that Lil' Kim could win the contest. Well, there's a skinny dude that always wins the hot dog eating contest. We don't know. It's 4:30. Baby, it's 4:30, but I'm just getting started. Take a look at my weather. I got the ND cranked up, so it looks a little darker on your screen than it probably is. Still beautiful weather here. Still beautiful weather. There's looking out the front there. I don't know if you can see them cows in the background or not. Beautiful cows out there. Cook the chicken feet on top of the mountain. Make sure they built up an appetite getting to the contest. I don't know if they can make it up that mountain. I mean, the small one back here, maybe, yeah. The one we used to climb, Janice and Big Pumpkin can't make it up that mountain no more. The time has passed on their mountain climbing skills. They can't do it. Yeah, if they can eat the bones, Big Pumpkin has a great advantage. She does. She has an advantage because she loves nibbling on them bones. Baby, there's no rule against eating the bones of the chicken feet. She says she won't eat the bones, but she loves them bones. Being so quiet all day, now like 4:30, Kuya's kicked up some music, got some music going on, no problem. Yeah, all the neighbors here, we just all get along, we just mesh, you know what I mean? They usually got some real good selections of music going on. It's like I got a free DJ with great playlists going on. Yeah, baby. What's that? No, you can't go over there. How'd you get the key to that? Baby. We're sitting here talking about the chicken feet eating contest. But I think 3 contestants is enough. Big Pumpkin, Janice, John Paul. At least I'll be entertained. I'll be laughing. In case of a tiebreaker. What? That's a good point. What if they weigh in the same? Then I'd have to have a tiebreaker. Maybe get some Krispy Kreme donuts or something. Whoever eats 20 donuts the fastest wins. I don't know. I'll have to have a backup tiebreaker. It's 4:30 long, 69. Yes. Big Pumpkin, don't be going into the garden. You'll be trespassing. No, I just said it's okay. Go ahead. Yeah, go right ahead. I'm going to film it. Hold on, folks. I'm going to try to get the right angle on the dangle here. Oh, you can't. I thought she was joking. She had a key to the lock. The auntie said she can harvest some of that sweet potato leaves or whatever. She's just joking. She can't get in there. All right. Got 80 folks here. Thank y'all for popping in, popping out, hanging out, talking about the mysteries of life. As my esteemed colleague said, is it the mysteries of life or the miseries of life? That's how you want to look at it. I guess the grind can be misery. Okay, Koki Pokey One says, what about a balut eating contest next? We could do that as well. We could absolutely do that as well. But there's the ladies don't eat the baby duck itself, the CCO. Dudes, you got to eat the whole thing. So I'd have to figure out how is it fair to determine if they ate all of the balut or not. So you got to put some thought into these things, or there'll obviously be arguments at the end of the contest. Well, I could do that too. Cans of Spam, that's pretty easy. Pop the top, bloop, and it's either there or it's not. Have some cans of Spam for a backup. There's safety considerations to this contest. I don't want anybody to overeat, cause any type of stomach injury. Maybe I should take the time down to 15 minutes. That way nobody runs the risk of overeating. But then maybe somebody's eating too fast. They get a bone stuck in their throat. I don't know. I got to make sure safety's involved here, Maybe I should put it... baby, I may have to make it against the rules to eat the bones, okay? Just for safety. If I allow you to eat the bones, I may have to have an ambulance on standby. I have to check with the lawyers. Yeah. Yeah, you can't, and yeah, I'm gonna chop the toenails off too. No toenails. Gosh. This ain't the set of Mr. Beast. I'm concerned about the welfare of all the actresses and actors here on my show. You sit there and watch some of those shows, some of these shows on YouTube, and you're wondering, like, what kind of disclaimer have these folks signed to be on these shows? You know what I mean? Okay, baby, do you see me running a world famous show here?
Are we going to walk a little bit?
Yeah, we got to go for a walk.
And we're going to look
That last third of a can of Spam is hard to push down. Yeah, you got to get the good suction where it comes out in one blob. Professor, thanks for joining me, my friend. Thanks for joining me. Hope you're doing well there in Koreatown. We'll see you on the next one. Yeah, folks, I'll take one more look to see if there's any breaking news. If there's any breaking news happening around the world that nobody, we haven't already talked about. It's pretty much par for the course. Fighting, bad news. SpaceX Starship launch was scrubbed moments before blastoff. Elon Musk trying to get us to Mars, or is it now the moon? Has he changed over now where his focus is on the moon? Wildfire smoke disrupts lives and events across the U.S. on the final weekend of the World Cup. Yeah, nothing earth-shattering here that we all didn't already know. check one more site, see what they're saying over here. Z pitches China as the leader of a new global AI order. Yeah, folks. What's the world coming to? What's the world coming to these days? There's the latest on the Philippine weather. I'll put that up there for a little bit. Anybody's flights coming this way. Have some Pandasol on hand, just like when you get that catfish bone in your throat. I'm gonna skin you like I skinned that catfish last night. Let's see, get your book on the shelf behind next to that suspicious IED prop. Which one you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. I got the Art of War right here. Got the Art of War. That's like the only, I think that's the only book I have here right now these days. Is Art of War, but it's got two versions. It's got one version with a lot of commentary from different Chinese scholars, and it's got one is just the Art of War, and it's got some more Chinese stuff in there. Yeah, he's ready to go for a walk. Okay, did they catch the dudes that shot the American guy over his necklace? The guy we were talking about yesterday. Two dudes on a motorbike pull up. He fights them off with an umbrella. I don't know the guy's name, but when he attacked him with that umbrella in defense, self-defense, the penguin just popped into mind. So I'm sitting there, when I hear this story, I'm thinking of the penguin. Yeah, so two dudes jump off, try to rob the guy. He goes on the offensive with his umbrella, runs them off. They come back, and he brought an umbrella to a gunfight at that point. So I don't know if they caught those guys or not. Again, I'm not telling you not to defend yourself, but when you successfully break contact with the threat, get the hell off the X. Okay? Get the hell off the X. Just make the assumption they're just going up there to load their weapon or go get a weapon or go get somebody else and come back. Get the hell out of there. Okay? Just get the hell out of there. He didn't do that. He stayed around, thought he was going to whoop them again with that umbrella, and they brought a gun to the umbrella fight. Or he brought an umbrella to the gunfight at that point. Sad situation, but the overall story, it's a street robbery. It was a street robbery. The older gentleman who got shot, it looks like it's just a home invasion robbery. Even though that gentleman was shot on the 10th anniversary of the ruling against China. And he was one of two government witnesses who testified in that. Just one of them things that make you go, that's all you can say. There you go. Gavin says that guy was part of a PI negotiating team against the China, reference to South China Sea spat. 10 years to the day of the ruling. It's very strange, right? RA is reporting U.S. Forest Service workers released after being held hostage in Redding, California. Well, that's pretty damn interesting. Let's pull that up and see what they got to say about that before I go offline here. Come on. This damn microphone here, it'll shock me. You know, the wiring over here in the PI it's all everywhere you go. It's all messed up. So if I put my bare feet on the ground and touch that microphone, it's shocking me. And God forbid I put my bare feet on my ground on the ground and put my lips up against that. Holy crap. It's like somebody bit you on the lip. Alright, so let me go here. And let's see. What'd you say, man? Redding, California. See if we can pull it up. U.S. Forest. You see. Okay, here we go. This is 2 days ago. Okay. Sacramento Bee. Let's see. 2 Northern California Forest Service employees. This is from July 17th, yesterday. Well, I guess it's the 17th where you're at. No, it's already the 18th. Anyhow, yesterday, 2 Northern California Forest Service employees alive after kidnapping at gunpoint. What's the world coming to? What's America coming to? You go work for the Forest Service and get kidnapped. There's nothing sacred anymore. They were held for hours at gunpoint in a trailer at a remote lake in the Shasta Trinity National Forest. The 2 employees were conducting seasonal field work near a campground when 2 men, a father and a son, abducted them at gunpoint, zip-tied them, and led them to a remote trailer. He used one of the government workers' phones to make a call, not clear to whom, which he described taking 2 Fed employees hostage from the Forest Service. These guys aren't rocket scientists. The Forest Service. Real controversial. That kicked off a 15-hour endeavor, including an elite Phoebe hostage response team. Flown all the way in. Not necessary. The sheriff's office could have handled that. I don't see the rest of it. It's nothing but damn ads here. So there you go. They're released. So, good ending to that story. So the question is, did they catch the dudes that shot the young American guy? Let me see if there's anything in it in the news here. The thing about the cops over here in Southeast Asia, when they set their sights on something and they have the proper motivation, they're pretty effective. Do they sometimes not get everything perfect? Well, nobody's perfect, but like here or Thailand, you got to think. Especially here, it's a very densely populated place. Okay, something goes down, somebody saw something. There's trike terminals on every corner. All you gotta do is go to the nearest trike terminal. They know everything that goes on. You don't need a damn security camera. It helps, but you just go ask the trike drivers. They know everything about everything. So when they're properly engaged into the case, they're going to find the dudes. That's my experience. Now, if they're not, it's just like a case in America. If it doesn't have some visibility on it, it gets pushed to the side because you got other things to do. There you go. You know, when I'm traveling, always wear tennis shoes. I don't wear flip-flops or Crocs or anything like that anymore. Because a lot of dudes here, what do they wear? Flip-flops. You're going to get robbed. You're probably going to get robbed by a dude wearing some slippers. Who can run faster? A guy with some tennis shoes on or a dude in some slippers? There you go. Everybody wears slippers. But I promise you, you're probably not going to see a pair of prison slides in the next Olympics on the track and field. So yeah, I always wear shoes now. I used to not do that. Pretty much everywhere I go, I've either got on my Merrells or my leather boots, because you have the advantage. All right, let's see here. I'm gonna have to search Professor Google. American shot robbery. Okay, so again, the biologist, the older gentleman, they've charged 5 people. I think 4 are in custody and 1's still on, still at large. Let's see. And this is the American shot dead in a Rizal robbery on July 10th. So what's that, a week ago? So Friday, a week ago. I'll put it up on the screen there. So this gentleman, the victim was walking when 2 suspects riding a black Honda approached and declared a holdup. The victim resisted the robbery, prompting the suspects to initially flee, but they returned moments later. Back rider got off, shot the victim twice, hitting the shoulder and the head. He died at the scene. He took the victim's personal belongings and fled. Okay, so I don't know. I don't see anything that says they caught those guys, but just give them time to work their magic, right? The public wants immediate results, and sometimes police work don't work like that. Hey, sweet Maria. She's been out playing all day. Yeah, for the most part, they'll find them, especially if proper visibility and effort is put into it. They always do. They don't stay on the run too long. You know what I mean? Here, Thailand, the same way. All right, so 209 thumbs ups. I got 2 thumbs downs. Well, that's true. That's true. Some folks are pretty good track stars and flip-flops. Go ahead, sweetie girl. Some people can roll in flip-flops. But for me, I guess here's the point. The point is, we as foreigners, I missed the main point. We as foreigners cannot run in flip-flops like the locals can, right? So imagine me trying to run in a pair of Crocs or flip-flops. It ain't happening. I'll be better off taking them off and running barefoot. So I got to wear proper shoes because that's what I've been wearing for 40 years of my life. I saved the flip-flops and the slippers for the beach or for walking around the carport. But yeah, so that's a good point. The locals, but not you. Not us, the canoe. We're just not used to running in flip-flops. Yeah, plenty of cameras too. So you can see in the shooting of the marine biologist, they've already got 4 suspects in custody, 1 on the run. Okay, baby, do you see me trying to talk world events here on my show? Huh? Okay, all right. The big pumpkin. No, because it's going to be hot. If you close that door, there's not going to be a cross strap. What you want me to do? Sweat? You see the lights here? It's rough being a celebrity. All right, with that, folks, I'm just going to say thank you for joining me. I'm going to shut her down. 79 folks here now. Been live for 7 hours. I love the comments tomorrow about, I can't believe that thing was 7 hours long. Listen to yourself talk. Bring them on. Over on Twitch, thank y'all for joining me. Make sure you follow us. We got 23 followers on Twitch. How many I got on Kick? I can't see because I'm just looking at my video. Thank y'all very much for joining us on Kick. And with that, folks, I'll say y'all have a good one. And we'll see you tomorrow night. And thanks again for tuning in. As soon as I find the end broadcast button, I'm out of here. There you go. Got to click finish. Peace out, my friends. I'll see y'all tomorrow.